Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. It's round 4, and it's the finale for both the OK and junior categories, including the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, which is suited and booted and seated right behind me. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will be taking you through all the live action over the course of this weekend. And, well, second day of racing, I would say. The first day that we see the Academy Trophies ready to go, and it's pretty nice, decent out here in terms of weather.
Yeah, absolutely is. So it looks like we're going to have dry running for the rest of this weekend. I think a lot of drivers out there really benefiting from that and hoping that that would be the case. Of course, we have already had 2 rotations of qualifying heats yesterday for our OK juniors and our seniors. And races, I would say, Anthony, actually a lot of drivers had something in, preservation. They weren't showing us everything that they've got out there, but it's the first qualifying heats for our Academy Trophy drivers. Like we said, they had their qualifyings yesterday, and now we go into this first heat with your 2 quickest drivers overall going into this one side by side on that front row.
It certainly will be very exciting, but as we say, the weather conditions are pretty nice at the moment. It's a cool air temperature, but the track has got lots of grip on it over the course of this weekend. We are looking forward to seeing what the racing action will bring us over the course of the, I think, 24 races over the course of the day. So we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Those first races coming up very, very soon. Welcome, one and all, to the last day of qualifying heats for the 2026 MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Welcome, one and all, to the Asum Ring in Kristianstad, Sweden. Opened back in 1967. It's one of those old school circuits that still stands today. And the event record set in time qualifying earlier on this weekend by senior driver Dan Alaman, 48.843. A little slower than what we saw from the drivers last weekend. The class itself and the track itself, 1.2 kilometres. It's 185 metres down the start-finish straight. It's twisty and turny corners over the course of this 1.2 kilometres. 10 metres wide, 6 metres of elevation change. It is a very fast and flowing circuit that does span 14 turns out there. It's equal parts right and left. It's 7 to the right, 7 to the left. 6 hairpins out there. And each and every one of them provides ample overtaking opportunities. We see them into turn 1, we see them into turns 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and turn 14 as well. Rapid places to overtake all the way throughout it. Top speed, drivers reaching that down into turn number 1. They'll top out at around about 125 kilometers an hour as they pass over the speed trap on the start-finish straight at 120 kilometers an hour very quick indeed. They'll average around 90 across the entirety of the lap, meaning it is a fast-flowing and demanding circuit. And the live feed here and the live pictures of the conditions, it is a nice day to go racing, and the first grids are already out on track for the first time this weekend. The Academy Senior Trophy is out on circuit for qualifying heats A versus B. These are your fastest drivers from timed qualifying. And it does start with Michael Zions on pole position. The pole managing to put in the pole time over the course of TQ yesterday, showing some very quick pace. He is joined by Albi Lapper of the United Kingdom alongside him. Tudi Jurkin joins Liam Carr on row number 2, from Jose Bautista Delic joining Konstantin Paps on row number 3. Row 4 will see Konsta Sipala. They'll be joining Zhao Zhenji on row number 4, with Boaz Maximov and Louis Sifri locking out the first half of the field on row number 5.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 6, includes Leopold Juch and Rafael Volante, and from row number 7, it's Sarp Kaol alongside Marcela Assumpsal. Your 8th row, it's Jesse Swart alongside Wuropong in Wishan, and from row number 9, we have Alex Desario with Leonomi Hare. From 10, it's Petra Milosavljevic with Alvar Para, and from your 11th and final row, it's Rian Tutugio from that P21 spot. So 21 Academy seniors going into their first qualifying heat of the weekend. And of course, it's Lapper and Zions, your 2 quickest from qualifying overall within their groups, going head-to-head on that front row. Here is your team of race control then. FIA head of race control, as always, Chris Lambretton, assisted by none other than Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher for the rest of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. They'll be keeping an eye on the 40-plus cameras out there to keep control of this field. Current championship standings going into this, it is Albi Lapper who does lead the points with 129, and a front row start here could certainly put him in a really strong position for the rest of this weekend. We get ready to go racing, and we are green and racing towards turn number 1. It is a good start from the outside. Albi Lapper straight away into that lead, but there again you can see Michael Zions in the 402 wanting to push forward as well. Great shots there from the skyward spot. You can really see the drivers trying to keep it in the tram lines. There's one driver facing the wrong way in the exit of turn number 4. Unfortunately, that's Petra Milosavljevic out of this race, unless you can get it restarted, which might be easier said than done. Rest of the field then heading out of turn number 7 on this opening lap into that third and final sector for the first time. Got a clear breakaway for the top 4 as they continue to pile on that pressure.
Well, you've got the top 4 breakaway away, then you've got a lone wolf in P5, as just the change for P6 has happened through turn number 7 as well. Challenge was almost on there for the race lead early on. Wasn't quite enough, however, between your top 2. At the front, Zion still holds on to things. Tudi Jurkin was the driver who just tried to take away that position. Liam Carr up into P3 with Lapper suffering at the start of this one. Then Anthony and I would say starting from that P2 spot, very difficult indeed. Down the inside, change for P3 this time. Carr getting past Jurkin.
Yes, indeed. So as they go through, you can see the action very close here as the only under investigation for a starting procedure infringement. I can imagine that is being out of the tram lines at the start of this race. But all of these drivers here are just going to have to focus on what they would like to achieve out in the course of this one. Right then, focusing on this lead battle, dive to the inside there from Albi Lapper, steps through and up into position 2. Now that is past Liam Carr, and now that is a good move, vital move, because Michael Zions was starting to break away by about 0.7 of a second. Lapper wanting to close that gap back up as they head down in towards turn number 4 and 5.
Jesse Swart now on the move, 5 positions gained to now be inside the top 10. So for Swart is on a charge. Jose Bautista Delic now goes fastest and is trying to catch up, but is not looking at this front pack just yet. He's just tailing round, send down the inside. What, 2 for the price of 1 for this second pack of karts. That's all in and around Konstantin Pabst, Zhao Zhenji and Jesse Swart. So Swart now making those moves once more, still trying to get up the order. Zhao Zhenji does lose out on those positions, and the tally of 5 now goes up to a tally of 6 for Swart. Attempts and a big lick of the curb there. Konstantin Pabst still holding on to this front battle. Zions has now broken away slightly. It's just over half a second that the Polish driver has grabbed himself from Albi Lapper, who's now back into that second spot, which he needs, because this weekend, Anthony, you alluded to it at the start, he is chasing down on a championship win.
He certainly is. There you can see now fastest lap for Lapper, trying to push his way forward. And again, you're seeing the dives down the inside there in towards turn 7. That is great stuff from Jose Bautista Delish there, trying to push forward, and has done so past Maximov. The live aerial views here as they head through into that final section. You can get a real understanding of how the field has, circulated at this point, how it's developed over the course of this race, and you're really starting to see that main sort of breakaway for the top 7 and then 8th place downwards. So Delish now up into 6th place. Marcelo Asumsau getting the moves done in the background from Rafael Volante. That is for 15th place.
Absolutely is. So drivers in the background that maybe aren't on the move that they would have liked so far this week. Alex Desario out at Mülsen. We had winners in qualifying heats, including Albi Lapper. We, of course, had Philip Planeta being one of those. Alex was up there throughout the weekend, but that qualifying result for the driver of Italy has already set him back this weekend, and now he's trying to claw something away. So this is your race start. Watching the background, out of position, Ania, the lady from France, that's why she's under investigation.
Yeah, 2 wheels out of the tram lines will bring a 3-second time penalty. This is your fight at the front here. Michael Zahn has done a brilliant job at the front of this, but that 6/10 gap that he had only a few laps ago has been whittled down now to just 0.3 of a second. Side-by-side action here in the background over the line. Desario and Junch going wheel to wheel, but down the inside it's Louis Sifri who manages to get that overtake done. And that is trying to fight for 13th and 14th place. The action still side by side there. Into turn number 4. These are drivers again still fighting in that mid-pack battle. Sifri, Asumsau, Volante and Junch all tangling together. But crucially, keeping the fighting nice and clean at this stage of the race. And you can see the communications coming in there for Marcelo Asumsau to Louis Sifri, just to say, come on, let's focus, let's push forward. Let's see if that is actually the case, though, as they fight for 13th place.
So this weekend, of course, will conclude your second year of the Academy Senior Trophy. It was introduced in 2025. The first winner of that was Yuzuki Sato. Somebody this weekend is looking to try and replicate what the driver of Japan achieved last year. Down the inside, the return and the change is going on. Again, this is the fight further up at the front. More drivers trying to get involved, as you just saw Lienier, Rafael Volante and Just there go for it. Lapper now goes fastest, so he's trying to find something as Big Sen down the inside. That's at turn number 7 again. That is Delic getting past Sipula. This is for the last spot inside of the top 5, which actually is now looking to fall completely away from your top 4, which again look to push to the front. Zion's, Lapper, Carr, Jurgen. That's who we're looking at. 1, 2, 3 and 4 as again the duos do form out of the final corner. Zion still holding on to things. For Michael, in the series, this is actually his best weekend to date.
It certainly is. A really strong performance so far this season. Very much looking forward to see how the rest of the racing day will go for the Academy Senior. So far, though, calm at the front. Zion has managed to hold on to that advantage. Lapper, who was closing in at a rate earlier on, now seemingly holding firm there in P2. Liam Carr still there third from young Judy Yerkin. Delic from Sipala. Then it is Maximov from Paps. Swart from Gale. Junji from Desario still rounding out the top 12. Asumsau there 13th from Volante. Sifri there in 15th. There is Gonzalo Plante, Academy Race Director on the gantry, watching along the racing here. And of course he's under, not too much pressure. He's got a lot of team working with him, of course, out there. Keeping a close eye on this racing and of course in constant communication with race control as well. With those cameras. So far, a pretty steady race for the field here as Leopold Junch has got past Alvaro Parra. That is for 17th and 18th place. The only retirement still in this one, Petro Milosavljevic, is the only retirement from that spin right at the start of the race. A good overview shot here of the track itself. What a venue it is as well. 1.2 kilometres, old school circuit, back in the 60s when karting was really becoming a real thing in the world, and certainly has put its trademark stamp in the world of karting, I'd say.
Yeah, the Asum Ring was built then in 1967. Last changes to the circuit happened in 2012, and it's not really changed since, but it's one of those known, and I would say actually, Anthony, one of those loved circuits by these drivers. Really do enjoy the circuit, the elevation change, the turns, the technicality, and of course that huge bump that these drivers hit on the exit of turn at number 6, as you've just seen from Zion's on Lapper. Then it leads you into turns 6 down towards that big braking zone and big overtaking opportunity of turn number 7, where Lapper again closes in on Zion's on that braking zone. Gap now is starting to reduce. Was 0.3 of a second now. We're looking at just over 2.5 tenths. Lapper is within distance now. Maybe gets it wrong slightly through turn number 10. You just saw a bit of a twitch on the front end, a little bit too much lateral movement on that wheel for Lapper. Does set him back ever so slightly when it comes to those tenths that he's looking to try and eat off. But for Lapper, P2 within this first qualifying heat is not the end of the world. It was 2.5 tenths. Now it's just over 3 because Zion's has just gone fastest in that second sector. He's helped himself, set himself up. We head through the dying stages of this one. Nobody making any moves out there when it comes to overtakes. Zion's making moves when it comes to pace because he's now just gone fastest. So he's seen Lapper in his mirrors. He's turned up the dial. He said, no, this is my race to try and win as war. Missing the corner there. Don't think that was expected by Zhao Zhangji there. Zario and Asum Ring, I believe that was, just sliding through.
Yeah, again, and they are fighting a lot further down the field on this one. So we'll keep a close eye on their progression because that is in around 11th to 14th place at the moment. And Zhao Zhangji down to P14 now, so very difficult situation for him to be in. And again, still under a little pressure there because now Louis Sifri, who is on a downward trajectory, is trying to fight back into this field and at this moment not finding the way through just yet. Big movers further down in that field, of course. Jesse Swart having a good race, so is Alex Desario, both of them on a 6th place gain in this race as Michael Zahns now sets the fastest lap of the race. 52.316 is starting to once again open up that gap. Big move down the inside there. That is Jesse Swart on Konstantin Paps. That is for P8. That is a nice overtake and puts Paps nicely and firmly into those intermediate classification points. Vital points that are going to be needed this weekend for multiple drivers, of course. Lapper there in second is going to have to try and fend off the likes of Genele, Lanetta, Desario, Kerb, and Michael Zahns as well, who is just inside those points. The same for Vanessa Schilkaneta. So close in those points. They only sit about 60 points behind, but it is still mathematically possible. We'll have to just wait and see. Final lap board is out here, and Michael Zahn is in a really good position right now. The Polish driver is looking at a superb result to kickstart the final round of the 2026 season. Could we see this young man close that championship gap up from the front of this field?
Well, I think it's a fair question to ask out there. And for Lapper, he's going to be hoping that the answer is yes at the end of this weekend. Final 2 turns complete then for Zion's and for Lapper, as Alex Desario, as quickly as he has made up those 6 positions, he could be looking to lose them in the steward's office. But the checkered is out, and the checkered is out to Michael Zion's, who converts a pole position into his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, ahead of Albi Lapper, who finishes just half a second behind, and Liam Carr, who makes up 1 position in the end to round out your top 3. I think for all 3 drivers, good race indeed, a settled race for your top 5, of course. As of course the team of mechanics who are pushing on these drivers within your field will now go into Parc Fermé for these drivers to have those post-race checks, have those weights taken, and now get back to the drawing board and see what else they can pull out for their later qualifying heats in the day. Zion takes it though, it's a lights to flag for the driver of Poland, who was the fastest in time qualifying, fastest within that qualifying heat, and now your first Academy Senior winner of the weekend.
Yep, great result there, and there you can see biggest mover in the race. Jesse Swart, 7 gained, started P15, finished that one in 8th place. A very strong result there. There is your top 3 though. Michael Zahn from Albi Lapper, Liam Carr rounding out the top 3 from Tudor Yerkin in 4th place. Jose Bautista Delic taking P5 from Zippala, Maximov 7th from Swartz, who was that biggest mover in P8 with 7 places gained. Perhaps from Kale, rounding out the top 10 from Desario, Marcelo Asumsal, Rafael Volante, Luis Sifri from Xiaoyunxi. Then it is Leopold Junch from Lionier, Alvaro Parra from Rion Tutonggio. Rodopong, Ian Vichan rounds out the 20 finishers. The one retirement, Petro Milosavljevic, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race, the retirement at the very start of it. There you can see them back into Parc Ferme now, where they'll go over the weighbridge, make sure all is in order, and we'll get checked out. But that's a strong start of the day for Michael Zion. Strong start of the weekend. Certainly looking like one of the favourites at the beginning of this weekend. Here's some of the race highlights, and there the first disaster there, Leonia under investigation out of the tram lines. See there the 2 wheels, whether or not that was before the lights went out, could result in a 3-second time penalty.
Yeah, not good start for Leonia, who then remained the rest of the race trying to fight her way through, but couldn't better than a P17. It was, of course, at this stage where we lost Petra Milosavljevic at that second corner. She would be out, and we would see no more of her. Rest of the field, however, in the early stages, we saw that change for P2. We saw Liam Carr challenge as Albi Lapper just suffered slightly at the start down the inside. It was at turn number 6 where Carr managed to get through. Judy Yerken had to settle down, try and attempt the position, but actually would make a mistake in turn number 7 when sussing out Carr and open the door to Albi Lapper, who managed to get past. In the background throughout the entire race, Jessie Swart, Konstantin Paps, Sarp Kale and Alex Desario were going through it. And time again, you would see those switches. Boaz Maximov actually being one of those drivers to have to concede a position through that 7th corner. In towards that first corner, of course, it is possible for these drivers. These drivers have got to have some bravery on 4 wheels, and that is exactly what you just saw from Louis Sifri. Turn number 14, side by side on the exit of things for a number of drivers. And of course, that was in the background, Leonia being the name that you just saw. Again, you're seeing in the background drivers really having to try and claw away some points and claw away some positions. Jose Delic, P4, had to do that throughout the later stages of the race, and this was the side-by-side moment you saw in towards turn number 10 with drivers inside of the top 10. Again, things were undecided. Things were undecided for Konstantin Pabst at many stages, but things were settled and things were confirmed for Michael Zions, who went to lights to flag.
Strong results there at the start of the weekend for the entrant from Poland, who is in that championship fight and trying to close that gap down to Albi Lapper, who still leads with quite a considerable amount of points in the bank. 129 he has coming into this weekend versus the 99 for Alexis Genele, who will be starting in a very strong position in the next race that we're about to see on the circuit. This will be Group C and D for the Academy Senior, heading out onto the track. 13 laps, 16-kilometre race distance, and it is the entrant from Switzerland who will be starting alongside the entrant from Czechia, Felipe Planeta, who will be on that front row of the grid. There they are on your field. There is actually Jonathan Landstrom on the second row of the grid. He in the 4:05 machine, as he had a very interesting starting time qualifying. We caught up with him at the start of the weekend. Jonathan Landstrom, welcome to, well, surely you need to welcome us to your home country, to Sweden. Jonathan, the Academy Trophy, this final round, we're certainly looking forward to it. And, of course, it's all about the driver, is the Academy Trophy. Identical carts, they're drawn at random, no team advantage. How does that pure equal equipment format change the way you attack a race weekend?
In general, I just see it as a regular race weekend most of the time, except, well, it's a bit more even. You can't exactly complain about someone having a better engine or better, conditions than anybody else.
You showed real pace in Valencia, running inside the top 4 in the standings early on. What have you and your rivals learnt about extracting the most out of the spec Esprit Vortex packages since the start of that season? What have you learned about the carts?
It's slightly different than the chassis I usually drive. I haven't driven OTK chassis or the Vortex engines ever before, so took a bit of getting used to there in Valencia. But I say, after yeah, we had a lot of practice. I'd say after a couple of days, it felt pretty natural again. But yeah, in general, I like the engines and the chassis. It's a bit different from driving X30, which I usually drive, with the engines, with braking points and where you should hit the gas, how much speed you need to carry. Slight adjustments, but I think it's fine.
This final round is obviously on home ground here in Kristianstad. What does it mean to represent Sweden at the Asum Ring, and how are you managing the extra emotion of a home event?
I think it's great. I love to be here in Sweden. I love Kristianstad. I drive here a lot, and it means a lot to be able to represent my country and actually be able to drive here in my country in one of these races. I think it's I'd say it's a big advantage for me to be able to drive on a track that I have this much experience on, because Kristianstad is one of the tracks I've probably driven hundreds, if not thousands, of laps on. So I'm expecting a big advantage compared to my competitors in this particular race round, just because of my home advantage and general experience on the track. I've been driving here since I was probably 7, maybe.
Well, Jonathan, we wish you the very best of luck this weekend, and have a safe drive out there.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, good catch up there with Jonathan Landstrom. Here's your grid for the first race for C and D. Alexis Genelay and Florent Planeta on the front row of the grid. Jonathan Landstrom on the second row with Oliver Kerg starting alongside. Siba Matoda of Japan and the UAE's Isa El Hamidi. Sebastian Grondel-Eels joins Jan Rodriguez on row number 4, with the first half of the field being Derek Wargo and Vanessa Schilkenator.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 6 is Oliver Hjordrup of Denmark alongside Flavio Cara of Belgium. From 7, it's Prokar Solokotsev with Nicholas Malero, who was stuck on the grid a moment ago, but I do think he has managed to get to the back of the field. 8th row, it's Daniel Schreier-Isa with Danish Chen. 9, Tiziano Antola, Maximiliano Gobbi. And rounding out your 10-row field, Ori Goldberg starts alongside Adam Reiberts.
Well, field heading into the tram lines now. We're looking at a good race start here. If the lights go out, will we be racing? The answer is yes. It is lights out and away, and fights on towards turn number 1. Good start there for Genelay, Landstrom and Matoda. That inside line there once again benefiting. A little sideways moment there for one driver in the background, but crucially keeping it in the straight line. Up the hill they go then for the start of this race. Still a good breakaway. You can see there Landstrom holding on to third. You can see how it's Simba Matoda who's got up into second place at the start of this one, but it is still Genelay who is under the race lead. Under investigation though is the 450 machine. Nicholas Malero, who has been caught potentially overtaking past that red line.
Yeah, well, Nicholas Malero, I can see his carts parked on the grid when these drivers were already completing their formation lap. So I think a bit of panic for Malero to try and get himself back into position, back onto that 7th row has come into play. He was potentially overtaken after that red line. In the background, overtakes happening. Straight line speed was good for one of the drivers further back. Out in the front, though, Alexis Genelay leads things. So starts, of course, pole position. Now goes into things in the front. Simba Matoda, P2. Jonathan Landstrom, the home hero, currently in that 3rd spot, chasing down fastest through that first sector. There's a nice little change further back. That's Sebastian Grondal-Eels now being taken by Oliver Kerg. Let's cast our minds back to Mülsen. Oliver Kerg, big contender out there. Big overtaker, I would say, as well. So Derek Wargo, 4 positions gained to be sat just ahead of that battle between Grondal-Eels and Oliver Hjordrup. Moves so far for Wargo, driver of the States, in towards the 14th and final corner. Genelay still leading. The extend his gap absolutely does from Simba Matoda.
Yeah, these two locked in a close fight for second place. They don't want to be tripping over each other, though. Hopefully they will find some common ground to work together to close that 3/10 gap on Genelay, who's further up the road. And I think we might be seeing that because Jonathan Landstrom, fastest lap of the race, is going to look to the inside there. Thought against it last moment, lost a bit of time, and Simba Matoda just says to, hey, let's go. We are closing. Let's not make any rash decisions over the course of this one. Big movers still throughout this, pushing forward. Solokotsev has gained 5 places, is there up into 8th place, so that's a good start. You can see how compressed the field still is going around that final turn here, as it really opens up, and still side-by-side moments because more moves happening as Daniel Miron gets up into 10th place. That is at the expense of Jan Rodriguez.
So Jonathan Landstrom, of course, is not in the fight with Lappa, Genelay and Planeta for a championship lead. Oh, big send down the inside. That's, of course, at turn number 5. But, you know, Anthony, this weekend for Landstrom, would you say actually he's under more pressure out here, trying to prove something, trying to prove that he's got the paces again in the background? Drivers getting a bit aggressive with each other as Flavio Cara and Vanessa Schilkenator staying a bit to each other. Oh, big boost up the back end there. Daniel Schreier-Eiser now going in. This time it's Al Hamidi who just drops position.
Yeah, full send moments there on lap number 4 of this race, and we'll keep a close eye on this battle as it does progress. And again, another attempt there for Flavio Cara, this time on Al Hamidi, and that is up into 13th place there. A good overtake into that final hairpin. That run down the inside. There is the long shot as it goes downhill, then back uphill over the crest there as they go through into the second of the hairpins. Turn 6, down the hill again in towards turn 7. Big, heavy braking zone here. And you can see from the tarmac lines there where that braking zone is quite early on, as it is a downhill moment. As again there, the moves. Sebastian Grondel-Eels in the fight right now. Kerg just ahead. Vargo just behind now, trying to close back through that battle. That is that second battle behind the leading trio right now. Kerg trying to just stay ahead of it as Florian Planeta is holding on just to the back of that train up ahead.
So Jonathan Landstrom, previous lap, was faster than the other drivers inside the top 5. So now you're seeing that track knowledge start to be deployed. It's that P3 currently. Did lose a couple of hundredths of a second over that first sector, but for Landstrom it's not the end of the world. He's still sat settled for P3 for now. He's got Philip Planeta just behind. Down the inside, turn number 7, Sebastian Grondel-Eels and Oliver Kerg now switches. Schreier-Eiser goes under investigation, losing another position again. Grondel-Eels, this time it's Vargo managing to get past. Vargo on the move once more. Did lose out after making up some positions at the start, but again is on that charge.
Yeah, this is good stuff in this infield battle, but of course, every overtake they do, they lose a little bit of time side by side out of the final turn, and gesticulations there happening between Solokotsev and Oliver Kerg, and those two, I can imagine, not too happy with each other with that side-by-side moment, and it continues to go side-by-side down in towards turn number 4 for multiple drivers here. Look to the inside, Jan Rodriguez on the charge, and this is Oliver Kerg just seemingly going backwards at this phase. Going to lose out multiple positions there. Hordrup and Schilkenator both getting through as well.
Well, halfway through this race, but it's absolutely not done and dusted for your field just yet. It's done not at all for Vanessa Schilkenator, still looking to get through, still looking at Rodriguez, has just switched out with Oliver Kerg. But for now, Schilkenator, of course, down the inside, there she goes. That's at turn number 14, gets past. That's a problem out there. That's a problem at the back. Nicholas Malero, the driver who's already suffering, being under investigation, now finds himself off the road, and he finds himself off the road with Maximiliano Gobbi.
Yeah, that was quite a strange one. Thankfully, they look like they both managed to keep their engines going, so it was a fast-paced incident there that didn't involve them actually going stationary at all. So in that instance, very lucky. That was in the entrance of turn number 6 that happened. Oh, that's a very artsy shot there. Someone needs to give the drone man a raise as he's working hard here at the Kristianstad circuit. Now, Genelay's lead, 1 second from Matoda now. That gap has opened up considerably here. Matoda has not been able to keep up with it. Landstrom still there in 3rd place from Planeta. Grondel-Eels there in 5th place. You can see starting to close in on that lead group. We could see a good fight for the battle inside the top 5.
Oliver Kerg, performance-wise here, Anthony, just not looking strong enough. Has gone down by 7 positions. We've not seen any big, issues for Kerg. Pace-wise, he's just not got the legs within this race. He's suffering a couple of tenths out there to the drivers ahead. I think those doors have opened, then he's lost that momentum, and that is why you've seen him reverse so far within this race. Eyes further up the field. This is still your fight that's trying to decide the drivers who are going for it. Derek Vargo now looking at Grandal Eels once more, is edging closer down the hill, will Barry plenty of speed. Drivers, of course, into that 14th and final corner will not open things up too much, because then it is a uphill battle when leading back onto the start-finish straight and back into that first corner. Vargo has not managed to light things up. Sebastian Grandal Eels not being pressured or threatened, despite Vargo actually just pulling out of his hair then to try and have a look, as again Niklas gets put under investigation. That is 2 within 1 race.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough trip to the stewards at the end of this race. Still Landstrom waiting to try and get a move here on Simba Matoda. Frustration, I can imagine, has kicked in over the course of this one. A driver who has said himself in interviews he's done thousands of laps around this circuit, knows it like the back of his hand, and right now find himself third, not at the front of here. I can imagine a little bit of frustration there. Will Landstrom get that move done before the end of this race, which is not long away here? We'll be going on to lap number 11 of this race at this moment as they head across the line. So keep a close eye on that one. Genelay leads 1.3 seconds from this fight here. Matoda and Landstrom in towards turn number 4. Looked like he was going to go for the move there, Nicole, but just a little bit later on the brakes.
Yeah, for Matoda, there it is. There. Oh, no, it's not. There was the attempt, but it wasn't quite enough there. For Landstrom there under some pressure indeed to try and claw back the pace after just costing himself almost a position to the driver behind as well, because Flynn at Planeta is not a million miles away. Genelay has been allowed to break away. It's 1.5 seconds of Swedish real estate that he has brought himself in towards the 14th and final. Genelay from Matoda and Jonathan Landstrom still have got time for Landstrom to chase back up and attempt things once more. There he is, this race leader of Genelay, who looks to replicate what we saw in your first race on Michael Zions, the lights to flag potentially.
And this will be absolutely vital for Genelay. If he can get ahead of Lappa in the points as well, he can close that gap down going into the championship point standings. Of course, he is second in the points with 99. He only sits 30 behind Lappa. So again, the best driver to try and take that fight to him. And he has shown some great pace here so far. Still, the battles rage on up and down the order. Still, the biggest mover in this race is Solokutsev, who's there in 7th place. 6 places gained over the course of it. And right now, still trying to gain even 1 or 2 more if he can. But he is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. On to now the last lap of this race. Genelay's lead, 1.9. Matoda and Landstrom seemingly backing off here, but Landstrom, I can imagine, will want to take 1 more position in this race if he can. He's already tried 1 attempt earlier on, but it's not worked out, and here the gap is still just that fraction larger than I think he would like at this stage. Still fights going on in the background here. The last attempts from drivers. Daniel Isa fighting away there with Flavio Cara for 12th, 13th and 14th place. Danish Chen in that fight as well. But Genelay at the front, clear by 2 seconds, is going to look at his first win of the weekend and tries to close down that championship fight at the end of this weekend. Genelay wins his first race of the weekend ahead of Matoda. Landstrom will finish 3rd from Planeta. Grandal Eels from Solokotsev finishing in 6th place. Hoogendoorn from Chilkanata, who rounds out the top 8. Wargo from Kara rounding out the top 10 at the end of a relatively calm race. And, well, if it's all credit where credit's due, Landstrom's now made the overtake, but it's after the checkered flag.
Alexis Genelay then says to Michael Zions indirectly, anything you can do, I can do better, because it's 2.1 seconds that he has crossed the line from. So that gap that Zions had earlier of 5 tenths over Albi Lappa has just been smashed out the park by Genelay. Good start for Genelay, who now, like you called it, Anthony, is looking to chase down on some points compared to the driver of Great Britain into Parc Fermé. These drivers will end things. They'll have now a long wait before we see them later on this afternoon for their second rotation of qualifying heats. Genelay from Simba Motoda, from Jonathan Landstrom. They are your 1, 2 and 3. A good start for all three drivers. Simba Motoda is your biggest mover inside of the top 3, of course, because both Genelay and Landstrom finished things where they started from. For Landstrom, you could maybe say a bit of a disappointment for that race. Didn't make up any positions, despite, of course, that experience he has around this circuit. Planeta and Grondal-Eels, they are the last drivers inside of your top 5. We then have Prokar Kudlosiev, Oliver Hjordrup, Vanessa Schilkinator, Derek Vargo and Flavio Cara inside of the top 10. Rodriguez, Kerg, Schreier Isa, Hamish Chen and Esa Al-Hamidi take you to your top 15. Rybits then up by 4 positions in the end. Tiziano Antola, Ori Goldberg and Nicholas Malero with Maximiliano Gobbi as your 20 drivers. All 20 drivers within qualifying heats and managed to finish.
Indeed, so relatively calm race in terms of that instance, but still a fair few warning flags and investigations going out. So that result may change. It is all provisional, but certainly I don't think provisional for the man who started on pole position, Alexis Genelay. What a race that was to kickstart the weekend. Strong from the word go, and really no pressure from the rest. Tough start there for Planeta. Wasn't really alongside there. Couldn't keep up that pace and did drop down in that order, but still finishing in a strong P4. No dramas really there. Simon Matoda, good start to his race as well. Up to second place, managing to stay there as well. Getting that overtake done on Jonathan Landstrom in the early doors. Landstrom did have 1 or 2 attempts at an overtake, but not managing to get it complete. There again, we continue to see the fighting all the way up and down the order. Jan Rodriguez having a tough race in that one, dropping down 3 places. The same for Oliver Kerg as well. Kerg looking strong at the start there, Nicole, but seemingly at the beginning to mid-pack, seemingly faded away there.
Yeah, for Kerg, it probably wasn't the halfway race distance that you would have wanted. Just started to reverse in towards turn number 7. That was a change. It was a change for Flavio Cara, making some moves, but for Cara, it wouldn't be enough in the end. It was only 2 positions that he managed to gain because you just saw overtaken at turn number 10. Would return things, would try and attempt things once more. The Belgian driver then ending up in P10 as just ahead. This is the stage we saw the switches, the names at the front. In towards that second sector, again, you would see those changes go on quite thick and fast for your field at this stage. Also, in the background, drivers like Ori Garberg and Nicholas Malero would start to get quite fiery with each other. This was that moment, turn number 14, where you saw big frustration out there. It was big frustration, of course, for Oliver Kerg. Just went up the bank, and at that point is where he lost those 8 positions. And at that point, you could again see that frustration. And you could see him aware of it as well. He had that head over the shoulder moment to say, okay, where is everybody around me? How do I make sure that I don't lose out on any more? Vanessa Schilkinator did light things up. And this was the boiling point of that battle between Goldberg and Malero that forced them both off the circuit.
Now, I said that was on the entrance to turn 6. I think that actually happened out of turn 12, and they've rejoined back on that same part of the track where they came off. So, very interesting moment there. Last lap brought last lap overtakes, and they came in thick and fast up and down the order. Flavio Cara there with a last lap lunge on Jan Rodriguez as the checker flag would go out to Alexis Genelay, the driver from Switzerland, able to try and close that gap up in that championship fight. Well, that is the Academy Trophy done and dusted for their first rotation of races. They'll be back out later on today for their second qualifying heat. We turn our attention over to the main classes here now this weekend. The European Championship for Junior and OK, the title deciding weekend. And here you can see the action at the front. Stan Ratajski, who is on that front row, has decided to switch sides of the grid, and we caught up with him after time qualifying.
Stan, firstly, congratulations, because this is the first polling group for you at this level. Being able to say that at the last round, how does it feel?
Really good, obviously. I saw that in my fastest lap I make 5.6, I think. I was obviously happy because I know it was a really fast lap, but I know I couldn't make the pole overall. So, yeah, really happy.
And tell us, Stan, you look like you've been going much quicker since a recent team change. For you, would you say that's one of the parts to play in why you're so quick so far this week?
Of course, but it's also a lot of work with the team. And yeah.
And let's talk about the heats that we'll go into. You're going to see drivers at the front like Daniel Miron. We've got Oskari Volley up there as well. They're two quick drivers. How are you going to maybe play that one out throughout the heats and deal with big names?
I really drive with them and mini, so it's not new for me. But yeah, I know they're really strong, really clever. So it's going to be really difficult.
Well, indeed. But Stan, like we said, within your group, pole overall, great job out there.
Thank you.
Second fastest driver at the end of time qualifying for Standardized, but he started on pole position and pole for groups B and F, and they have switched sides of the grid. Palacio now on the inside line, but still joins from that front row of the grid. Priam Bruno and Alexander Lazarus, strong results for them yesterday, never been outside the top 5. They go from row 2. Manu Nuvolini and Austin Newstead, identical results for these two, 6th and 3rd for both of them. Harry Williams and Matvey Durganov, they go from row number 4. They will see Troy Ferguson, a DNF yesterday, has put him backwards in the points. Can he fight back in this one with Ed Pinsonia starting alongside? Atika Mir and Henrik Kunsten Kumpin, they go from row number 6. Matic Saric and Elton Hedford's locking out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8, it's Alexander Legenki, who needs a good race after a DNF earlier on. Same could be said, who's starting alongside with Nicholas Guff. From row number 9, Liam Nachuate, again a DNF for the driver of the USA, and he's starting alongside Alessandro Cho. 10th row, Julian Frasnelli, quite far back compared to where you would expect the driver of Tony Kart. He's starting alongside Novella Morales, who was one of the first within your field to deploy some new tyres. Row number 11, Alexandra Point and Akil Ray. Same for Akil Ray, new tyres on board. 12th row, Aurelien Lemaire and Jason Cosmopoulos, with row number 13, including Oliver Veterata and Jan Garzelik. So, interesting setup for your drivers on that 11th and 10th row. Both, of course, from the same team, both going new rubber. And I would say, Anthony, maybe the decision has been made because they've both had DNFs earlier on?
Yeah, I would think so. These drivers here, in this early stage, if they can deploy the tyres early, they might find themselves in a better situation than later on in the weekend where it gets a little bit busier. But let's see what happens. As oh dear, there's a bit of drama going on in the background there. I think that was Novella Morales just into the back of Alessandro Truchot as they try to get started. We are not racing. It is a false start. The field there just out of form, and I think Novella Morales has already picked up a nose cone issue there. That nose is dropping down quite a bit, and there we can see race director for this weekend, Pasquale Lupoli, sending them round again, not happy with that start. And Ben Soderberg there, the clerk of the course, just having a quick word with him also about that start. So we are going around again. At this moment, intermediate classifications for the juniors is as followed. Strong points at the moment for Daniel Miron and Gianni Giardello. Both of them 100 points to their name. Both of them with 2 race wins under their belts. There, Gonzalo Planta out on the track. Third driver of the points currently, as it stands, is Standardized. Those 2 second places for him have put him in a really strong position.
Spin in the background then, self-inflicted moment for one of the drivers who has just gone backwards onto the grass, has got back into things. Can't quite work out just yet which driver has done that to themselves. Potentially Jan Garzelik, because it does look like an energy out there.
So, I mean, they've all gone through that second sector.
He has
at a
carried
recent
on.
date. Yeah, they've all gone through, but I couldn't see a slower time, really, because they're all going quite slow. So hard to pin that one out. But he is back in formation and at the back of the grid, and it does look like that could be Jan Garzelik. So at least he didn't have to gain any places past that red line. So all back in position. Right then, second attempt then for a race start. Will we be going this time around? We wait to see if those lights go out, and they do go out. We are racing towards turn 1. Strong start for Stan Rajajski on that outside line. That has benefited Lazarus, Newstead and Durganov. At the start of that race, 3 karts taken to the grass at the very start, as absolutely loaded there in towards turn 4, and through down the inside goes the other of those Ricky Flynns. That is Matvey Derganov with a great start, but they're 3 wide up in the top section. Off the road goes Priam Bruno. He rejoins in the background. They're 3 wide heading into turn 7 for the first time, and it's one of the wards that goes off the road and is going to rejoin at a completely different part of the circuit, right in front of the rest of them, and that is a suboptimal way of getting through that part of the lap. That, I believe, possibly, well, I'm not too sure, well, someone who went purple, possibly the likes of Pitsonia or Atika Mir.
Change for the lead, team change for the lead, but he's going to reattempt it on the exit of the corner. Stan Ratajski, and of course, at the front now, Henry Constant Kumpen has come through, making it an RFM 1, 2 and 3. Constant Kumpen absolutely read everybody else at that first couple of corners like a book, has jumped to the front and now leads round with his 2 teammates just behind. Maybe not for too much longer down the inside. Here comes Stan Ratajski back into things, side by side. Oh, Palacio gets muffled out by Derganov.
Yeah, Derganov there making that cut very wide on the exit of turn 7. That's what he was trying to say on this one. Palacio will not be happy with that one as he goes wheel to wheel now with Lazarus and Newstead just further back in that field. So at the moment it's a Ricky Flynn 1, 2, 3 at this stage of the race, but will that be changed around by those drivers in the background as they exit out of the final turn back over the start-finish straight? It's a clear breakaway now for your top running drivers in those top 6 places. Then you've got the 7th place battle further back, which is led by Newstead, Nuvolini, Williams and Hedfors, who are fighting in that one. As that now has kicked off, that looks like it was Newstead taking to the grass there as he rejoins in the background. It's Nuvolini that has now stepped up into the lead of that group. No changes here between the 3 teammates. It's still Ratajski who leads the way, but here comes Derganov now down the inside. Palacio and Lazarus take the moves in the background as well, past Priam Bruno, who's stepping up the field here, and it's all kicking off. I just don't think we're going to see the end of this race anytime soon.
Well, it's going well for the 3 RFMs at the front, but it's not going well now for the 4th who's out there. Liam Natuate is done and dusted within this race. The second time this weekend, he will have a DNF within qualifying heat. Out the front though, his teammates aren't bothered. Still in those top 3 spots, have now separated out slightly. Stan Ratajski 0.6 of a second from Constant Kumpen. Of course, we've got Derganov that separate those drivers out there. Priam Bruno looking settled, has got the Paralin just behind. Lazarus now under some pressure by Palacio. For Palacio, that very start was the Achilles heel, and I'd say the tactic by Stan Ratajski to switch those sides at the start is what caused a struggle in towards that second corner, as well in the background. Change for the Tony Karts trying to push through.
Dramatic call has been made in this race. Straight black flag for Antonio Pitsonia, who is going to be disqualified from this race. He is currently circulating in 25th place. He is on a downwards trajectory. I suspect it is the Ward Racing driver who cut over the track in this race and went from turn 7 all the way to turn 10 on this race. And unfortunately, his race is going to be over. There is your current intermediate classification as it stands. Ratajski with 1:38 now would take the lead of the points. He is looking at his first qualifying heat win of the weekend as it stands. But there's still a long way to go. We're only half race distance of this one. Let's see what happens here as drivers now heading down into that third and final sector once more. You can see how they're all concertinaed up. Every time you see one of those overtakes, it backs the field up, and that's what brings all the fighting that we are seeing. And now we're seeing the likes of Nuvolini catching up to Williams, Lazarus, Palacio in that fight as they exit out of that final turn and through. Here's the start of that race. Here is the action of that moment downing towards turn 7. You can see now the side-by-side moments. There is Pitsonia off the road, and it's this moment here that I think has brought that black flag out. He has missed not only turn 8, and turn 9. He has rejoined at turn 10, missing half of the lap, and race directors not happy with that decision.
So nice move down the inside. Teams getting involved with each other. That's Frasnelli making the most there of headfirst getting through. Of course, Julian Frasnelli was caught out in time qualifying, did not get that lap in. Now, there's a long way to go this weekend. now has a new name ahead of him for Frasnelli. He's looking at Elton headfirst, the driver who actually just did him a favour of 2. Frasnelli's going to have a look down the inside, but he's going to be defended by heavily. Now finds himself filling within a Paralin sandwich in towards turn number 5. These are your drivers who are further back, but are inside of your top 10. Frasnelli cannot manage to stick that nose down the inside just yet. Over his shoulder, head first looks. Here comes Frasnelli. Frasnelli gets the job done, puts his elbows out to have some of that, but he's going to leave the door open. He's going to look ahead and think, uh-oh, I've just let Alexander Lazarus back through.
He certainly has. So 2 retirements in this race. Liam Nashwati and Antonio Pizzonia out of this race, as Truchot is under investigation now for causing a collision down the inside. Henrik Constantin back into 3rd place. Brian Bruno going backwards here. He won't be too happy with that one as they continue to push forward. Still Ratajski then leading the way from Derganov, and now Kumpin back to 3rd place. Bruno will have another attempt at that one. Palacio, Williams, Nuvolini now calming down as side by side over the line here. Oiventata, Aurelien Lemaire, Alexandre Point going wheel to wheel through turn 1. Great stuff, but the Tony Kart driver is going to lose out massively here. Venturata trying to get forward, seemingly falling back at that stage.
So drivers, of course, did deploy some new tyres. Oh, here comes Brian Bruno again. He's having none of it when it comes to the battle with him and Henry Constant Kumpen. Chopped and changed. They've switched positions 3 times, but the victory lane gets through once more. So, of course, points-wise, he's sitting strong and he's matching Matvei Derganov, who's now looking at ahead of him on the road. Couple laps left to go. More drivers being put under investigation. This time it's for drivers further back. This time it's for Alessandro Truchot. Call it there. Anthony Truchot finding himself in hot water. Stan Ratajski, though, 2 P2s yesterday. Now can be in for number 1. It's a bit of a problem for his teammate. He's currently sat P2 on the road. Matvei Derganov finds himself under investigation, potentially causing a collision. We did see some big battles. We did see a lot of drama at the start. Derganov is now being looked at.
It certainly is. Williams and Palacio there, 5th and 6th. They're trying to get involved in the fight. As speaking of getting involved in the fights, we're seeing plenty of that further down in the field here. This is a little further down in the battles. Nicholas Guth, Alexander Legenki, Jason Cosmopoulos fighting away for position. The CRG, the CL Racing Team driver, and the DPK Racing driver as well. Alessandro Truchot's just got the move done on Navarro Morales as well. That is the 17th place as this race now goes on to the last lap. Ratajski's lead 0.8 of a second and looks absolutely fine from the rest of the field. Derganov's race here has been absolutely strong as well. 6th places gained, but of course is under investigation. Got to give, though, driver of the race on this one, Henry Constantin, at the start of that race, 11 places gained at the very beginning to put himself into P4. Really strong getaway, but not taking any credit away from Julian Frasnelli, who's gained 10 places, and either Aurelien Lemaire, who's gained 9 places in this race, and Alexandre Point gaining 6.
Yeah, for Henry Constant Kumpen, I would say at the start took his brain out, just said, don't think about this one, hang it round the outside, have some bravery, and did just that. Did make up 11, however has now lost in the background. Drivers still trying to decide who's going to be the last ones inside of the top 20. Morales, Cosmopoulos, Legenki. There he is, Stan Ratajski. Yesterday it was P2s. Today takes qualifying heat his first qualifying heat win of the FIA season on this last weekend, with of course brand new team for this event. Ratajski makes it a P1 ahead of his teammate of Matvei Derganov in 2nd. Derganov under investigation, but 6 places gained. He will still be happy with that one. The last driver inside of your top 3 being Priam Bruno, who had a settled race, I'd say, out there, Anthony. Started in 3rd and rounds out those laps in that same spot. Yep, for
Ratajski then, that adds now his first win of the weekend. Julian Frasnelli, though, the biggest mover in that race. From 19th to 9th, a gain of 10. Be very happy with that one as the field makes their way back to Parc Fermé. Everything checked over and ready for their next races later on today. It'll be a little wait before we see groups B and F back out onto the circuit. That won't be for quite some time, but we look forward to seeing what will happen as there is your top 3 at the end of that race. And there you can see all 3 different race suits, all 3 now with Ricky Flynn. Rest of the results there on your screen with Kumpen finishing in P4 ahead of Harry Williams. Palacio taking P6 out of Manny Nuvolini. Alexander Lazarus and Julian Frasnelli, that biggest mover, into 9th place from Elton Hedfords, who rounds out the top 10. Newstead from Ferguson, Zanic from Lemaire, Alexandre Point rounds out the top 15 from Atika Mir, Alessandro Truchot from Navala Morales, Jason Cosmopoulos and Alexander Legenki, Nicholas Good from Achille Ray, Jan Galdzielik and Oiva Metarata, who rounds out the 24-kart field, the 2 retirements, and Tony Pizzoni with that black flag, and Niam Nashuati with that disaster right at the beginning. But there, your race winner, Stan Ratajski, all good for the field, and you can see now the technical checks underway after that race, and here's your highlights.
Well, some good moments for the drivers, and I would say actually the best moments were at that race start, especially for the Ricky Flynns. So in towards that first corner, everything was controlled by Stan Ratajski. Did back up Lucas Palacio with that tactic to switch sides of the grid. Held on to things, Palacio over the grass, rejoined, and of course had to hang it round the outside. Big boots for Stan Ratajski by Alexander Lazarus actually forced both of them wide and allowed the opportunity to open up for Henry Constant Kampen and for Matvei Derganov. Keep an eye on Kampen. Over and skywards for Palacio. Again gets muscled out round the outside. Priam Bruno is going to have to hold things slightly. 11 places at this point for Constant Kampen. There he is on the right-hand side. He looks at Palacio. He looks at his 2 teammates hugging that tighter line and actually holding up the rest of the field. Hangs it round the outside as Antonio Pizzonia is that driver at turn number 7 to get forced slightly wide to keep his foot in, cut a lot of the track, and would end up with a black flag. Final corner, Ratajski and Henry Constant Kampen would say hello to each other slightly. Of course, Matvei Derganov was involved in that one as well, but they would give each other that space. And it was at turn number 6 that Ratajski went back down the inside of his teammates and held on to the race lead for the rest of things. Nuvolini had to get involved and had to, for the time being, be in the middle of a Forza battle. That, of course, was Palacio being involved in that one. Harry Williams, the McLaren driver, as well, in towards turn number 7. This was the switch there for Matvei Derganov and for Henry Constant Kampen that would then maybe ruin some of those positions gained for Constant Kampen and feed him into Priam Bruno, who you could see get past Lucas Palacio at turn number 14. Lazarus would light things up, but Lazarus would later on reverse within that race as Julian Frasnelli would get involved. In the background, some of the Fusions would have quite a busy race as well. Alexandra Points, who made up 6 positions in the end, and it was with Atika Mir and Aurelien Lemaire that he ended up battling with. There's Williams down the inside, would follow through on Palacio, would get past Lazarus as other drivers would put their elbows out. Elton Hedfords, for the time being, was one of those drivers. Went wheel to wheel there with Julian Frasnelli. Frasnelli doing a bit of wheel bashing with the other Paralympian involved of Hedfords. Would try and get past, but would actually widen things up too much. Say, well, Alexander Lazarus, where did you come from?
Priam Bruno there, those last few overtakes to try and secure 3rd place, to which he did in the end, as over the line. Stan Ratajski, first win on track this weekend, will now lead the intermediate classifications with 138 points to his name, ahead of Priam Bruno and Matvei Derganov, who are joint now on 118 points apiece. Well, plenty of action coming ahead for the field as we turn our attention over to the senior class now for groups B versus F. There will be the next class out onto the track, which will see 2 qualifying heat winners so far this weekend in the form of William Kalija and Davide Battaro on the front row of the grid. Kalija, of course, leading the points. He's got 100 points, 2 wins out of 2. He's looking for a 3rd here. Davide Battaro, a win and a 4th. Very strong. We caught up with William Kalija after time qualifying as he went 2nd fastest overall.
William, great job out there, pole in group. Not overall, but it's still a good result for you. Coming into this final round of the championship, you're not in contention, but did that actually make you a little bit more competitive, would you say? Do you feel like you've got nothing to lose at this stage?
Well, I mean, we want to aim for the best result possible. I mean, saying that there's nothing to lose is a bit of an understatement, but I think surely, despite that, even though we're not in the championship, it's important that we do the best job we can, and pole obviously is great, so we just see how we go throughout the weekend.
And throughout that session itself, it was between you and Benjamin Magnac, which were your 2 quickest drivers. Different teams, but same chassis. What is it about the kart itself that works so well around this circuit? Because we've seen both of you up there quite consistently.
Yeah, well, obviously the Paradigm chassis is proven to be very well on this circuit. I think just the way the chassis flexes around the hairpins and the fast corners as well just works really well. And obviously even the satellite teams have gotten their way around the setup, and especially us, the factory team, we've gotten very well with the pace. So.
And William, I want to ask you another question at this early stage. This weekend, for 4 seniors in the field, a lot of is at stake. We've got Hoogendoorn, Baglin, Schaufler and Drummond as well. For you, what do you anticipate the racing to be like this week?
Well, it's going to be pretty chaotic, I'm sure. All of them trying to get the best result as they can. I'll just be the one watching them all, seeing how they do, and just see who comes out on top. The best man wins. So.
But of course, for you, great result going into this so far. Like we said, in group pole position.
Thank you.
So, field making their way out onto the track. William Kalijah on that front row of the grid joined Davide Bottaro, both of these having race wins under their belts. Who will take it this time around? Kristianstad and Pradir on that second row of the grid will be joined by Emiliano Hernandez and Filippo Sala, who have both suffered a DNF so far this weekend. Olivier Ricini has suffered a DSQ this weekend. He'll start alongside Teresa Babich-Kova, Evan Purcell and Oliver Kinmark going from row number 5. They'll see Christian Alexanderus and Jiao Fui on row number 6. Lev Krutzelov and Asher Oshdin will be fighting to get inside that top 10 in this one. They round out the first half of the field.
Row number 8 sees a certain Zac Drummond, one of your championship contenders. Of course, he's starting alongside Jackie Kaunek. Your 9th row sees Nikita Botta alongside Louis Bazare, and from 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Matej van Kerkhoff and Francisco Roca. From the 11th row backwards, lots of drivers suffering difficult days yesterday. Malcolm Alel and Nefeli Cosmopoulos being 2 of those. We then get to row number 12, where Eric Bondarov is housed alongside Joe Turney. He rounded out his day yesterday with a P12 and a P10, so not too bad for Turney indeed. 11th row is Czechia's Daniel Pokorny with William Kim, and then from 14, Musada Al-Wassam sees Gavin Adam. 15 rows in total, Francois Cadal, 29 drivers within your field for your first senior qualifying heat of the day. It's groups B versus F. You called it a moment ago there, Anthony William Kalijah yesterday, 2 out of 2 qualifying heat wins. But Davide Bottaro did manage a qualifying heat win, so I would say within this one, it's probably your most reliable to try and stop Kalijah in that winning path and making it a hat-trick. He has taken a P1, but he also reversed slightly yesterday in his last moments of the day, where he couldn't better at more than a P4.
Yeah, indeed. So there you can see the field heading into the final corners now. Hopefully it should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, to which they are getting gridded up now for Kalijah and Bottaro. Front row of the grid for this one. Bottaro looked so quick yesterday, but so did Kalijah. This could be an ultimate fight then between these two on the front row of the grid. As we enter those trap lines, it is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. It is a good start for Kalijah and Kristianstad. Bottaro will have to settle for 3rd place at the start of this race. Down the hill they go. Again, 1 or 2 cuts wide onto the grass. There's a big look down the inside there. For I think that was Thomas Pradir trying to gain those places in the early stage. No. Maybe even Teresa Babich-Kova trying to gain those places in the early phase. Side-by-side rotations in the background. 2 carts going no further. Both of them wild carts. Eric Bondarov and Malcolm Alel go no further.
It was a good start there for Teresa Babich-Kova. Instantly got onto that line through turns 1 and 2. Now finds herself trying to push through on the field at front, and actually is looking at Davide Bottaro, your driver who started P2 but has dropped down. Sala now down the inside, so Babich-Kova having to lose a position, but your front pack includes Kalijah, Christian, Pradir, Hernandez, Bottaro, Sala, Babich-Kova. Sini is not too far away, but of course for Olivier Sini yesterday, spanner in the works for him, was disqualified within qualifying heat. Now has got a lot of work to do. Did have a P6 yesterday, so is capable of running inside of that top 10. Kalijah feeling dry for now. In towards turn 7, no challenge for him, but a challenge on for Thomas Pradir. Now loses out to Hernandez.
Yep, Hernandez now says to focus and push forward. And that is exactly what I'm sure they're going to try and do on this one. Kristianstad just ahead, who is only 0.8 of a second behind William Kalijah right now, who is looking at his 3rd qualifying heat win. Davide Bottaro not having the start he would have wanted there. Of course, stuck on that outside line, but I think, did he just make a move there into that final corner? I think he may have done. Bottaro down the inside of Pradir, but Pradir's back down the inside. And here comes Filippo Sala. He's going to try and retake that one. He does successfully do so. And again, remember that Sala had a DNF yesterday. Every race today is vital for him to get a good result, and he is going for those overtakes once again down the inside of Thomas Pradir, and that is a change now for 4th place.
This is not going away for Davide Battaro, is not looking strong. Loses 2 positions on the exits of turn number 7 for Battaro. The Lenovo Calicart driver who's just lost out to Sini, and Purcell looks to try and get ahead as well. Purcell in that Forza towards turns 13, edges closer. This is the fight, this is the pressure for Battaro, this is the change. Purcell gets past.
Stuff there, back onto the start-finish straight they go. Still side-by-side action here as they still kick off. Kinmark, Battaro, Krutulov fighting away here on that field, but no stress for them as they head down into that one. Battaro under massive pressure once again, just leaves the door open and is allowing everyone to go for those moves. Kinmark and Krutulov both getting past. Not sure what's happened to Battaro overnight, but that car just doesn't seem settled. That's another one down the inside. Xiaofui, the wild card, up into P11.
Yeah, looking at Davide Battaro, pace-wise, he's lacking massively. He's been overtaken like there's no tomorrow. For Davide Battaro, is the question, is he being outraced, or is there some sort of setup issue?
Thomas Pradir.
Issues. Well, Pradir was out the front. Now he is out. The Tony Kart driver parked miles away from turn number 7, and will conclude this race sat in the marshal post. Battaro, though, is this the case? Is there mechanical faults? Is there some sort of pace fault? Or is he genuinely just being outdone by the drivers around?
So just to keep you updated on that timing tower, it is still Kalija who is leading the way as those fresh overtakes coming in thick and fast. Trying to close in on the battles happening as, now Kristianstad under massive amounts of pressure. Oh, this is a bit further down, Babichkova as well having moments, but we saw those overtakes in that early phase of the race, and Sini getting the move done. Kristianstad still holding on to 2nd place, but 1.8 seconds further down the order. There you can see Battaro still in the middle of that fight. But still keeping his eyes clear as he now makes the move on the fighting in the background. Babichkova out of that train, and on the outside line through turn 1, Drummond will squeeze through as well. Not only 1 but 2. Goes wheel to wheel there with Xiaofui, who rejoins the exit and gets, unceremoniously nerfed out of the way through turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, for Drummond needs to be careful here, of course. Qualifying didn't go his way. He's got a long way to go within these qualifying heats. Penalties could ruin things for Drummond, could cost him massively points because he's driving around with a name in his mind as well. He's thinking about Baglin, and he's probably thinking about Baglin's win yesterday. In towards turns 13 and 14. This is Christian, then, and Filippo Sala. So for Sala, DNF yesterday, as well as a result, of course, in strong suit, did stay inside the top 5 in that first qualifying heat. So he's now looking at the Alpine driver. Now got Alpine versus Ferrari in towards turn number 5. Drivers can do it then through that 5th corner, but for Sala, thinks against it. The Charles Leclerc driver, the lone Charles Leclerc driver within this field, in towards turn number 6. Again, sits settled. Probably thinking about Emiliano Hernandez behind it, because Hernandez, I would say, pace-wise here, Anthony, is not to be underestimated whatsoever.
No, indeed. Here's the Kristianstad and Sala battle. That is a change for 2nd place. Sala down the inside has slowly closed in over the course of these 7 laps, and now takes P2 away. This will be a very well-needed result for Filippo Sala after that DNF in that 2nd race. P4 in the first one, so looking at his best result so far over the course of this weekend, and is already broken away from Kristianstad. 2.4 seconds is the gap between himself and Kalija. I don't think he needs to push too hard to try and close that one.
No, for Sala there, you just saw a carb adjustment for him, so he's on the limit of things within this race. Of course, for him and Christian, there was always going to be a slight advantage. For Sala, slight fresher tyre because of the DNF. Probably why you're seeing just the pace gap between the Tony Kart and the Charles Leclerc down the inside. This time, Drummond on Battaro. Battaro losing yet another position to make it from 7 to 8. Drummond looking up. He's under investigation, and I think it's fair to say we'd expect that one. And I would say that's through that moment, turn number 5.
Yeah, that is a really tough pill to swallow for Drummond, especially when he's in that title fight. He doesn't want incidents like that over the course of this qualifying heat phase. He needs to have calm, controlled races throughout it. Over the line day, you can see the trains forming in. There, Joe Turney just going through shot behind Schaufler. 11 places gained. Tough qualifying for Joe, and is once again returning to the championship. We see him dip in and dip out as he pleases this season, and showing an 11th place gain now. Try and push his way forward. There, down the inside, is Evan Purcell on Olivier Sini. That is for 5th place, and that's a nice little overtake, and I think well needed, because Lev Krutilov was closing in. I think didn't want to deal with Lev Krutilov, who's been very fast this season.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Purcell and Sini, that's who you're looking at right now. Krutilov looking strong as well into a 7:14. Strong indeed. Here comes the Lion. Lev through on Sini, and of course for Krutilov, this is one of his circuits. Cast your mind back to the World Championships last year, where it went incredibly well indeed for the driver of Ukraine and Energy Course. In towards the first couple of corners, actually halfway now under investigation for cutting the track. That could do Joe Turney a favour. It
could, and that investigation couples together quite nicely with the investigation for Zac Drummond, of course. They were side by side, Schaufler off the road as he goes down the inside there on Kinmark. And then when they got down into turns 4 and 5, then more contact was made between them. So, both of those drivers heading to the stewards after this race, and they'll have to try and explain themselves over the course of it. But that is now a 7th-place gain for Drummond, as he tries to now have to deal with what potentially could be quite damaged limitations for him at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely so. So after this one, Drummond will have 2 qualifying heats left to go to try and claw something back compared to Hoogendoorn, Schaufler and Baglin when thinking about those standings. For now, within this race, still got a little bit more time potentially to look at Sini, Krutilov and Purcell just ahead, if those 3 drivers, if that trio, try and battle it out. Kinmark looking strong as well this weekend then, Anthony. You know, results for Kinmark so far have been up there, other than that DNF. He has got that pace. Right now, he has maybe got the tyre to go back in on Drummond. At the front though, Kalija 1.1 seconds clear, has got that gap to Sala, who has broken away from Christian, could in a moment's time actually be dealing with Hernandez.
I think he could as well, and that gap quite closing considerably. Hernandez, who just fell backwards a little bit early on in the race, has reconvened himself and is pushing forward now once more, as there through goes Drummond, Kinmark and Bataro. That is the tail end of the top 10 at the moment, and more battles just happening ahead and behind them right now. Let's keep a close eye on that. There is Teresa Babichkova now with Joe Turney down the inside. Gets that move done. Schaufler following through as well. And again, Bazare and Van der Kerkhoff involved. And Van der Kerkhoff not going to be able to claim those positions just yet. He's going to try and get the up and under here on Babichkova, who is at this moment just trying to hold on here to a decent result, and he's going to lose out on that one. Now here is going to be Christian Alexander-Urs just behind, who's also going to try and get that move done, and has done so. Nikita Bott also now will try and get the move done, and does so. So Teresa Babichkova now trying to push back through this field, but it's down 9 places into P17. Last lap board is out, and William Kalija at the front, clear by 1.3 seconds. I can imagine now he's backing off on this last lap, cooling the tyres down, saving them as much as he can, but of course not wanting to cool them too much down, because of course Sala and Christian are only 1.3 and 1.7 seconds behind. But I think with the couple of corners remaining, this is looking at a 3rd qualifying heat win for William Kalija. This is great results for him. He's 5th in the standings. He's not eligible to take the championship win at the end of this one, but he can certainly try and stand on the top step of the podium at the end of this weekend. Kalija will take the win over the line, his 3rd of the weekend ahead of Sala. Christian from Hernandez ahead of Purcell. Krutilov will take P6 from Sini. Drummond in 8th from Kinmark, and Bataro, who will round out the top 10 at the end of that race. Biggest mover is just outside the top 10. Joe Turney, 13 places gained, and he has done that every single race so far this weekend. He has constantly been pushing through after that tough qualifying to get him back to the front. Kalija, though, has been the dominant force this weekend, but he is not the only dominant force, of course, in the senior category. You have to remember, Henry Domain so far has had 2 wins and could take the fight to him as well. There's your top 3, Kalija, Sala and Christian at the end of that qualifying heat B versus F. The top 10 we have gone over. Joe Ten, of course, 11th place being that biggest mover. Banzre in 12th place from Schaufler. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff from Christian Alexanderus. Nikita Bott from Teresa Babičková. Daniel Picorni from Jakub Kamenek. Asher Osteen running at the top 20. To Francois Cadal, William Kim and Gavin Adam, who all gain places in that one. 8th, 4th and 5 places apiece. Sanasi Korocha finishing in 24th place ahead of Nefeli Kosmopoulos. 25th, and Musad Ahmed Al-Bassam rounding out the top 26 finishers. The retirements, Thomas Pradir, Malcolm Malel and Eric Bondarov, who we saw collide in that first lap incident, and then Pradir a little later on in the race. There is your race winner. 3 out of 3 for William Kalesia, the Australian, looking like one of the favourites this weekend.
Yeah, so a hat-trick for Kalesia then, as well as a pole in group. Couldn't ask for too much more of the driver of Australia for the time being, but we'll be watching from the sidelines, like you said there, Anthony, at what the MP of Henry Domain can achieve in his qualifying heat later on. At the start then, Davide Butaro was muscled out at the race start, was overtaken by 3 karts at that very first moment, as this was the stage in the background that Malcolm Malel and Eric Bondarov was lost. In towards the final corner, Sala managed to make the move stick on Teresa Babičková, who would then have to deal with the rest of the field behind. Hernandez would get through, and he would get through on Thomas Pradir. They would go side by side, wheel to wheel, but Hernandez would say, follow me, I've got this one in the bag. Down the inside, Butaro would, for the time being, start to return things slightly. He would try and attempt something on Thomas Pradir, but it would not be enough. Sala would find his way through, and he would find his way through at turn number 6. A move done there on the Tony kart, who, like we said, would later be lost. Evan Purcell had a relatively settled race of 4 places gained, deployed some patience, as Krutulov had to quite aggressively try and shift across that start-finish straight to look at the drivers ahead, like Purcell. Krutulov managed to make the move stick on Davide Butaro. Sala would make the move stick on Emiliano Hernandez at the front, as this was the point that the Tony kart would find his hopes ruined. Down towards turn number 7, big sends for drivers like Sini, who would bolt away from the field, but would later find himself under investigation as G Healthway was being looked at for cutting the track. Down towards turn number 5, Drummond got quite aggressive, is under investigation, but settled back down through turn number 7 as he then led that kart and led that battle, which included Babičková once more. Sala down the inside, and this was the switch we saw for P2. Christian lost out, but fresher rubber would have benefited the driver of Italy. Turn number 7 was the opportunity for Zac Drummond to get past Davide Butaro, and Davide Butaro let him have it, as this was the stage further back. And drivers like Francisco Roca would find themselves dropping a wheel. Purcell managed to make the move stick, and he did it on Sini. He did it on G Healthway earlier on in the race as well, as did Lev Krutulov. Got past Sini, one of your brand new drivers into the senior field. Kinmark, the VDK, would lose out, and he would lose out to Drummond, as Turney, late in the race, last lap, would make the move stick on Teresa Babičková, who would then slightly run wide and just suffer a couple of positions lost. But all whilst that unfolded, it was a gap of 1.2 seconds for William Kalesia, who was unbothered by the Italian and the Canadian just behind.
Yeah. Strong race there then for Seniors B versus F, as the live aerial views there from Parc Ferme, which they shouldn't really film, is getting themselves sorted out at the end of this race, of course, as they square themselves away. So we'll turn our attention back over to the junior category. Groups C versus E will be the next one heading out onto the track. This one will see another double heat winner so far. Giulio Girardello on that front row of the grid as he gets ready for the start of this race. We'll be joined by Xavier Lazaro on the front row of the grid. They have switched sides, however, and Giulio Girardello once again going for that favourable outside line that he's been enjoying so far this weekend.
Yeah, it has indeed, but I'd also maybe question if this is the case to try and benefit his teammate of Xavier Lazaro as well. So, Giulio Girardello, of course, is on that pole position because he was fastest in group yesterday. Let's hear what he had to say.
Giulio, first qualifying group of the day, first pole sitter within group of the day. For you got 3 laps. Some big names out there only managed 2. So when you crossed the line and knew that you were being given that extra opportunity, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I was quite lucky because in the start, everyone was waiting. And I think everyone got a warning flag for waiting. And yeah, I just go up ahead with my teammate. And yeah, we got through. I passed when I was like 1 second maybe. And yeah, I was really lucky to do the one last lap. I took out 2:10, so I'm really happy about it.
And Joeli, this is our fourth and final event on the FIA European Championship calendar. For you, does it mean a little bit more knowing that you're on pole position within your group so far, knowing that this is sort of the last opportunity?
I think we did great progress all the year because we were always up the front. The team was working great every race. I think I was doing my best. Yeah, obviously I was trying my best, but yeah, everything was perfect. Also now everything was perfect. Also last week we were really fast, unfortunately for the quali. But yeah, this time we are halfway through with a good position in quali, so I'm really happy about it. Thank you so much.
Good words there from Joeli Girardello, who has so far taken that pole to 2 qualifying heat wins as he switches the front row of the grid with Xavier Lazaro, who has also taken a race win in his first race, but did suffer a penalty in that second race to finish in P11. But they've started on the front row of the grid once again in this one. Antoine Venard joins Rocco Simoni on row number 2. They will see then Will Green and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row number 3. Been good results for the Brit in there. 2 third places for him. Guillaume Bassato and Ava Lawrence, they take row number 4. There we'll see Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who's been liking 9th place and a fastest lap as well in his second race. He starts on the 5th row of the grid alongside Max Feld. Lenny Mäkinen and Ludwig Granqvist will go from row number 6, with the first half of the field being Jack Solomonson and Remy Samchek.
Row number 8 will invite Maxim Bobrashov and Mark Casada from that halfway point, and from row number 9 it's Min-Jae Kim with Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Your 10th row it's Simon Carasas and Jarlath Sayer. Sayer actually managing a P7 all the way from that 20th spot yesterday, but then had to round out his day with the 16th at best. 11th field row is Christian Kobe with Alessandro Caraballo. Your 12th row then invites Vsevolod Osachi-Sostovsky and Alexander Freiberg. 13 rows in total for Group C versus E. Isaac Eklund goes alongside Tiberius Müller. Eklund needing a good result. It was a disqualification for him yesterday. Actually, yesterday a day of many disqualifications for many different drivers. That is going to throw something in the mix when it comes to your standings, because a lot of your field looking to miss out on some very, very vital points. Not to be said for Joeli Girardello, though. Yesterday, fantastic day of racing for him. 2 qualifying heat wins, currently matching, of course, Miron with that achievement. Joeli Girardello, the Italian driver for Paralin, now sees his teammate, his brand new teammate, Xavier Lazaro, directly alongside.
Indeed. So let's see how this one will go for them. The Italian and the Portuguese driver on the front row of the grid. Lot of pressure on this field now to see if they can close in on Joeli Girardello. Do not want him to break away with another heat win. Or will they just allow this to happen? We have to wait and see. That pace has been so strong, though, from the Italian, the 3rd fastest driver at the end of time qualifying, and really has shown some great skill on track. Entering the tram lines then. Are we going to be going racing? Are the lights going to go out? The question is, well, the answer is no, actually. They're going to go round again. False start for the field.
So drivers in your top 2 rows. Lazaro's had a win. Joeli Girardello has had a win. Anton Venant has had a P2 at best. Then you've got some consistency going into play for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who had 2 P3s yesterday. Green had a P3, but also a DNF. So there's a lot going on in those top 3 rows as it stands currently. Any of those drivers capable of pushing their way through. Also, we've got Ava Lawrence up there. 4th row start for Lawrence. That's her best qualifying result of the year so far. I would predict that this is going to be a very interesting race indeed, especially as Girardello will be looking to try and hold on to things. But into that first corner, he will have that advantage. He'll be on that optimal racing line ahead of Xavier Lazaro, who then will try and tuck back in and probably fend off the rest of the field. Simone is not really a competitor for these drivers. A disqualification for him yesterday means points-wise. I don't think the other drivers around will be thinking about him for now. Final sector is where these drivers currently exist on this 3rd formation lap, as the field now does get lined up and is led round much slower by your 2 at the front.
They certainly are. Right then, second attempt at a start on this one as the field makes their way into that final sector. You can see there Girardello and Xavier Lazaro absolutely glued to the side pods together, trying to keep themselves in formation at the start of this one as we once again head to that final turn to start this race. It was a false start earlier on. Can it be a good start this time around? We're about to find out as they make their way into those tram lines once more. Are we going to go racing? The answer this time is yes, as they head towards turn one. Strong start then for the likes of Girardello and Rocco Simone, who hold on to first and second place. 3-4 wide in the background. That was definitely going to happen. One or two karts getting absolute air in towards that chicane, but they rejoin at the back of the field, and I can imagine with a bit of a sore backside to them right now, in towards turn number 6 for the first time. 3 kart breaking away. It's Emerson McAndrew at the back of that fight. Will Green all on his own as a big look down the inside for the VDK in that early stage. Antoine Venant trying to defend the rest of the field behind him.
Yeah, for Venant yesterday had some of his best qualifying heat results to date, P2 and a P4, so we'll be looking to try and match that, if not better it, within this race. On the front though, Emerson McAndrew has got a bit of a thing about that third spot here, Anthony. He's instantly got himself into that and is separated between the race leader with Rocco Simone there in there. So at the front, Girardello, Simone, McAndrew, Then we've got Will Green in P4. Anton Venant has dropped down to P5 and will be looking to claw back as the drivers who dropped to the back at that early start is probably coughing up a bit of dust. Remy Samchek, one of those, has dropped to P20 as well. Haver Lawrence looks to try and get aggressive, looks to try and get involved, but of course has lost out on some positions. Early doors, down the inside. Here he goes. Emerson McAndrew now down into P2. Has got past Simone.
Unfamiliar territory this weekend for Emerson McAndrew, his best position so far this race weekend, and at this moment he's going to try and hunt down Gianni Girardello. The gap, 0.4 of a second, fighting, raging on here in the background of this race. This is all fighting, all over the place, actually. We've got Rocco Simon Carreras fighting away with Caraballo, Müller, Eklund, Freiberg and Lazaro. Xavier Lazaro in this race down in 26th place, so not been the race for him at all. The driver who took a win the first race of the weekend, now right down in 26th place. Lawrence
has now just got past the VDK of Anton Venant. I think he's maybe going slightly over defensive. His lost position is, again, she's having to deal with him. Goes side by side on the exit and on towards the entrance of turn number 7, but she's not going to have any of it. The Aston Martin driver holds on to things, and Venant is actually going to lose out on 2 positions. Lazaro back into things. Ludwig Granqvist now up there. Granqvist now makes it a 3-position gain almost. It is looking at the driver who, of course, started on your front row, has lost out massively within this race. Every driver then inside of the top 7 making up some positions other than Girardello, who is still sat where he started from. But big train forming and big train being controlled by Lawrence. Lazaro, Granqvist, Venant, Mackinnon, Sayer and Diaz de la Vega find themselves involved in this one. Is out in the front. Gap is now starting to look very good indeed for McAndrew. 3/10 behind, not a million miles away as well. 3 wide into turn 5.
I'm going to apologise to Xavier Lazaro fans out there in the world. I think he just missed a timing loop in that race, which put him right down the bottom of the field because he's back in position, but down still in 8th place at this moment. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Down the inside, Emerson McAndrew back into P2 here. Simone back to 3rd place. Green getting involved now, but crucially, Girardello is not 4 seconds down the road. He's only 3/10, and I would say is under massive amounts of pressure from the drivers behind.
Yeah, watch McAndrew now. He's Tony Kart's biggest hope so far this weekend within your junior class. Turn number 5, is he going to try and bite the bullet, or maybe gave him a bit of a boost there through the exit? Turn number 2, down towards 5. They're Constantina up. Will Green rounding out this 4-kart battle. Rocco Simone now down the inside as a defensive posture is thrown into the works for McAndrew, who says absolutely no you don't, not again, because they've chopped and changed. Here comes Green. Green round the outside is going to have that pace. Wheel to wheel, side by side, is again going to dance on that wider line to set things up and to avoid the MP just ahead. 4-kart battle. Girardello has not been allowed to break away. He has been going defensive in towards turn number 14. What's the decision? What massively bolts away on the exit, turn number 13. That's drama out there, and that's drama for Ludwig Granqvist. Granquist was so strong at the start of this.
And I think I may have commentators cursed a certain driver who, again, I don't know if he was involved in that incident as well. But Zoe Lazaro, again, down to 19th place. I don't know if he's having a transponder issue right now or he was involved in that incident because he tumbled down at the same time. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Action at the front. Rocco Simone trying to push his way forward is now defensively holding on to second place from Emerson Macandrew-Uren. Will Green communicating there with Emerson Macandrew-Uren, who tries to get his nose down the inside, and it's not going to happen. And this releases them just that little bit more. They're going to have to try and work on this because Guillaume Bassato's now closing in on that DPK machine just in the background. The blue liveried kart is going to certainly get involved in this one, potentially even in towards turn one.
Well, was Macandrew-Uren assisted into that slightly by Green? Is that why he's lost some position? Or was it a bit of an overwork of the kart in towards that second sector? Now, here comes Bassato. Bassato's going to be a problem for Macandrew-Uren and for Will Green. Green is going to have to think about the Tony kart ahead and the DPK just behind. They're also going to very shortly find themselves with Max Feld and Ava Lawrence involved in this one. 4-kart battle, but all for P3. Defended by Emerson Macandrew-Uren. He's going to lack slightly off the corner in sync with the Williams driver. They look over their shoulders to look. The 3 karts who have now chased up, but all whilst they have been doing this, they have released Rocco Simone, they've released Joely Girardello, but those 2 drivers, the duo at the front, are still glued together. In towards turn number 14, how long can Macandrew-Uren try and defend and fend off the 4 karts behind? Girardello looks over his shoulder, looks at the MP, who could actually be trying to challenge here, Anthony, for his best qualifying heat results of the year.
Yes, certainly so. This is a great fight we are seeing at their sharp end of the field, of course, for Rocco Simone. Tough day yesterday. DSQ in the first race is down the inside. Guillaume Bassato now starting to get his toes dipping in the water, and Max Feld is going to take advantage of that. So is Ava Lawrence, who is going to try and get a run around the outside into turn 9, but it's not going to work out for her. She stays back there in 7th place, but that is a nice change now inside that top 5 positions now as the field trying to get involved. Here is Antoine Venon back into that lead fight, and he himself also not going for the overtakes. Watch the up and under here. He took the wide entry to get on the power early. Is he going to utilise that power down the start-finish straight? The answer to that is yes, almost to the move down the inside at turn 1.
Attempted it but failed at trying to give it a go and trying to get past the Aston Martin of Ava Lawrence, who is having one of her best qualifying heats of the year, is still looking at the drivers of Guillaume Bassato, Feld and Green just ahead. If you're Daniel Miron sat on the sidelines, the big contender for the championship, I'm probably quite happy when Green is sat on the road for the time being. What? For Ava Lawrence, a big move, attempted move on Bassato at turn number 7, doesn't get the job done, but she does just that now through turn number 8, where she finally makes it stick. Big battle at the background. Lazaro, Freiberg, Mäkinen, Kim, Eklund, Kobe and Samchek, but that's all for drivers who just sit outside of the top 20. It's at the front where still things are undecided. Joely Girardello only 2.5 tenths clear from Rocco Simone, the big MP driver within this race, within this final lap. In towards turn number 5, are things going to unfold between the top 2? Battle is on in the background, still battling at the back. Girardello over the crest of the hill on the exit of turn number 6, holds on to things, is looking to try and make it a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins. Simone looks to maybe make the nose down the inside. Now Macandrew-Uren finds himself with countryman of Will Green once more. Green has picked things back up and has separated himself from Max Feld just behind. Final lap and everybody looks to actually edge quite close together through that second sector once more. Still in the background, Kobe trying to get involved. But Girardello at the front. 2 more corners left to go. 2 more corners to try and fend off the MP, who's not actually going to try and attempt things. Final lap done and dusted. Checkered is out. And Checkered is seen once more by the Paralympian of Joely Girardello. Makes it 3 qualifying heat wins. Polling group. And a great result for the team and for himself. Simone then, great qualifying heat. Best qualifying heat result of the year so far, with Macandrew-Uren again having a certain love of that P3, makes it 3 in a row. Yeah,
he'll be delighted with that one, but I'm sure the happiest driver on that grid is going to come in the form of Rocco Simone there. That P2 a real confidence boost there to push him to P2. Best result of the weekend. Similar to Sadlowski, though, is your biggest mover. 12 places gained, finishing P11 on the back of the grid. But Gianni Girardello, the Italian, confirming 3 out of 3 qualifying heat wins. Rocco Simone then taking P2 ahead of Emerson Makando-Uren, who rounds out the top 3 at the end of that one. Simone, of course, now on that Henson machine for the MP team. There is your top results. Will Green from Maxwell, Ava Lawrence from Antoine Vinard, Guillaume Bassato from Jarlath Sayer, and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio rounds out the top 10. Solowski finishes in 11th from Bobajov, Diaz de la Vega from Caseda, Caraballo from Lazaro, Kim rounding out from Mackinnon, the top 18. Christian Kobe rounds out 19th place from then the 4 Swedes of Isaac Egeland, Alexander Friedberg, Simon Karadas and Jack Solomonson ahead of Remy Samchek, Tiberius Müller, and the one and only retirement of Ludwig Granqvist. Unfortunately, that's DNF round turn number 10, the early stage of that race. There, Girardello, though, at the end of that race, strong start to the weekend, and it continues to get stronger. 3 wins out of 3, 150 points. It's looking at a very interesting and controlled racing weekend.
Well, Joelli just replicates what teammates in seniors of William Kalesia did earlier on, makes it 3 from 3. Good stuff so far for the Italian. In towards the first corner, of course, instantly got into strong suit. It did look like that tactic to change sides of the grid was going to benefit Xavier Lazaro, but it did not do that. For the driver of Portugal cutting over the grass was a number of names in the background. Christian Kobe being one of those. In towards the first corner, that was the race start, of course, that saw Emerson Makanji-Uren instantly get involved, and also saw Simone get into that second spot, making up 2 positions right when the lights went green. Out at turn number 5, Will Green found himself in front of this battle where Anton Venant did have to challenge. Ava Lawrence got a bit of aggression under her race and went side by side with Bassato for moments. Whilst that was going on, Makanji-Uren ran down the inside, and then we turn our attention once more to the Aston Martin driver of Lawrence, who led this pack of karts for the rest of the race. Simone down the inside and down the inside of Emerson Makanji-Uren. Turn number 7 is where he got that job done. It would be at this stage onwards, Makanji-Uren would not manage to try and do too much more other than overtake and then lose it a couple of corners later. Here it was, turn number 6, we saw the MP say, do you know what, this is mine to have, this is my P2 and I'm going to challenge for the race lead, and we saw him slide his way past. Later on in the race, of course, we lost Ludwig Granqvist. He was still existing at some stages, then it was at turn number 7 that he was caught out. Big challenge in towards turn number 1 for Lawrence, but bravery on 4 wheels would be the tactic for her, and she would fend off Anton Venant. In the background, it was, of course, Remy Samchek, the energy driver, that would fall short, would get back into things, but later on in the race would suffer and would tumble down to P24. MP battles, team battles, which involved the ward for that run to the line, but the run to the line would exist for Parolin, of course, once more. Gianni Girardello, again, a qualifying heat win.
Yes, indeed. So, moving swiftly back to the senior category here in the European Championships, the final round, round 4, of course. The field's been all over Europe this season. South of Italy in La Conca to kick-start, Valencia in Spain, Mülsen, Germany, now here in Sweden at the Kristianstad circuit. And there, Henry Domain, another driver in the senior category that has not lost a qualifying heat win. He's had 2 for 2 so far after he went 3rd fastest in time qualifying as well. We caught up with him after TQ.
Henry, firstly, congratulations. Within your group, you're on pole and you're 3rd fastest overall. Last round of the championship, so last opportunity to maybe show everybody what you're made of and get that final podium, would you say, this week?
Yeah, hopefully. It's a good way to start off the week. Obviously podiumed last week, so it'd be nice to podium again here. So yeah, it would be good.
And qualies throughout every single group, not just in the senior but in the junior as well. You've had your top spot and your P2 separated by hundredths, if not thousandths of a second. What is it about the track and the karts specifically that make it so close around Kristianstad?
Yeah, I think it's quite a difficult track, so they can be quite close. As you can see, in all the sessions have been quite close. So I think it must just be how the track is and how different people suit this track and driving style can be quite close. So yeah.
And Henry, I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked William Kalesia earlier on. For you, of course, this race, you're trophy hunting, but there's a bit of a story within the senior field. You've got 4 drivers trying to go for a championship battle: Baglin, Hoogendoorn, Drummond and Schaufler. For you, what do you expect these races to be like?
I'm not too bothered, to be honest. I'm just going to do what I can do best, and I'm not worried about anyone else. So.
Well, like we said, Henry, that qualifying session was yours for the taking, and you did just that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, good to catch up there with Henry Domain, back on pole position for this one after those 2 successful races yesterday to start the weekend. He joins Benjamin Maniac on the front row of the grid, the current lap record holder in the Direct Drive OK category here. With a very quick time he set only last week. Benjamin Maniac on that front row joins Bruno Blanco and Marco Gast on the second row of the grid. Zach Green needs another good result here. DNF in that first race, P2 in his second. Another P2 or a win will be needed on the cards here to keep him in contention. Nicola Frigg joining on that row. At row number 4 sees Michael McGoy and Armin Cutter Osman on that 4th row of the grid. Luke Tal and Egon Pedrotti going from row number 5. Nicholas Schaufler and Mika Runitz going from row 6 with Antonio Cochinella and Manuel Maguez on row 7.
Row number 8 houses Max Wayland alongside Rafael Bassato, and then from 9 we've got Ryan Qureshi with Valerio Villapiana, who needs a good race after a DNF and P11 yesterday. Your 10th row, Endo Arata and Victor Stalmach, and from 11 it's Max Lacroix with Mariano Lopez. 12 Estonian years Fernando Paimer sees Zemo Yang, and from 13 Zurif Raquel is with Briz. Your 14th row is the only row that houses some new tyres. That's on board the left-hand side of Matteo Gallo, and he starts his race alongside Nicole Ferreira, who's had 2 out of 2 qualifying heat DNFs so far. 15 rows in total, 29 drivers, Svet Svimenov being the last in your field. Groups C versus E, Domain on the front, alongside Maniac. Domain, 2 qualifying heat wins so far, could look to match what Kalesia has done. And for Henry Domain, this could be the weekend where maybe he finally ends up on that final podium. For the time being, he's got the pace, but he has, of course, got 3 more qualifying heats left to go.
So it does. So still a very interesting fight ahead of us here in the both classes, or in fact all 3 classes, I would say, for the drivers. So we'll keep an eye on how it progresses. But as these drivers force their way around the track, they are nice and slow on these formation laps. Gives us a bit of time to go over a few things in the points. Of course, at this moment, Kalesia has the lead of those points. 3 wins out of 3. Domain needs a win here to keep that fight alive. Of course, in the championship, they are not part of that championship fight. However, the fight to stand P1 on that podium is still very much at stake here.
Absolutely is. So, formation laps almost complete. Drivers looking to slow things down. Domain still trying to get that final tyre temperature into those maxes. Of course, cooler temperatures compared to what we had yesterday when it was 22 degrees, and the day before, of course, where it was 27. So we are getting cooler. These drivers having to adjust their driving as well as the karts out there. For Domain, though, it's not been a major setback whatsoever because he had just as much pace yesterday as he did compared to his first day of competitive action. For the time being, though, Benjamin Maniac looks slightly further ahead at these lights that now go green in towards the first corner. Domain's going to have it. He's going to hug that tight line. He's going to back everybody up, and he's going to try and bolt off. Everybody else in the field getting away from that one unscathed. Only 1 or 2 karts taking off of the road and to the grass, but no dust being kicked up. Nobody having any major drama. Green into things. Zach Green this is in P3 straight away, coming all the way from P5, so 2 places gained down the inside. One of the other MPs looking strong indeed. Luke Tal gets up there. Tal, like Domain, has done good stuff so far this weekend for the team. Domain leads things. P2, Maniac's got it. Zach Green P3, and then we've got a little bit of a gap. Marco Gast then separates the front pack from the second group.
Yeah, this is a great start then for the field. Oh dear, little slow out of that one there for the KR, and that's not good at all, as Magnac under investigation. That start procedure infringement may come back to bite him here, as Domain's lead still holds at 0.2 of a second, but he has got a large train of karts right behind him who are still eager to take that one away. But as mentioning, Magnac needing to be careful. Right in towards turn number 7 for the second time for this field, and again you can see the up and unders there, the field fanning out in towards that turn 7 to really see what positions they can gain. For the moment it's nice and calm. Via Piana right in the middle of that one as Michael McGoy's just had a tough one in that last sector. It's tumbled down to 12th place. Here's Magnac for the race lead down the inside. Domain now needs to think what he wants to do, and that's immediately attack again in towards turn 1. Retakes the lead by the time they get to the end of the straight, but Magnac's going to fight it back down the inside. Here comes Green now. Green might have a chance to take the lead away. He takes the outside line. He's going to get swept outwards, but he does go round the outside and squeezes into second place.
Wouldn't say Magnac saw that one coming. Green round the outside now. Magnac thinking about Gast. Gast trying to go round the outside, down the inside. Whoa! Green almost catches Domain there. He's going to run himself wide, and he's going to invite Magnac back into things. Oh, there's Aminkara Osman. 2 DNFs in a row now for Osman. Not good stuff. Antonio Coccinella also caught out. Big train forming for drivers like Valerio Villapiana, Nicola Frigg, Mika Runitz, Gez and Wayland. But at the front, down the inside, Green's going to take P2 back. He's going to go side by side, wheel to wheel with Magnac. Didn't get the run up the hill and out of that final corner. Here comes a certain Egon Pedrotti. Back into the fight. Good day of racing yesterday for the Monster K driver in towards turn number 5. Again, Green's going to take it away from Magnac, who's going to get shuffled down by not one but 2 drivers. Bassato in this fight. Gast now having to hold on. Where do you even look when it comes to these drivers? Green has calmed down slightly. He's got a kart length between him and Gast. Rafael Bassato is in this fight, and he is the fastest driver, not just in this fight, but in this race. Magnac now at the back of this train. Magnac actually suffering massively right now.
Yeah, he really is. Not going his way at all. There, you can see. Trying to gain those moves in that early stage.
Big moment at the back.
Oh dear, 4 karts having an off-track moment for many of them. Who was involved in that? It's a little further down in the order. Stamak may have been one of them. No, it's Nicola Ferreira, Max Lacroix, Fernando Pomer, and I think Max Lacroix who was involved in that one. So Simonoff also, I think. So a lot of drivers there getting caught out, but crucially, 2 or 3 of them managing to get going again. Only 2 retirements in that race. Down the inside, overtakes for Luke Tal and Rafael Bassato. That is for 6th place. Puts Tal now on a 3-place gain. Bassato and his 10-place charge now starting to fade.
Schaufler now down the inside. Schaufler down the inside of his DPK teammate. Different liveries, but same team, of course. Schaufler down towards turn number 14. We now look at Tal. Maybe he's being overtaken. No, he's not, because now his team gets overtaken. Bruno Blanco, the KR driver, has just got through in towards brand new lap. Almost halfway of this race. Domain just under 7/10 clear. So he's got that cool air. He's got nobody in front of him to try and hold him up. Green and Gast also could look to work together. For Green, of course, it was a DNF yesterday, and he's a good race result within this one to carry on and charge to try and scave back on some points. Domain from Green from Gast, that's what we're looking at 1, 2 and 3. Pedrotti, Magnac and then Luke Tal, but they are slightly spread out for now as the battle still goes on. Bruno Blanco trying to go around the outside. Michael McGoy finds himself under pressure, as does Rafael Bassato. Actually take that back, McGoy has now just managed to slide his way through. Tal losing massively now to Nicolas Schaufler. Schaufler has come from a mile away over the course of that lap. Aston Martin livery DPK in towards turn number 1 is not going to have anything. Up the hill, did catch up slightly to the MP. Now, though, in towards turn number 5, is Schaufler going to try and bite the bullet? Is he going to try and give it a go? Here's Valerio Villapiana trying to scave back on some points. 9 places gained for the Tony kart.
Certainly is, and this is a good drive through the field. Here, though, is that fight that's still raging on in the background. Schaufler and Tal still going wheel to wheel over the course of this one. Here is that race start, and this is Magnac Well, yeah, you can clearly see he was ahead as they were going over the yellow line, and I think that's what it is, being ahead before that yellow line or after the yellow line. So that is what they'll be looking into. So tricky call to make, and there's a cart off into the barrier there. Looks like it is a DPK that is not going forward anymore. I cannot see the cart number, unfortunately. I think it's Rafael Bassato. Yeah, it is. Contact there being made with Manuel Maguez, and that's put him out. And there's more goings on. So only a couple of corners later, there's one of the MPs going no further. Is that Yves Rees? I think it is. The driver from the Netherlands for MP Motorsport also goes no further in the 187 machine.
At the front then, it's still the Brit 1-2. Domain and Green now separated by 0.4 of a second. Here comes Green, Anthony. I would actually say the battle for the race lead could very shortly light up again. Schaufler has now made that move stick on Luke Tal. So Tal looking to settle for P7 is actually the top 5. Look to close in on once again. It's a busy race at the start. Of course, there was nothing in it, and I would say actually the end of this race could end up very much the same. In towards that first sector, we have got Green again trying to close down, boosted by slightly fresher rubber than he would have earned himself in that DNF moment. Is again sends down the inside. Two Fusions now being separated by the energy.
Yeah, this is a lot further down in that field at this moment. Matteo Gallo, Zima Yang, Zufra Cal all fighting away down there for positions. Now, still going on, and is this now Michael McGoy trying to make the moves, or Via Piana as well? Bruno Blanco even. Luke Tal is seemingly under a little bit of stress here in the background as we go on to lap 9 of 13 of this race. Over the line we go. Domain in the lead. However, Green starting to close the gap? Question mark on that question, because, the gap 0.3 of a second. Green looking very quick over the course of this one. Zach Green as well, yet to take a qualifying heat win. A P2 would still be a very good place for him to be after that DNF at the start of the weekend. These results are very much needed.
Yeah, so through Green's progress this year, best final result today has been a P9. That was at Mülsen, so round by round has evolved, has changed things, and has changed things as well since his team change this year earlier on when he went from DPK to his family team with Jamie Green, and now looks comfortable out there using that boost in P2. A gap now 0.4 of a second. This challenge is on. Valerio Villapiana now through on Luke Tal. Bruno Blanco looking at the MP just ahead as well. So for Villapiana, just like Green, fresher rubber because of the DNF. That is why you're seeing so much progress. Later stages of this one actually predicted the race lead to maybe light up and to come into play once more, but actually I think it's more likely that we'll see a show for P2, if anything. Gast looking strong. Maguez, late stages of this one, goes fastest on your board down the inside. Tal now taken once more by Blanco. Blanco running slightly wide, but holds on to it and fends off.
So it does. And now here at this tail end of the race, all of these drivers now looking for these last few moments to get these overtakes done. And as the weekend goes on, it gets less and less races for them. Maguez under investigation for causing a collision. The up and under here for the MPs. Mika Runitz gets the move done on Luke Tal and steps ahead now into this field. That is a 2-place gain and now breaks inside of the top 10.
So under investigation for many drivers within this race, 4 in total so far. Dying stages, but intermediate classification now shows you Kalesia and Domain. If Domain can get it to the line, which would predict he would do, whilst his 2 teammates now switch for position further back. That's just ahead of Max Whalen there. Is, of course, Tal and Runitz. But your intermediate classification, if Henry Domain gets it to the line, he will be matching Kalesia with 3 qualifying heat wins and a pole in group. Those 2 drivers not seeing each other massively just yet, but that will be seen later on today, and I would say that's going to be a fiery race indeed. The other MPs in this fight still slightly undecided. Others want to maybe settle down to not find themselves in a spot of bother, but I would say some frustration for Luke Tal now as we head through this last lap. For Domain at the front, he has not seen anybody over the course of this race other than at that start. He's held on to things. He's conquered every single one of the 14 turns that exist around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. And now he's just got 3 more corners left to decide his fate.
He has. And Domain here, though, I'm sure is going to be delighted as this fight has just kicked off. This huge battle behind, all for 11th place. But there is Henry Domain at the front. Kept his cool, kept his nerve, and keeps an intermediate classification points lead with William Kalesia. Both of them on 3 wins each. And those two will have to face each other later on today to see who will take that points lead, because it's only one of them, and at the moment it falls in joint points on the results from qualifying. Kalesia still has that lead, but both of them with 150 points. Domain takes the win ahead of Green, Gas from Pedrotti, Maniac from Schaufler, McGoy from Viapiana, Blanco from Tal, who rounds out the top 10, and it is Valeria Viapiana who is your biggest mover. 18th to 8th, a gain of 10.
Yeah, for Viapiana, needed that result after moments earlier on this week. So the Italian now starting to claw back on a circuit that, of course, brought him great success at the World Championships as a junior last year. So Domain from Green, from Gas, that's your 1, 2 and 3. He's a great Brits 1 and 2. And of course, Gas doing a fantastic job so far this weekend, driver of Denmark. And of Koski. So sub to that, we've got Egon Pedrotti and Benjamin Maniac inside of your top 5. Not the result that Maniac would have wanted, and did have to put in some work after being shuffled down. Schaufler, McGoy, Viapiana, Blanco and Tal are the last inside of your top 10. And after that is Runitz, Whalen, Miguez, Endo Arata and Victor Stalmack. Brian Koresha, Antonio Coccianella, Nicola Frigg, Zemo Yang and Zarif Rokel conclude their first qualifying heat of the day inside of the top 20. Last of your finishers is Matteo Gallo, Mariano Lopez, Fernando Palma and Smet Simonov. We lost 5, being Rafael Bissato, Ifriz, Nicole Ferreira, Max Lacroix and Aman Kara Osman. And for Nicole Ferreira, first appearance in the FIA Karting European Championships and makes it 3 DNFs in a row. And for Aman Kara Osman, it's now 2 in a row. Completely different story though from that driver there, Henry Domain. 3 out of 3.
Yeah, indeed. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that result, and they'll go into their 4th race later on thinking, what can we do this time around? Here's that start that's put Maniac under investigation. Was he ahead there at that beginning? Was he alongside? That is the question they will have to deliberate later on when he will head to the stewards, but it was Domain who was able to hold on to the lead for the start of that race, and he would take that one all the way to the very end. There was only one brief spell there where Maniac found some pace to try and close that gap up and take that lead away, but that was instantly taken back with the classic up and under in towards turn 1. Rest of the fighting happening earlier on. Pedrotti getting good moves in the early stage of that race, and Egon Pedrotti certainly delivering some strong results this weekend. Now a 6th place gain to finish in P4. There was that lead change for Maniac. Didn't have the exit speed though, and Domain straight back down the inside into turn 1 would retake that, and from that moment onwards it would be cool, calm and collected for Domain, with then Zac Green getting involved in that fight, would separate the two with this beautiful move around the outside to get into 2nd place.
Yeah, Green there showing maybe some of that Green family power that he would have probably inherited from Dad. In towards the final corner, would momentarily challenge Benjamin Maniac on the exit of things, but Maniac would hold on to things for Ward. It would be at turn number 5 that he would make that move stick, as then Benjamin had to claw his way back up and go back in on the DPK a lap later. This was the point we lost Nicole Ferreira, the Portuguese driver, on her first weekend within FIA competition. It was at turn number 12 that she would find herself out, involved in 4 other drivers. Then, over the course of the next couple of laps, that would be a bit of a hot spot for some big moments further back. It's when we saw Rafael Bissato and Yves Riz get lost. Also, last couple of laps, there was an MP battle in towards that first corner, where we then see switch once more between Luke Tal and Nico Runitz. Whilst that was going on, it was their teammates of Henry Domain out in the front who took that checkered once more.
Certainly did. Very strong getaway there for the seniors. As we turn our attention back over to the junior categories now, over to groups A versus D. And I think I've said this quite a few times, another driver with a perfect score so far. 2 wins out of 2 for Daniel Miron, which is vital. He is in that championship fight with Will Green, who at the moment, with their 2 races that they've had, Will Green currently sits 38th in the intermediate classification. This man here sits a lot higher, as we caught up with him after time qualifying.
Daniel Miron, big week ahead of you then, maybe a championship at the end of things, but you've come into this weekend with a pole position overall so far, 4 thousandths of a second faster than Oskari Volley. Can you tell us about that lap, because it was incredibly quick?
Yeah, I just hooked up all the sectors and did the best I could, and I think I have to keep showing my potential to try to win the championship.
And Daniel, do you feel any pressure on your shoulders at all coming into things and being so close points-wise to Will Green? How's the mindset, not just for you, but for Team Fusion as well?
For me, the pressure is off. Obviously, all the pressure is on the first. And yeah, we'll just do our best like always, and we'll push till the end.
Well, Daniel, we'll watch you push you out to the next round of qualifying heats. For those, good luck, and for this quali, great job.
Thank you.
Long way to go in this intermediate classification for your championship protagonist, but Daniel Miron looking at his 3rd qualifying heat win at the end of this one, if he can claim that one, as he starts alongside Oskari Volley. Zach Zhu joins Albert Tam on row number 2 with Leon Shilidze and Mason Robertson, who had a very great day yesterday, taking his first intermediate classification win in his 2nd race of the day. Row number 4, we'll see Savalay Kagay and Jean Peugeot on row number 4. They'll see Jeff Verbeek, who suffered a DNF alongside Stepan Mazepin on row number 5. Miguel Manzano, also a DNF yesterday alongside Martin Bertuccini. They go from row number 6 with Teo Palfrain and Antonio Ianni, who join on row number 7.
Row number 8, it's Felipe Sanchez alongside Lucian Smith, who's in his first ever FIA European Championship start. Row number 9, it's Jonas Pundis with Oliver Spencer, and then from 10, Denny Babacek sees Daniel Ferreira. 11th row, Alex Malota starting much further back than what he would have anticipated, but a P10 for Malota yesterday means the end of the world. Augustine Vignoli would be the driver sat next to him, and then from 12, Libor Vlasak sees Federico Marabella. Yubo Wen and Aston Lindmark take from row number 13. 14th row, final row, Samuel Hoogendoorn starts there, all alone at the back. Long road ahead then for Daniel Miron, but at the end of it, there could be a title on the horizon. This qualifying heat, however, will be looking for another win to match Joali Girardello, make it a hat-trick, and continue to close in on points compared to Will Green, who at the minute is much further back in the standings compared to Daniel Miron, whose grandpa, Daniel, just appears on the screen, along with their parents out there. I'm sure Daniel will be looking on at Daniel Jr. very, very eagerly indeed. Big moments ahead. 3 more qualifying heats left to go for the Fusion. This one now being a big moment, but he will be alongside Oskari Volley, who, of course, within time qualifying, put in some good stuff and put in a P7 and a P4 yesterday.
Indeed. For Daniel Miron, those 2 wins, of course, a 3rd would put him to 150. He would take the lead of the point for Will Green in that championship. He's currently 38th after the DNF with P26 and a 3rd. So that is going to be quite the interesting fight. But of course, they've still only done 2 races each. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn 1, strong and away for the inside road. There is Zach Zhu immediately into 2nd place, utilising Miron's pole start. 2 karts facing the wrong way out of turn number 2. And that is disaster striking for Samuel Hoogendoorn. At the back of the field, I think that was maybe Lindmark or maybe even Wenyabu at the front of that field. There is the 255 machine. That is not Wenyabu. That is another pilot there who's had drama. Is that maybe Augustine Felignoli who has had that one? But we'll have to wait and see. No, it is Jean Peugeot, sorry, on the 255. It was Libor Vlasak, the other Fusion driver, who was caught out in that one. So 3 drivers off the road at the start, but clear at the front is this battle. Miron, though, under massive amounts of pressure from the chasing pack.
So, of course, we were not live for coverage yesterday, but the qualifying heat that Daniel Miron led in at one stage actually saw the entire field separated by only 4 seconds. That was every single driver pretty much in contention for the lead as well. There's some heavy rear-end damage there on the axle for one of the Tony Karts, who will now pull it in. It's Jean Pajol that is at the back and is parked for Tony Kart on the circuit, but it is Wenyibo who has suffered that damage. Miron now backing everybody up, and it's just helped him because now everybody nerfs each other out the way. Zak Zhu's going to lose out, and he's going to lose out to the Forza there as everybody else runs each other off at turn number 7. Everybody having elbows out. 4 karts losing out massively. One of the victory lanes, we've got the Paralin involved, and we've got another Fusion having a tough fate within this one as well. Miron clear by 0.7 of a second. Then it's Shilidze, Pal Frame, the victory lane, now inside of the top 3. 10 places gained for Pal Frame, where Zak Zhu, his teammate, down in P5. It's not the end of the world, it's not the end of the road for the second of the victories at the front. Trio forming for P2, but they are settled. Martin Bertolacini is the last driver to round out that trio down towards turn number 5, puts the nose in and gets past Pal Frame.
Well, that moment there for those drivers, which has tumbled them down the order, has really shaken up this field. Jonas Pundis, 11 places gained. Felipe Sanchez has gained 7. Alex Malota has gained 14. And Denny Babacek has gained 10 over the course of this one. So it's been a real shake-up in the field. But crucially, yesterday, we saw Daniel Miron. Yes, he was at the front. Didn't seem like he had the full pace over the weekend because there was a constant train of cars behind him, and it looked like he was defending like his life depended on it. Today has been a similar story at the very start, but this time it's Leon Shilidze who's in second. But crucially, Miron's got that 3/10 gap at the front, but Shilidze's closed that down massively. It was 7/10 at the start of this race. It's now down to 3/10 by the end of the lap. So that is going to make it very, very interesting as they're going very slowly. As Albert Tam, he's now out of the race. The latest retirement, including Jean Peugeot, Libor Vlasic, Wenyibo and Samuel Hoogendoorn.
So Tam's run of results inside of the top 10 are now done and dusted because he adds the DNF to this one. Mason Robertson is in the background, 3 places lost, but for Robertson, he did. Here we go. There is the switch. As we've been focused on the Red Bull driver, we just slightly missed out on this end by Leon Shilidze. But there he is at the front, leads this race, controls things. Daniel Miron will instantly try and bite things back. Defensive goes Shilidze, but Miron's going to now have the run on the exit of the corner. And on the exit, gets it back in towards turn number 1, is going to get the move done. Martin Bertolacini is going to fight this one, is muscled out though by Shilidze.
NASCAR style there towards turn 1. Bertolacini massively helped out Miron, but now he's going to suffer from that one dearly because here down the inside is Teo Palfrain. He's going to step up into 3rd place, and the Ward Racing driver will tumble down to 4th place. Zak Zhu back into the fight, and so is everyone else. There is Sanchez, Malota, Robertson, all trying to get their piece of this race. And once again, as we saw yesterday in these qualifying heats, Miron's pace is quick, but it is the same pace as everyone else, and it bunches up once more into one massive group with Shilidze with a second attempt at trying to get a nose down the inside. Into the final turn, it's Miron hugging that inside line. Everyone follows once again. For the top runners in this race, the entire field is separated by less than 5 seconds. The top 10 are separated by less than 1 second in this race.
I don't know about you, Anthony Jordan, but I think I've got deja vu off the road. Bertolacini's going to go wide. Miron is given a bit of a saving grace through that one. Here comes one of the energies. Felipe Sanchez is now up there. Every driver inside of the top 6 other than Miron making up positions, with the biggest of those being Denny Babacek. Where did Babacek come from? 14 places gained as again it unfolds in the background for drivers. Completely reversed grid almost on this one. The drivers at the back who started at the back now jump to the front. Those drivers who started at the front are either pulling into the pit lane or now dropping like flies to the rear end of your order. But Miron holds on to things again, controls it. Still got Leon Shilidze there in P2, but they have settled back down for now. But actually, for Daniel Miron here this weekend, Anthony, he's never bolted away from the field. He's driven things, he's controlled these races, but he's not had an outright win that he's not really had to work for.
No, he's not. He's had to deal with a lot over the course of this. But this has been, again, another one of those fiery races that is not over yet. Shilidze is still breathing down the back of Miron's neck here. but he has not found that way through just as of yet. This is where he made the overtake only a few laps ago, which then started that massive train of karts again where they all tripped over each other in that braking zone. So many drivers having a very challenging race on this one, and as we've been talking about it, so many drivers just switching sides of the grid here. Another check over the shoulder there for Miron just to assess the situation, and it's a pretty dire situation for him right now. Still action down in towards turn one. All these drivers who may have lost out are trying to regain these positions once again, as everyone just taking those overtakes left, right and centre. Tail power frame to the inside. Goes defensive from Babacek. Unneeded, as it was a potential attempt there on Shilidze. Now the change at the front has happened. Leon Shilidze back down the inside at turn 7. And now Miron's going to have to try and go for the up and under. He may find himself vulnerable on the inside line, though. If Tail power frame can find a gap, he will go for it, but he can't find it right now. Can Daniel Miron take this one back to keep that clean sweep of 3 qualifying heat wins? He's going to look down the inside, but it's not going to be a close enough attempt. But this time, he gets that nose down the inside once more on the exit, but it's not going to be enough this time. Shilidze is going to go defensive. Miron goes to the outside. Here's Tiapau Frame. Miron to the inside, not close enough. And Shilidze holds on, but he's weak on the exit. He's slow out of the chicane. And Shilidze goes defensive. Miron's going to get nerfed out of the way by Tiapau Frame, who goes through, but he doesn't go through. It's Miron who still holds on to it. Now it's Babacek up to 3rd place. And there's the move. Daniel Miron retakes the lead despite everything against him at this stage.
Well, for Miron, what a move. Don't think Leon Shilidze expected to lose out on that one in the way he did. Now this train forms once more. Now this accordion effect is going to happen for these drivers, where one driver ahead makes a slight adjustment, defends ever so slightly, and every single one of the drivers inside of the top 15 has got to react to that. They're going to bunch up once more. They're going to be defended from once more. Daniel Miron out of the final corner. We'll now see, of course, that last lap notification. Babacek involved. It's going to be a sprint to the line for Daniel Miron, for Leon Shilidze, for Denny Babacek. Babacek, this is the highest up we've seen from him so far this weekend. There's drama out there and damage out there for a driver tailing round at the back, Daniel Ferreira. Now, not good results for the driver of Portugal, and maybe not a good result or notification for Lucian Smith out there. Out in the front, Miron settles back down, does go slightly defensive, as now it's a 2-car breakaway for the top spot. And it's the duo of Babacek and Tiapau Frame, still undecided for P3. Miron has led it, then he's lost it, then he's led it again. Now he's snatched it back from Shilidze once more. The Forza driver has got one more opportunity to slide through and to see a gap. But Miron is going to close the door. They're going to run out of that final corner, but it's not going to be enough for the Forza, but it will be enough for the Fusion. 3 qualifying heat wins for Daniel Miron, 3 opportunities, and he snatched absolutely every single one of them away. But in a heat, it's not handed to him. Miron rounds out that top spot. Shilidze, great race results, and I think a great show of what we can expect from the Georgian driver for the rest of this week. As Denny Babacek climbs up, that's some heavy damage there on board one of the MPs. That potentially... Actually, you can't see who the notification
that is. Mirabella.
Mirabella now out of that one with what you can see is quite the nose cone damage. But there he is, Miron, 3 out of 3 matches Joely Giridello, and continues to chase down Will Green on those points. Babacek, 16 places gained within qualifying heats. That is one of the biggest gains we've seen so far within the category throughout these heats, and rounds out your top 3 spots.
That is a very tough race there for the field. I've got a feeling that this race, and keep your eyes peeled for the results for qualifying Heat A versus D, I've got a feeling that's going to be the biggest amount of nose cone penalties we see in a grid.
I also wouldn't be completely shocked if there's a bit of a queue outside of the steward's office after that race. There was a lot to watch and there was a lot going on for Miron, for Shilidze and for Babacek.
Yes, indeed. Those 3 there taking that top 3 with Babacek gaining 16 places in that one. He'll be delighted with that result. Palfrain finishing in P4 ahead of Miguel Manzano in P5. Mason Robertson takes P6 ahead of Alex Malota's 14 places gained. Antonio Ianni finishing 8th on 6 places. Zaxu 9th from Felipe Sanchez rounding out the top 10. Stepan Mazepin takes P11 ahead of Lucian Smith. Augustine Felignoli in 13th place on a 9th-place gain from Jonas Pundis, gaining 3. Aston Lindmark gaining 11 places. The highest-ranked Swede for the Ward Racing team in that race, P15 in it. Ascari Volley finishes P16 ahead of Savaleka Gay. Oliver Spencer from Federico Milabella, 19th from Daniel Ferreira, and Martin Bertolini, 21st place, and many retirements in this race. Highlights. Well, should we just rewatch the race? Because that was pretty much 10 laps of highlights in that one.
Should we just not say anything? Because it's quite obvious what was going on.
A very busy one, and busy from that very start. Samuel Hoogendoorn, when you were caught out in that incident, Libor Vlasak as well there, and Jean Peugeot a little later around the corner, also caught out in that incident. Daniel Miron, good start for him. Good start for Zach Zhu as well. Zhu, though, having to deal with the dramas of that race, dropped to 9th place at the end of that one. So tough old race there that really did have everything you'd want from a kart race in that one. A really close fight for the race lead, multiple overtakes for the race lead, and multiple dramas all the way throughout it. First of those retirements, though, in the early stage, when Yabu, unfortunately, bringing that kart back in, rear axle damaged by the looks of it. That kart not fully 100% as the manufacturer intended. Rest of the field then made their way down as there was Mason Robson just getting squeezed out wide at the start of that race. He would tumble down the order, but would rejoin and would still finish in a relatively decent result of P6. Dramas at the very beginning of that race. 4 drivers, one of them being Albert Tam, who gesticulates wildly at the other drivers. He would later retire from that race as well, I think, saving the tyres for another fight later on in the day. Absolutely so. So the Tam is out, but for the other Paralympians, there were still some more opportunities. This was the point for the Forza of Leon Shilidze that he said, I'm going to get involved and I'm going to try and attempt for a race win. Would take it away from Daniel Miron, but it would not last for very long because it turned at number 14. Miron was going to get the run out of the final corner and was going to invite Martin Bertolini into things as well. In towards turn number 1, they would have it. It would almost go 3 wide down the inside. Shilidze would get back through on the board. This is the other angle of things. So you can see Bertolini get into the corner, would go into the back of Miron, would then have the shuffle happen, and was assisted by Shilidze, who would get back into second. All whilst that was going on for your top 3, Zach Zhu had to look at the drivers ahead of Antonio Ianni, Alex Maloto, Robertson and Manuel Miguez. Those were the drivers you just saw at turn number 5 all go side by side, as again, the chop and the change for Miron and Shilidze kept going on. Turn number 14, again, Miron would try and have it, would look over his shoulder and see that he couldn't defend for too much longer. Then we had the victory lane of Theo Palfrain try and get his hands involved again. Down the inside, Babacek would get the job done. Babacek would then challenge Miron, who would pull out this pretty impressive move. Perfected turn number 6, saw that Shilidze had gone slightly wide, and then for the rest of the race would hold onto it. 3 qualifying heats, 3 qualifying heat wins for Daniel Miron, rounding out his race in front of Shilidze and in front of Babacek. Juniors done and dusted for now. We'll go back to our seniors. Same groups again, of course. Groups A versus D. 1 qualifying heat winner exists within this field, and that goes to the driver who, of course, this weekend is a championship leader, Noah Baglin. But he does not start on that front row because that goes to Dan Alleman and Nicolo Command. Dan Alleman then yesterday a P2 to start his day after polling it within his group, then actually suffered a DNF. Did a really challenging day yesterday for this man here, but he's back on that front row and he's back looking to take a qualifying heat win here, which would still be his best result of the weekend, as he put it pole position overall at the end of time qualifying. Dan Alleman, first senior qualifying session of the day, first senior pole sitter of the day in a very, very last minute pole. Can you tell us on that last lap, did you think that you were as fast as you were?
Yeah, really, because the lap before, I did already at 8-9. It was not bad. And then I was right behind Justo, and I had a bit of slipstream on the straight, so it helped me a lot. And Dan, for you, you've raced around this circuit before, it's a known track. When we look forward into those heats, you will be at the front for those, of course. How does this circuit race, and how are you going to stay at the front? Trying to keep calm. Maybe have a big space after the start so I can keep it calm
and save the tires.
And of course, for VDK, this is a circuit that the team has had great success on before. Thibaut Ramekers, of course, last year when we were here, claimed a World Championship title. Do you think that that's maybe boosted the team going into this final round of the European Championship with that confidence here at the circuit?
For sure, a bit. Last week was not the same as this week, but we found the pace with the chassis and everything, and it's a good start.
Great start indeed, Dan. Congratulations within group pole position.
Thank you so much.
Well, good to chat there to Dan Alleman after that time qualifying session. There, though, starting alongside him, Niklas Kaman on the Paralin machine, back in the field this weekend. And good results for him as well. Third and second place over the course of the races yesterday, and he's looking to claim that first qualifying heat as well. He will have that drama starting on the outside line going in towards turn one, but we have seen good starts from there. Could we see one from this man here who's never been outside that top three as of yet? Tyres have been deployed in this one, though, Nicole. They come a little further back in the field, but the highest ranked driver who has deployed them, the entrant from Spain, Bosco Arias, on the 5th row of the grid, has deployed those tyres. So that is something to keep an eye on over the course of this race. Many more drivers have as well, a little bit further back, but we will wait and see that. Engines are fired up then, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup at the start of qualifying heat A versus D. Dan Alleman and Niklas Kaman go from row number 1. They will see Gabriel Canal's never been outside the top 10 just yet, going from row 2, and Giacomo Justo took the fastest lap in his first race, and he finished P5 and P3. Noah Baglin's the only race winner in this one. He started on row 3 alongside Gustavo da Silva, who's had a best result of second place. Could he better that in this one as he starts alongside Baglin? Aston Sharp and Gilles Herman, they go from row number 4. Both of these drivers have suffered a DNF over the course of yesterday, with row number 5 being Dean Hoogendoorn, who's also in that championship fight, needs some decent points. Bosco Arias joining alongside with those fresh tyres. William Marshall and Kasper Reipold, they go from row 6. So we'll see Indra Peschel and Nathan Cappin on row 7, with row 8 being Jude Thurumalai Swame and Ludovico Mazzola, a second driver with brand new tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 9, it's Zavray Dudkowski alongside Birol's Vladimir Ivanikov. And then from 10, your top 20 is rounded out by an all-Polish lineup in the form of Emilia Wiszymirska and Peter Gorecki. Row number 11, we've got Klara Kowalczyk, who is not only under investigation, but has suffered a DNF already this weekend. She starts alongside Luke Cordner, who, like teammate Bosco Arias, has deployed some new boots on board that left-hand side. 12th row, Rafael Ballard alongside a certain Diego Ramos, who is a surprise entrant for us this weekend. Row number 13, new for Ina Rostad, and I would say that's probably a Birol Art tactic considering Ina's DNF yesterday. Nicholas Katowski will be the driver alongside the Norwegian female, and from row number 14, Michael Gorecki will see Eduardo Salamond. Again, new tyres, 14th row, and it is for Salamond. 15 rows in total, 30 seniors for this one, and it will be Mateus Gonzalez and Yuri Lavar to round out your field. For Lavar, also fresh rubber. So these times are tipping. Drivers under the gantry will suffer another lap to go. So just yet for these drivers. For Alleman, this race is going to mean a lot indeed. DNF to round out his day yesterday is not what he would have expected, especially not after that pole in group pace.
Indeed. So let's see the start of this one for A and D in the senior category. So many up and down results here for multiple drivers. The DNFs, but then top 5 finishes. Other drivers who have suffered, positions down in like the P20s, but then have been inside the top 10. A real shake of the field over the course of this one for the senior category. But like I say, it is only early doors into this one, and this is their third race of the weekend for groups A and D. This one will, of course, round out that third rotation of qualifying heats. After this, we're going towards groups B and E, which will kickstart the fourth rotation of qualifying heats. There is Kenny Rusens there on the back of the field, a race winner here and a pole sitter at this very circuit. He'll be, of course, looking at many of the drivers to see whether or not they can do the same here as well, emulating what he's done. Right, into the tram lines. Are we ready for a race start here as we get the aerial view as the drivers enter the tram lines? They don't look too well formed up, but we are going to go racing as it's a good start then for Alaman on the inside line. That helps Canal. It helps Baglin out crucially as well. Bagger's already up to third place as they head down the hill for the first time. Everyone slotting in. There you can see how the VAR, Aston Sharp, also getting a good start there. He's gone from 7th to 4th place as Hoogendoorn is under pressure in the background. He's just lost out to the victory lane at the very start of this race. But everyone else gains through. Good start for the field, and it looks like it's a clean start for the entirety, all the way to the exit of turn 7.
So Sharp yesterday, late in the day, decided to put some new rubber on, so that will still benefit him within this race because the drivers ahead are still on that older tyre. Alaman, however, is not in the same boat as Baglin and, of course, the ward behind. He suffered an early DNF within his last qualifying heat, so he will have that slight advantage given to him by the tyres on board. In towards the first corner, it's Animal and Milan from Canal, from Baglin and Sharp. P5 is De Silva, with Hoogendoorn now into P6 down the inside. Baglin's going to take it. He's going to take it from the ward. Sharp looking strong in towards turn number 6, however, does not manage to take away that position. That is currently your top 4. Canal now sees the pressure, feels the pressure, goes into turn number 7 defensive, but it's going to be an over defence and he's going to cost himself to Sharp.
Yes, it is, and this fight still a long way to go, and Alaman under massive pressure already for the race lead. Here is Baglin. There in P2, looking at a second qualifying heat win if he can here in his title fight, who he is fighting with many other drivers, of course, Drummond, Schaufler and Hoogendoorn, the 4 names going into this weekend as down the inside. Change is happening. Bosco Arias, those fresh tyres helping him out here as he closes in on Hoogendoorn, who is just ahead of him. Still no change at the front, though. Alaman still leads. Sharp, though, looking extra sharp here. He is going to try and get that move done. Of course, he already utilised his tyres yesterday, very early on into the weekend. Are they still fresh here? And is he still going to try and attack? He is going to attack. He tries to get the up and under. He tries again to get the nose down the inside of Baglin for second place. But it is not enough. And Alaman continues to lead the way. But now Gabriel Canal in 4th place is trying to get closed in. He is going to do so. Here's Sharp with the up and under once more. Goes wheel to wheel with his fellow countryman. KR versus Birrell over the line. But it's the Van Amersfoort Racing driver who steps up into second place.
Baglin's trying to be smart this weekend. He knows that any bad result could maybe look to cost him points-wise. He can't afford to lose anything when it comes to the fight between him, Drummond, Hoogendoorn and potentially even Schaufler still at this stage. For Baglin, he's just allowed Sharp that opportunity. He saw the nose down the inside. He saw that VAR graphic and said, OK, have it because I can take this back later on in the race. Still plenty more distance left to go. Sharp looking strong, but maybe not now, as now down the inside. Baglin's going to try and take it, and he does it. Baglin now through back into P2. Sharp defends from Canal. Canal now into the fight. In towards turn number 14. Is the ward going to send it down the inside? No, he's not. He's going to go back onto the racing line. He's going to get a better exit on the entrance in towards turn number 1. Tucks back in behind Sharp. Settles back into things. Hoogendoorn is not a million miles away from this fight now. We'll be hoping and praying that they continue to battle with each other. Sharp closes back in on Baglin once more. They have fallen away from the back of Alaman now. Alaman sat there very comfortable indeed as Bosco Arias proving now to these drivers how much of a benefit new tyre, new rubber gives them down the inside. That's one of the Paralympians getting back up there. Nicola Kaman making the move stick and making the move stick on the victory lane off De Silva.
So keeping a close eye on that one. William Marshall in that fight as well, trying to close in. Looking further down in the field, biggest mover so far in this race is Yuri Levar. 14 places gained and is currently circulating in 16th place, having a very strong start to this one, and that'll be good points added onto the board as they go over the line here. Alaman still in control as they are closing in behind. Here is Bosco Arias and Gabriel Canal. They are going to be joining the lead for drivers, and is going to make it now a group of 5. Hoogendoorn, who is in this championship, is just hanging back and is well, he's going to need to close up into this lead group. And, well, with the action that we're just seeing there at the front, that might actually happen, because look at this now. It's closed in. Here's Baglin to the inside. Sharp's going to get 2 for 1. Beautifully read by Aston Sharp. He takes the lead of this race with Baglin going for the move. Dalaman was distracted, and Sharp steps up into P1. Arias now might have an opportunity here for that move, but it's not going to happen. Alaman down to 3rd place, and he's going to have to try and recover into this one, but Baglin says to Alaman, let's think, let's push forward, let's close the gap up, as that's Emilia Wyszymierska and Yuri Lavar out of this race. They have come together there on the exit, what it looks like, of turn 11 in the transition in towards sector 3, and that is a shame for them, despite the great pace that Yuri Lavar had made over the course of this race. 2
corners, 2 positions lost now for Dan Alaman. Arias through, Canal through as well. So 6-kart battle now involved in this one for the race lead, because here comes the Williams, here comes Dean Hoogendoorn into the fight as well, in towards that final corner. Alaman maybe can take it away from Canal. No, he can't, because Canal has held on to this one nicely. 6 drivers inside of this one, but I would say you should be looking at Bosco Arias, because again, has got that pace, he's got the legs, and pace-wise is looking strong compared to Baglin. In towards turn number 5, Arias will continue to push, as will Alaman. Won't push in on Canal too much, because cannot afford to suffer another bad result. The VDK now looking at the ward still in towards turn number 7. Is he going to send the move? Does just that. Gets back through and back into P4. Hoogendoorn will be allowed the opportunity to get involved in this one as well. Hoogendoorn coming from further back, as in the background. Still these battles going on. This is all around Diego Ramos, Eduardo Salomon, Dudkovsky, Peter Gorecki, Luke Cordner as well. And despite supplying some fresh rubber, Cordner has not managed to go to work. Here comes Hoogendoorn down the inside of Canal. They're going to run out of the final corner together, but the Paralympic is going to take it.
Yeah, that is a nice run there for Hoogendoorn. There you can see the crowds watching along here, the racing action into the chicane there, and plenty of viewing spots here. And later on in the final, that might be a little bit hotter there in the that aspect of the racing. Right then, in towards that hairpin, and you can clearly see the breakaway now for that top 3. Sharp, Baglin and Arias now having to deal with themselves. Alaman, Hoogendoorn, Canal in their own fight. Canal here dealing with that fight in the background, because here is Jacopo Justo trying to fight his way back into this one. Oh, Jackie here, down 6 places, and would like to fight back through that field. This is a lot further down in the field as well. Peter Gorecki with Jude Tharumalai Swame fighting away all the way down in 25th and 26th place. Over the line they go. Changes happening. De Silva's got past Canal. Rypol's got past Justo. That's for 6th and 10th place.
Hook is on the back of Noah Baglin's kart for Bosco Arias, and he's reeling him in towards turn number 7. Still got that gap potentially for Arias to try and close in on, but Baglin, despite being on older rubber, is still holding on for now, but maybe not for too much longer. Oh, he's going to give it a go. They're going to go side by side on the exits of turn number 8, but Noah's going to hold on to it, but he's going to lose it in towards 9, 10 and 11. Arias through. Noah Baglin is going to go back down the inside. They're going to give Dan Alaman the chance to get involved. Noah Baglin holds on to that 2nd position. 3 changes in the case of just 3 corners for the Ricky Flynn and the KR. Back into P2, 3 Alaman into that 4th spot. Bullard now out there under investigation for causing a collision, but Bullard not in the fights inside of the top 10. And towards turn number 6, now Arias will think more so about the VDK rather than the KR ahead. Towards turn number 7, Alaman settles down as Sharp goes fastest in his own air, and now has been given that opportunity to break away because of that battle. It's a nice send. It's the Tony karts of Peschel now getting through on Rypold.
This is good stuff here as Niklas Katowski now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 50.212 as he fights back through the field. Still no change though for Nicola Kaman here. He is staying there in 8th place as, well, big check over the shoulder there for Sharp and for Baglin. Gotta say, is that the first time I've seen Baglin check over the shoulder in a race situation? Well, usually you just check it quite often, but yeah, in this situation now, definitely doing so more so. Arias still there. Alaman still trying to close in as well. fastest lap of the race now, 50.095. Is going to try and open up that gap once more. Beautiful shot of the circuit here as they go through. You can really see the racing line and rub it into the track. The Maxxis Racing tyres really planting themselves on the road here.
Yeah, you're seeing sort of several shades of grip now starting to exist for these drivers, and you know the drivers have actually been saying this weekend, Anthony, so much grip out there to deal with. Really throws in a challenge of having to adjust everything that they're doing compared to previous runs on the lead up to this weekend where they would have been testing. Now everything has slightly changed, but for the drivers at the front, they've conquered that challenge in itself, and now Aston Sharp conquers this race as the time stands. Final lap left to go. It's the second that he has got himself, and actually that decision for the team to deploy that new rubber earlier than everybody else this weekend because of the DNF Sharp had yesterday has worked in his favour. Yesterday in that 7th senior heat he grabbed a P2, now looks to be holding on to a race win. Claws back on points if Aston Sharp would be his first qualifying heat win of the year in towards the final 2 corners. The VAR backed Birrell down in towards that downhill trajectory into turn number 14. Back uphill, we see the checkered. Checkered is ready and wave to Aston Sharp. Qualifying heat win to round out his early stage of heats. Sets himself up very nicely indeed for later on where he'll have 2 more qualifying heats. But for Sharp, job well done. Will return to the awning, I'm sure, with a smile on his face because he's outraced Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias to claim that one. Noah Baglin, though, does climb up by 3 positions to end up in that 2nd spot, with Arias deploying that fresher rubber to gain 7 places and to round out the top 3.
Yeah, a very strong result there at the end of that for the field, and for Aston Sharp, that will be a very good result. His first win of the weekend after that troublesome DNF in his first race. The P2 after he deployed the fresh tyres to bring himself back, and now the win today. He is certainly on that recovery run after a very challenging start. They make their way back to Parc Fermé as the field now claims their next points at the end of that race. Sharp takes the win then ahead of Noah Baglin. Bosco Arias finishing in 3rd place ahead of Dan Aleman, Gustavo da Silva, Dean Hoogendoorn, Nicolo Kaman, Gabriel Canal, William Marshall and Yunus Peschel, who will round out the top 10 at the end of that one. The rest of the results, Jakub Justo from Kasper Reipold, Vladimir Vanikov from Ingolstadt having an 11th place gain on that one. Very strong result. Same for Klara Kowalczyk. 6 places gained to round out the top 15 ahead of Mazzola, Herman and Kotowski, rounding out the top 18. Also an 8th place gain there for the driver from the USA. Rafael Ballard finishing in 19th from Eduardo Salamonda as well, gaining 8 places. Dudkowski ahead of Kornda. Ramos in 23rd place from Gonzalez. Peter Gorecki from Mikhail Gorecki in 25th. And 26th place, Nathan Kapin at 27th at the end of that one. Thurumala Same, Vishamiska and Yuri Lavar, the only retirements in that race as they make their way back. Very strong start to the 2nd day of racing for Aston Sharp there.
Yeah, for Sharp within that race then, don't think he could have asked for too much more, and there you can visibly see the happiness for the driver and mechanic also. Circuit conquered, race conquered for Sharp, but 2 more opportunities left to go for him to climb even further up in the order. That's your run of senior qualifying heats done for this rotation, but we have of course got a little bit more left to go before we go into a break later on. In towards that first corner, of course, really good start for the drivers at the front. In towards turn number 1, Aleman did get it right initially, as did the Ward, of course. Baglin, race starts, got it correct. Then at this stage we saw him sit in that P3 that's over the grass. We're seeing that trend for the drivers on that anti-pole side where they've got nowhere to go, and we of course saw the Paralins see each other side by side. Dean Hoogendoorn had a good race start, but it was a 4-car breakaway at the front for the first 3 laps. Aleman from Baglin, and this is the point where Sharp almost found himself in a spot of bother as Gabriel Canal just ever so slightly snagged that rear anti-launch device.
Yeah, I think he was very lucky on that one, as that was a moment we didn't see in the race, and some drivers having a bit of a handsome moment there out on circuit. Sharp again under pressure from Baglin. Baglin was able to get that nose back down the inside. He would continue that trend all the way to 2nd place over the course of that one. They would later fight back, though, as all the action did rage on in the background, though, still. But this was that change. Baglin down the inside of Aleman. Sharp, fully utilising that moment. 2 for 1 special. Delighted, I'm sure, with that overtake. And I think from that moment on, big smile on his face.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the case. Aleman got back through on Canal, as this was where Canal got taken once more. And for Dean Hoogendoorn, it was good news. It was a climb for Hoogendoorn consistently through the race to make it 3 places in the end, as this was almost the point. I thought we were going to have a bit of drama between Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias, but this time in the senior field, down the inside, Arias would take it back because of a lack of pace on the exit of turn number 8 and 9 for Baglin. But in towards the final sector, Baglin would have it with check over his shoulder and know that he got the job done once more on the Spaniard of Arias. The job and the game was Sharp's to take, and he did just that, taking his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. He was a P2 yesterday after those 2 DNFs, and I would say the deployment of some fresh rubber early on for the team has assisted him. Done and dusted for Groups A versus D for seniors. Now we go Groups B versus E for juniors, but not before a short break.
Welcome back to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. The title decider is on, and in the qualifying heats phase, we are still pushing through as we turn our attention over now to the 4th rotation of those heats, with qualifying heat B versus E now for the drivers. Stan Ratajski starting it on the front row of the grid. He is joined by Xavier Lazaro, who has deployed fresh tyres at this point of the weekend. Brian Bruneau and Rocco Simone, they go from row number 2. There we'll see Manny Nuvolini and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row number 3. Harry Williams and Ava Lawrence go from row number 4. There we'll see Troy Ferguson and Max Feld on row number 5, with Atika Mir and Ludwig Granqvist rounding out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 also sees the deployment of some fresh rubber. It's Marit Zvaric alongside Remy Samchek, who is the driver to make that decision. And it's on that left-hand side, of course, that he's got those new tyres. 8th row is Alexander Legenki with Mark Casado, and from row number 9, we've got Liam Nachuate, who's already suffered 2 DNFs so far this weekend. He's starting with Santiago Diaz de la Vega. 10th row, top 20, it's Julian Frasnelli and Jarl Sayer, both drivers who have made up some impressive progress through heat so far. And from your 11th row, it's Alexander Point and Sandro Caraballo. Your 12th row, it's Aurelien Lemaire and Alexander Freiberg. 13 rows in total. Tony Kart and Delano Norris at the back. It's Oiver Venturata and Tiberius Muller.
Liam Nashuate out of the race before it's even started, and that reaction there says everything you need to know about that young man's hopes of getting into a final, because that is another DNF for the American to add to his tally, and it's been a shocking weekend for him indeed. False start for the field. They go round again. Second attempt here for Ratajski and Lazaro at a race start.
Yeah, so for Nachuate, his hopes and dreams of making that final look to be slipping out of his fingers. But for the rest of the field, like for his teammates of Stan Ratajski, this could be a big moment. He's had 2 P2s. He's had a qualifying heat win this morning. could look to get another win on the cards, but this time he'll go alongside Xavier Lazaro, who's got some fresh rubber on board. So knowing that and considering that, that will make it even harder for the Ricky Flynn on that front row. Priam Bruno could also be a thorn in the side of Ratajski now. Bruno has been strong and consistent throughout the entire year so far. But don't count out Rocco Simone, because of course he, in his first qualifying heat of the day, challenged time and time again. Driver of Canada could also be one to take a qualifying heat win.
That's a very creepy Jesper standing in the window of the second floor of the timing tower. That is really something. And there's us waving at the top of the tower. There we go. All action around. There is Gonzalo Plat. That was really creepy, actually. It's just like, you know, when you watch a horror movie and it's just the silhouette in the window. Jesper's watching the racing. Right then. Let's see the start of this race then, as the field goes for an attempt number 2 at this race start. At the moment, of course, it's Daniel Miron and Jerry Giardello who lead the intermediate classifications. 150 points apiece for those two, with 3 wins in their tally. Lights are out. We're racing. Stan Ratajski, good start for him. He gets helped with a little bit of load in towards turn number 1 there as Priam Bruno slots into second place. The field fans out, and one cut facing the wrong way. It is an energy course that is facing the wrong way at the very start of that one. Maybe Alexander Freitberg for Sweden could be out, but we'll try and figure that one out as no, it's Jarlath Sayer on the factory energy course that is out of this race, and that is a shame for him. Eyes on this top fight though. Breakaway for the top 4, but you can see Manu Nuvolini holding on to P5 right now. From an Emerson Mekano-Uren who's not had the start he's had earlier on today.
Jarlath Sayer then desperately tried to restart that energy, but it wasn't quite enough, and now will retire from this race. In towards the final corner, nobody breaking away. Ratajski not allowed to bolt off. Down the inside, Rocco Simone looked like he was going to have a good go, but has to tuck back in and settle for that 4th spot. Ratajski from Bruno, from Xavier Lazaro. That's what we're looking at, 1, 2 and 3. We've then got Simone Nuvolini, Emerson Mekano-Uren, who closes in once more and actually pulls along Troy Ferguson as well. Ferguson had some good moments yesterday as down the inside. Here comes Simone in that P3. Switches the position with Xavier Lazaro as well. Here we go. Change for the race lead. That is the change between Ratajski and Priam Bruno.
It certainly is. And Bruno in control. While that was happening, it was a big old shuffle in the background as well, with many overtakes happening as Simone getting up to 3rd place. Ferguson, Mekano-Uren moving through. Nuvolini and Xavier Lazaro. Despite those fresh tyres for Lazaro, losing out on that one. To the inside, Ratajski thought he was going to go for a lead change there. Thought against it. Slots in behind. Utilises the slipstream there. Down the start-finish straight. Cannot get alongside.
No, not just yet. So Lazaro has dropped P7 for now. Is it the question that for Lazaro, once that tyre starts to come to life from him, will he pick off those positions once more? Turn number 6, that's the favourite for Stan Ratajski. That's where we've seen him make overtakes so far this weekend, and does just that. Get back to the front, round the outside. Here comes the MP. He's going to try and give it a go on Priam Bruno, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to make a mistake. Rocco Simone's just cost himself a position, and he's cost himself to Troy Ferguson and maybe to Mekano-Uren as well. Yeah,
Uren's trying to look to the inside. It's not going to be enough, though, for him. Has to stay behind Simone there on that NP machine, who goes defensive once more into the hairpin. Back onto the start-finish straight then. 185-metre run in towards turn number 1 here. And no lunges to the inside for the top runners right now as positions change left, right and centre. Fresnelli past Williams for 14th place and Venturata for Granqvist a little further down. There is the change now for Emerson Mekano-Uren. Gets it through, immediately goes defensive after that one to defend himself from Simone and Lazaro there. That's brought Nuvolini and Atika Mir into this fight as they all hug the inside line. Here's Ava Lawrence now wheel-to-wheel with Atika Mir as they head through in towards turn 8 and 9. Lawrence around the outside is going to carry that speed to the inside line and squeezes through. Excellent up and under there. Samchek's going to go through to boot as well.
Impressive by Lawrence. So Mekano-Uren got the move done, made it stick, defended the next couple of corners and is now pushed away from Rocco Simono and is now looking at Troy Ferguson, Bruno and Stan Ratajski. Ratajski leads a qualifying heat again for the second time today, is trying to extend the gap. He's currently got just under 0.4 of a second between himself and the victory lane out there. In the background, this time Atika Mir and Ava Lawrence are going to almost go wheel to wheel once more. Lawrence has now lost out. Samchek has found his way back through. Alexandra Point now under investigation. Samchek, fastest driver out there. That is why you've just seen him get past Atika Mir and Ava Lawrence once more. But Samchek, like Xavier Lazaro, fresh rubber, that is what is helping him. Lazaro did lose positions early on in the race. Is it the point within this qualifying heat that the tyre comes back to him? Absolutely is, because sector number 1 has just gone purple.
Max Feld just going in between the two of them there, making contact with Atika Mir, and then later getting that move done on Ava Lawrence as well. Atika Mir going defensive in the background here now from Julian Frasnelli, who sends the move down the inside. The factory Tony Kart driver making the move on the latest entrant to the Ward Racing team, as Ava Lawrence says to Max Feld, well, you may have got that overtake out of the final turn, but I'll take it back at turn 4 and 5, and I'll go defensive on you as well, just to boot, and that will bring in the likes of Samchek into that fight as well. So good fighting there for the field. Lap number 6 we are on of 10. Ratajski still in the lead of the race as we continue to watch this fight here. Ava Lawrence involved with Samchek, Feld, Diaz de la Vega, though, squeezing through ahead of both of them.
Of course, so far this weekend within the junior class, it's been Girardello and Miron to take 3 out of 3 qualifying heat wins. You're not going to see the same within this field because, of course, we've got a heat winner in the form of Stan Ratajski and of Xavier Lazaro, but that has been mixed with different results. For Ratajski, hasn't dropped outside of the top 2, but for Lazaro has dropped outside of that, not just within this race, but within his last qualifying heat, where it unravelled right on the very first lap. Emerson McAndrew-Uren still under increasing threat by Rocco Simone, who went fastest just a moment ago, and now goes down his inside at turn number 7. Samchek again is your quickest out there, as this is that aerial shot that just shows how much these drivers are diving those sends down the inside, and in the background you can actually see those switches at turn number 9 and turn number 10. And was that Emerson McAndrew-Uren once more getting back through on the MP? Or was it one of the drivers further back? We'll be able to update you in just a moment's time. But your top 5 separated by next to nothing, and it was McAndrew-Uren. He has just slid his way through once more on Simono, who's lost out not just to the Brits, but also to the driver of Poland. This is Remy Samchek.
Indeed. So, fighting going on. Big send down the inside there for the Forza Racing driver. Not close enough, though, for Harry Williams on Frasnelli. Tried it again. Now he's going to lose out a bit of time here. Casade's going to try and fight his way through, but now Frasnelli's made the move. This could help Williams out. But no, Casada is there. He's going to take the outside line, trying to get the up and under. Just hooks that nose cone there as well, which puts him under pressure now from Zadic and Atika Mir, who's trying to fight her way back through, but has just lost out, I think, there to Venturata, who's now in a 9th place gain into P16. Over the line, there's your race leader. Ratajski leading the way from Brno. Only half a second between those two. Ferguson from Lazaro. Emerson McAndrew-Uren from Samchek. Simone from that fight that is happening further back. So much going on up and down this order right now, Nicole, but crucially, it is still a strong getaway for your man leading the way of Stan Ratajski.
Is indeed. Intermediate classification, Ratajski, of course, leads things so far because he's done an extra heat. Oh, that was a bit of a bold attempt for McAndrew-Uren on Xavier Lazaro. But of course, for Lazaro in towards turn number 7, he would have had more grip out there because he's on that fresher tyre. McAndrew-Uren now thinking of the other driver that is sandwiched in between, that he's got a Maxis advantage, and that is Remy Samchek. With the Paralin ahead, new rubber. The energy behind, same case, more Tony Kart drive, but drama. This time it's Oyvind Venturata.
Yeah, that is a shame. He was just stepping up through that field and now finds himself out, so maybe one overtake too many for him in that race. And yeah, you can see the frustration on his face, and that's something you never want to see. And unfortunately, they do have to keep their helmets on while they're out there, and yeah, he'll just be told that by the marshals. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, now your fastest driver, out on circuit, trying to push his way through as we continue to see the fight raging on up and down the order. Emerson McAndrew-Uren with a move down the inside there on Xavier Lazaro. That now is for 4th place, as on this final lap, Stan Ratajski is going to look at an intermediate classification points lead. Another win to boot for him over the line after a very strong start to this weekend. Stan Ratajski now makes it 2 wins out of 4 races and will be happy with that result at the end of this phase of racing. We go into the lunch break after the senior race, of course, but for these drivers here, that is a strong start, and Priembrandt, I'm sure, will be happy with that result as well. Moves up to 2nd of the points with 165. Emerson McAndrew-Uren moves up to 3rd, but you cannot forget, of course, Daniel Miron and Giorgi Girardello joint on points, 150 points apiece for them. And later on today in the juniors, we will see them fight with each other. They will be on the front row for qualifying heat A versus C, which will be at 5-4 today. That will be a race to watch, I can imagine.
Yeah, I would definitely be setting an alarm for that qualifying heat. But for the one that you have just watched, Stan Ratajski, Priembrandt and Troy Ferguson are your 1, 2 and 3, with Ferguson, of course, climbing up by 6 positions to round out that spot. Emerson McAndrew-Uren then P4, so breaks that trend of finishing in 3rd so far this weekend, but rounds out his early stage of qualifying heats ahead of Xavier Lazaro. Samchek, Simone, Nuvellini, Diaz de la Vega and Ava Lawrence take you to your top 10, with us then having Julian Frasnelli, Max Feld, Harry Williams, Marit Varic and Mark Quesada. After that, Alexander Point, Alexander Freiberg, Alessandro Carabollo, Ludwig Granqvist and Atika Mir take you to your top 20. The last of your finishers, including Alexander Legenki, Tiberius Müller and Aurelien Lemaire. Late stage race DNFs were the case for Oyvind Venturata, and of course we lost Liam Natuetti before we even went green, and we lost Jarla Tisseya at that first corner, so 3 DNFs. But for Stan Ratajski, Ricky Flynn driver, it's another qualifying heat to make it 2 P2s and 2 race wins.
A very strong result there, and lifts his card onto the trolley after that race. And as a look at the highlights from that race, you can see the initial switch of position there for Rocco Simone immediately to the inside, found that gap and was able to get up into, held on to 4th place at the start of that one, tried to get a nose down the inside. There was Jarla Tisseya with that rotation at the very start. Other drivers going wide as well, as they will try to avoid that collision, which will seemingly look to start a little further up the order, and then it ricocheted down the order, and unfortunately Jarla Tisseya was the driver that got caught out with that moment. Then they got all sent in towards turns 4 and 5, other drivers having troublesome starts to that race. Legenki being one of them, losing 6 out. Atika at the end of that race dropping to 20th place despite that very strong start, which did have quite the feisty battle between the two of them. Atika Mir and Ava Lawrence going wheel to wheel for a long time in that race that was later brought to a conclusion, with drivers going for the moves in that latter stage of the race. There you can see Julian Frasnelli was one of those with the chance to go down the inside at turn 1, and Atika Mir at that point there would have to just fall back into position. Ava Lawrence continued that fight on up at that sharp end, holding on to a P10 finish, but Diaz de la Vega, Nuvellini able to get through. Max Feld involved in that fight as well, looking very, very sharp for them in that early stage. Still, as we watch that fighting, there was that late retirement for Oyvind Venturata. A tough run for him, as over the line, Stan Ratajski will take another qualifying heat win, would lead the points, but of course under pressure from the 2 drivers we'll see later on today, Daniel Miron and Giorgi Girardello. One more race to go before the lunch break. Back to the seniors for qualifying heat B versus C, and a very interesting race ahead of us for this one as well. William Kalija back to the front running positions here. The driver who at the moment leads the points, 3 wins out of 3, with Domain, of course, 3 wins out of 3. Will be a very interesting run in this one, but Kalija will have to wait to see what he can do against Domain later on today. There, though, is Benjamin Magnac, who starts on the front row of the grid for this one. P2 for this race, but we caught up with him well ahead of the racing this weekend.
Benjamin, Very good morning. Welcome to Kristianstad for the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championship finale, really here. Benjamin, this weekend you're back at the Asum Ring, the same track where you finished 12th last year in the Worlds, in the juniors, and then also, not even last week, you set a new lap record. This track is certainly showing as one of your favourites on the calendar, but what do you need to really help fight at the front of the grid this weekend in OK?
Yeah, no, you know, speed's been mega at this track every time I've been here, so yeah, it's been amazing, and yeah, just need to set a good lap in quali to be at the front, you know, helps you a lot, so yeah.
You've won finals out in Italy, you've won series out in Italy as well, behind big names like Kristianstad and Drummond in your first proper OK campaign. What's been the hardest part of adapting from the OK Junior to running with senior heavyweights like Baglin or Drummond?
Yeah, no, just from junior to senior, obviously the speed difference is, you know, you can definitely notice it, and yeah, it's, you know, with names like these, obviously it gets more difficult, but at the end of the day, you know, they're all enemies, let's say, so you have to do your best and race against them.
You've been open about wanting to become a world champion, and as you close out this European season with Ward Racing, what would a strong result in Sweden do for that next step in that plan of becoming a world champion?
Yeah, no, it would definitely give us a big confidence boost for, you know, world finals, and yeah, I think we definitely have what it takes to win this weekend, so yeah.
Well, Benjamin, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck this weekend and have a safe drive.
Good chat there with Benjamin Maniac, who at this moment sits 11th in the points after a third, fourth and a P11 in his last race. Unfortunate post-race penalty applied to him. Put him down in that order just a little bit, but he sits with 105 points to his name as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit for this race. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for the last race of the morning phase. It's William Kalijah back on pole position. He is joined by Benjamin Maniac on that front row of the grid. Ili Christian and Marco Gas go from row number 2, with Emiliano Hernandez and Nicola Frigg on row number 3. Olivier Sini and Armin Kari Osman go from row number 4. We'll see Evan Purcell and Ikon Pedrotti on row 5. Christian Alexander Rust and Mika Runitz go from row number 6. Row 7 sees Lev Krutilov and Manuel Maguez, who lock out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 is Zac Drummond alongside Rafael Bussato, who is the third driver in your field to deploy some new tyres. From row number 9 is Nikita Botta alongside Valerio Villapiana, who of course has already gone new within these races. Your 10th row, your top 20, is rounded out by Mateusz van der Kerkhoff and Victor Stelmach. All new tyres for the left-hand side of both Melker Millel and Mariano Lopez on row number 11. 12 is Eric Bondarov and Zeno Yang. Same story for those drivers. Your 13th row, Daniel Picorni, sees Infriz and new tyres on board the left for Eve. Row number 14 is Musad Albassam with Nicole Ferreira. New tyres on board the left for Musad. 15th row, 15th and final row, it's Francois Cadal. New tyres for Francois. So many drivers now deciding to switch that and make that decision in this stage of the weekend. And that is probably because there's had so many DNFs and a number of disqualifications for your senior field. Grid, of course, starting to slow down and get formed up as in the gantries the audiences start to increase. Big weekend ahead of us, big day and afternoon ahead of us as well, because the points are starting to close in on these championship fights. For Drummond, Baglin, Hoogendoorn and Schaufler within your senior field, and of course Green and Miron in your juniors. But now it's your senior qualifying heat, Groups B versus E.
It is indeed. Kalijah, of course, with those 3 wins, and with those 3 wins, 3 fastest laps of the race as well. I'll be curious to see if we're going this time around back of the field, not lined up at all. They do get so now. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Into those tram lines, we are racing towards turn 1. Strong start for Kalijah, good start for Maniac. A better start for Chrisen, though. Gets that Tony Kart down the inside as drivers, borderline, not even attempting to take the chicane there. Some of them gaining a fair few places because of it. But down the inside then, in towards turn number 6 for that first time. Multiple drivers trying to get an early advantage here, but 1 or 2 running wide in the background. Crucially, though, a clean breakaway for your top 3. They're looking comfortable with still Kalija leading the way.
Krutulov desperately trying to push his way through all the drivers ahead, but maybe not the start that he would have expected. Now we've got Valerio Villapiana, the leader of this pack of karts. Ferreira trying to get involved as well. Here comes Egon Pedrotti again. Pedrotti, very good circuit. He's raced some safe races so far, but now needs to deploy probably some high risk, high reward overtakes. At the front, Kalija doing what we've seen from him all week long so far, which is lead and drive away. Christian P2, Maniac P3 with Emiliano Hernandez, one of those new tyre drivers, instantly into that 4th spot. Over the hill, these drivers will catch a bit of that air time, get back down on 4 wheels, and then maybe set up overtakes like what we're seeing now by Drummond.
Yeah, Drummond down the inside has been making small, slight progress throughout this race so far. That is now 4 place gain past Amikara Osman for 10th place, and every overtake is superbly vital for him in that championship fight. As oh dear, at the back of the grid, drama striking for Eric Bondarov. Out of this race, the privateer here this weekend on that Kart Republic machinery will not see that checkered flag. Over the line they go, check over the shoulder there for Emiliano Hernandez, who's got a rear view full of Benjamin Maniac, who's on a 2-place downward trajectory right now, trying to push his way back forward.
Well, so for Hernandez, he is one of those drivers in the field, like Christian Alexander Rost, like Rafael Bisato, who's had a DNF so far. That's why that new tyre is coming into play. In towards turn number 7, closes in on Christian once more. Here comes Amikara Osman into the fight. Just got past Nicola Frigg for that 12th spot. In towards the 3rd sector. Again, Kalija lighting things up, extends his gap and will be helped very soon because the Emiliano Hernandez will take some time away and will cost some time to Christian. Down the inside, turn number 14 is that opportunity. DPK now into life by being boosted by the tyre. Maniac now being dealt a bit of a difficult card. He's having to deal with Gast, who of course has had a top 3 result so far today. Pedrotti also into this fight. Purcell has not managed a top 3 just yet, as all just catches the back of the Monster K.
Well, Emiliano Hernandez competition pace that suddenly picked up here could be benefited by the fact that he's got some new tyres on the left-hand side of this car. But yeah, he'll keep that fight on. Other drivers as well to watch out for. Drivers in the background is facing now the wrong way is Benjamin Maniac, who was so close there to being caught out by another kart, and the energy course just sweeping round the outside. Pedrotti going through, but Maniac with a very troublesome result there, and that is going to really shake up his fight this weekend.
For Maniac, that is going to be really difficult to deal with, as well as those results where in every heat so far he's actually gone backwards. Previous to this race, of course, he is a lap record holder. He's one of those drivers that is incredibly quick round here, but these races have not gone his well. And now we'll have to stand in that marshal post and just watch on at William Kalija continue to push forward. Hernandez now showing what that tyre can do, which is grab that extra pace. Purcell looking to push forward and looking to go on Oliveri Sini, who's had a disqualification so far this weekend, will be desperately trying to hold on to things. There's Egon Pedrotti, who was of course involved in that Maniac incident a moment ago. It's not cost him everything within this race. He has dropped down, but it's only 2 positions that he has lost compared to where he started things from. Train starting to form now, but this is of course in your mid-pack section. Evan Purcell being just ahead of it, with Amikara Osman, Nicola Frigg, Christian Ross and Ramiguez and Drummond being there. There goes Ross down the inside. Good send at turn number 2.
Certainly is, and another good send there down at turn number 4. Drummond though going to try and get 2 of them. Can only get 1 as he sits on the outside line there. Maguez in that fight, but we keep a close eye on that one as again the action down in towards turn number 7. This is what we talk about, see how it opens up into the corner, opens up on the exit as well. It means it is perfect for an overtake, and that's why we see them constantly into that hairpin there. Drummond leading quite a significant train of karts here from 10th place downwards. Pedrotti, Frigg, Basato, Krutulov in that fight. Egon Pedrotti's going to look down the inside though, and he's going to try and take that one away, but Drummond hangs it round the outside and says, what was that? And has to try and hold on to it. Oh no, Drummond's side pod, it's off. The contact he just made there with Egon Pedrotti has caused the Fusion driver's side pod to dislodge. That will be a technical flag for one of the championship contenders as he goes into the corner. The 103 machine will be out of this race.
That's going to be a technical flag, and that's going to be a DNF and a loss of points for the Scot, who was trying to chase down on a championship lead this weekend. Pedrotti now under investigation via Piana on your screen, under some pressure. But for Pedrotti, we've now had 2 incidents in a row, one with Kalijah, one with Zac. You see your drivers further back in your field, still trying to find something. Pedrotti, the other Italian that finds himself in the sharp end, and shortly can find himself in trouble as well. Kalijah, 1.3 seconds clear. 4 qualifying heats so far, maybe 4 qualifying heat wins, and despite, of course, having nobody to potentially chase, no tow out there, is your fastest driver on the circuit. Sini now under pressure. Didn't see that one coming. Here comes Kara Osman down the inside. 2 DNS would have benefited. Kara Osman will have the fresher rubber and has just used that to get past Sini. Sini now under the threat again. Rost is right there. Rost is down in, is inside, down towards turn number 11. Doesn't quite manage to make that move stick. As we've got Evan Purcell trying to get involved in this fight. And there it is. Completely dislodged. Zac Drummond's side pod is out. He's on the grass. Will force Drummond into the pit lane.
Yeah, that is a huge shame, and I think he has pitted. He has now. He's absolutely furious as well. There you can see it was that was the moment that we caught it earlier on, and he's absolutely livid.
So for Drummond, he's probably looking at his hopes slipping away from him now. There will be frustration, anger, but there will be more qualifying heats left to go. There will be a super heat tomorrow. It's not completely the end of the world just yet. Right, this fight is between Evan Purcell, the Forza that leads things ahead of other drivers. Miguez for victory lane. Then we've got Christian Rus, Fusion, and Pedrotti, the lone monster K. Kritilov trying to push ahead, but for Kritilov, only 2 places gained. Nowhere near as competitive as what we saw from him in 2025, where of course we had the World Championships at the circuit where Kritilov took home a rather large trophy that weekend. Hasn't managed to light things up just yet, but is tailing off now in the dying stages of this race. 5-car battle for the mid-pack drivers. Kara Osman is just ahead of this one, has just gone fastest, and is now looking at Gast. He's had a good day so far down the inside. Pedrotti takes it, this time sees another Fusion, this time doesn't make any contact at all, but it's Christian Ross that he sees. Ross now given a boot that effect is then felt by Egon Pedrotti and ignited by Kritilov.
This is a great fight happening inside this top area here, and the time quickly running out for them as well. So any overtake they want to do is going to have to come thick and fast. And speaking of overtakes, that's a big one down the inside there. Up in the sharper end of the field, that is Miguez on Purcell for 7th place. And that has pushed him up the order quite nicely. Robust, but fair there for the drivers. Top 3, top 5. Top 6 separated massively right now. The battle really is for 7th place in this one. We've just seen Miguez do that, and now we're going to see the fighting rage on behind as well as the action kicks off here. Kritilov getting the moves done on Christian Alexander Rus, and that is really kicking off a chain reaction here that is giving Pedrotti, Runitz, Cadal a chance to close in. Francois Cadal currently on a 16th place gain. Is really stepping through this field nicely as they head into that final sector once again. There you can see Kara Osman trying to chase down Marco Gast to 4th place, but not happening at the moment. Kara Osman, relatively decent weekend, I would say, for the driver. Has delivered some strong results, and I think looking forward to seeing what they can achieve later on this weekend. Is stayed up and inside the top running positions, but is still currently outside the top 10 with some dramatic moments. I've just taken a look over the intermediate classifications. Nicole, I've just taken a look at the comments in this race. Multiple investigation flags out in this race.
Yeah, there has been a bit of a drama out there for quite a few drivers, and for 2 of your big hitters, of course, as well. Drummond, Maniac, both out of this one, both big contenders when it comes to not just points, but trophy hunting this weekend. Talking of hunting on things though, William Kalijah on the course to take another qualifying heat win. In the previous it was the hat-trick, now 4 could be the case Final lap for the Paralyn out there. Of course, we are yet to see Henry Domain in his 4th qualifying heat, where he could match this of William Kalijah. But pole in quali, 200 intermediate classification points for the time being for the Australian, just ahead of Mexico's Emiliano Hernandez and Canada's Illy Christian. 3 more corners left for Kalijah to go down the hill. Will not run wide, will carry that speed, will baby that Paralyn home to the checkered flag that, for the 4th time this weekend, will invite William Kalijah to be a qualifying heat winner. Rounds out his day so far, 1.4 seconds clear from Emiliano Hernandez, who made that tactical decision with the TPK team to deploy that fresh rubber, boost himself throughout this qualifying heat to make up positions and be in P2. Christian going under the radar, but I think it's fair to say he's being steady, he's doing a great job out there, because again, it's inside of the top 3 today. So it's Kalijah, Hernandez from Christian, 1, 2 and 3, lights to flag for Kalijah. Of course, has not even seen another driver so far this weekend.
Now, that is a great result for him in this one, and misses out on the fastest lap of the race this time around. He's had the fastest lap on all 3 of the previous races, but this one, race 4, is going to lose out on that one too. Emiliano Hernandez, with those fresher tyres on board, will take that one for him at the end of that race. Kalijah, Hernandez and Christian, 1, 2, 3, and that for Christian, matching his best results he's had, 2 third places and a 4th for Hernandez. Very strong day for him over the course of this one. 26th he was in the points. He did have that DNF at the start, 7th and 4th, and now that 2nd place, his best result of the weekend as well. There's the full results of the rest of the drivers. Marco Garcia-Marin, Kalle Osman, Olivier Licini from Manuel Maguez, Evan Purcell from Lev Krutulov, Egon Perotti rounds out the top 10 from Mika Runitz and Christian Alexander. Biggest mover in that race is Francois Cadel. I'm pretty sure we said that yesterday as well. Cadel was 16 places gained, as having a strong recovery drive after a tough qualifying. Nicola Frigg in 14th from Malcolm Allel, Rafael Bassato from Mariano Lopez, Valeria Villapiana from Nikita Bott, Van der Kerkhoff running up the 20 from Albert Sam, Zemo Yang from Victor Stalmack, Idris, Daniel Picorni and Nicole Ferreira rounding up the top 26 positions. The retirements, Drummond, Maniac and Bondarov out of that race. Very challenging result for them, but for their William Kalijah, a very happy start to the weekend.
Absolutely, and it was very from the start, when the lights went green, that he just swiped across, fended and pushed away Benjamin Maniac's hopes of trying to tuck into that 2nd spot. In towards that 1st corner, Kalijah would hold on to things. Other drivers in the background would have a little bit of a drama. There would be drivers cutting over the grass, but nobody having any pirouette moments out there. Pedrotti would have an early stage start into the race that looked very positive, as down the inside Drummond would take away some positions. Edward Rost. In the background, though, we had some DNFs, and that was for the driver of Sweden, the privateer efforts of Erik Bondarov. Christian went under the radar, just sort of drove his own race, as Amin Kara Osman was find his way through on the victory lane. Emiliano Hernandez, down at turn number 14, would take that position away for P2 from the Alpine driver. It was a very steady overtake, and it was something that you would naturally expect. It was at this point that Pedrotti and Benjamin Maniac would get caught out with each other, with Maniac having a bit of a nervous moment there. There you can just see the energy cart of Zemo Yang ever so slightly clip Maniac. It was a very close indeed, but all contact was avoided by our field. Everybody somehow managing to weave around. Rest of the race did continue on, and it was at a later stage that Drummond had some dramas out there. More angles of turns that invite those overtakes, like turn number 7, 8 and 9. We saw slides through drivers further at the back, Daniel Picorni, Ifris and Victor Stalmack. This was the point that Drummond, of course, mechanically had to have that issue unfold, where the pod, just in the end of things, said goodbye to Drummond's kart and would force that DNF. Amin Kara Osman down the inside, this time on Olivier Licini. Licini would have to let the position go, but both drivers would still make up positions. Drivers in the background running themselves off the road. I think that is Nicole Ferreira, potentially, that would cut some of the circuit.
Yeah, that's a suboptimal way through the chicane there. Egon Pedrotti continuing his fight through the field to really push in a good form in that race. He had great races earlier on, and pretty standard results in this one, not gaining or losing any places at the end of that one. But still, strong getaway to right to the end. The sandwich moments there as checker flag would come out. 4 wins out of 4 for Kalesia, continuing that trend. He's got one more race to go to secure a pole position for tomorrow, and crucially, secure 25 championship points. That in this stage, he's not part of that. He is 5th in the points, but he is mathematically out of contention for that title. But he can certainly put a dent in the works for every other driver. We're now heading into the lunch break. We're going to take around about an hour's or so gap. We'll be going into that second half where we'll be getting into the real nitty-gritty part of the racing. Those last qualifying heats coming up very, very soon as... yes, but you've just joined us in the commentary box up here. We'll be back in about an hour and 13 minutes time from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We'll say goodbye for now. We'll see you in a few months' time. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship finale here, live in Sweden, the Kristianstad circuit in the south of the country. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box after the lunch break, and we're heading back to the Academy Trophy for the seniors. Second round of qualifying heats. It is groups B versus C. That will be heading out onto the circuit next, and there you can see the field lined up, ready to go. Current championship leader on pole position for this one, the 407 machine of Albi Lapper, joins Alexis Genelay, who has been one of the drivers who has been very quick so far this weekend, and looking forward to seeing what they can do together over the course of these next few races in terms of results for the Academy Trophy. Very busy weekend, but like we say, these drivers here focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is getting these karts to the end of this next race. It is going to be a busy old race for them, of course. Used tyres now on board for them, and this one set will be used for the entirety of this weekend. So looking after them is vital. We caught up with, though, this young man, Albi Lapper, ahead of the racing this weekend. Here's what he had to say.
Albi Lapper, second pole in group of the year at Valencia. You got the job done there. Here at the last round in Kristianstad, again, it's a pole position. But opening stages of that quali looked like it was quite tough, right?
Yeah, a little bit tough. The tyres are still really cold and trying to set up the position. But I feel like in the end it kind of came together, so it was worth it.
And for you coming into this weekend, a championship could be on the line. It's very close indeed between the senior field. Can you tell us about what you're thinking going into it, especially as a driver who's maybe found themselves in similar positions through your career so far?
I think really staying calm and confident and composed, really. Just being fast in general, but also not making many mistakes will really help.
And throughout these races, from what you've watched maybe from the other classes around this circuit, how difficult do you think it's going to be when racing in these heats?
I think it'll be quite difficult. Obviously the weather is a factor. If it's too hot, it'll be very sweaty, obviously, and it'll be difficult to drive. But I think if you get a big enough gap, it's done.
Well, Albi, we'll see how you get on within these heats then, but like we said, in time qualifying, pole in group.
Thank you.
And that pole earlier on did emulate to a second place early on, a finish behind Michael Zion for Albi Lapper. But there you can see Alexis Genelay joining him on the front row of that grid. That was a race win earlier on for him. 50 points he has taken in that intermediate classification to try and close that gap down, of course, in the Academy Trophy. That title fight is still very close, but of course it is Albi Lapper who does lead that way. There are still the chance of winning 76 championship points in this one, because there's an extra point for the final. So for these drivers, they will see what they can do as the light transitions from yellow to green. The engines fire up as the sun in the Academy Trophy, the senior class here at the Kristianstad circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for the third race of the day for the class, third race of the weekend. It's groups B and C that make their way out onto the track. Albi Lapper and Alexis Genelay lock out the front row of the grid for this one. Liam Carr and Jonathan Landstrom, they go from row number 2. Konstantin Paps and Simon Matoda, they will see row number 3 with Zhao Zhengji and Sebastian Gronald-Eels on row 5. Louis Sifri will join Derek Wargo. They will rock down the first half of the field on row number 5.
Row number 6 sees Rafael Volante alongside Oliver Hjordrup, and from row number 7 it's Marcela Assumpção of Brazil alongside Prokop Salukskev. From row number 8 we've got Woropang Shuan alongside Daniel Schreier-Isa, and from row number 9 it's Leonie Air alongside Tiziano Antola. 10 rows in total, and the final 2 in your field for groups B versus C is Alvaro Parra and Ori Goldberg. So your front 2, Albi Lapper, of course, quickest in time qualifying group, going head-to-head on that front row with Alexis Genelay. Genelay, of course, taking his win in first qualifying heats, but not a pole driver this weekend. Was, of course, a pole sitter out in Valencia and a driver who challenged at our previous round in Mülsen. So it's Great Britain and Switzerland on that front row going into the first corner. Drivers saw a lot of each other through those practices earlier on in the week as well. So looking forward to this one, as I'm sure so will be Race Control. Head of Race Control this weekend, Chris Lambret, alongside Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher, who have Had a busy morning, I would say, Anthony, so far.
Yeah, I daren't ask the question of how many reports we've seen so far this weekend, but I've got a feeling it is in the many's out there for this weekend. Look at some of the marshals here. Great work from them over the course of this weekend. Couldn't go racing without the fabulous Orange Army, and here at the Kristianstad circuit, certainly some of the best in the country here. Right then, field ready to get going. It is the Academy Senior Trophy here, lining up for qualifying Heat B versus C. Albi Lapper and Alexis Genelay on the front of the grid. Genelay electing he does not want to start this race. He elects to stand in the middle of the grid, sending the field round one more time.
Wasn't lined up at all, was Genelay. I actually don't know what he was trying to do there. Did he maybe mistake where the position was on the track? Was he maybe just not ready and intentionally broke that formation to go round again? We don't quite know, but for Genelay, he was, I would say, the cause of that false start. Third formation lap in progress then. Albi Lapper will look to slow the field down. 20 drivers in total within just this group, but we have our second group to come up later, and of course that includes a race winner of Michael Zions as well. Crowds now form round the circuit, of course, circuit in a bit of a bowl out there, as of course Gonzalo Planta will be on the gantry looking to this time send our field going.
Yes, indeed. We will hopefully get a race start this time around, as the field is not far away from seeing a start to this race. Of course, second half of the day gets into the nitty-gritty side of things. Of course, this being only their second race of three that we're seeing this qualifying heats phase. And then, of course, the Academy Senior Trophy, they go into their finals straight away tomorrow. No superheat for the class. So getting these races right is absolutely vital. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. We are green and racing towards turn number one. Good start for Lapper. Great start for Genelay on the outside line, but he's going to have to relinquish second place as contact is made. Several cuts facing the wrong way. Very messy there at the beginning, and there's more happening down at turn number 4 as well. Multiple cars have not come through, including Jonathan Landstrom, Konstantin Paps, Louis Sifri, Wago had a moment there, Daniel Miron Lorente and Ori Goldberg have all been caught out at the start of that race, but it looks like a couple of them have got going again. Great start though for Liam Carr. This has been a superb getaway for him. Purple sector 1 and 2, the pilot who started this third on the road. The 414 machine is in a comfortable position of P1 as he is being hunted down by Albi Lapper at the start of this race.
Louis Sifri has managed to get the car back into life. There's more happenings this time. It's for Konstantin Pabst. Pabst visibly there, unhappy with this one. A driver who did a good job in his first qualifying heat to climb up through moments where he had lost out back to a P9 spot. But now his race will be cut short. Carr called it there, Anthony, has done a great job at the race start. It was on the inside of turn number 2 where he got it correct, just managed to weave his way through Lapper. Genelay has lost out for the time being, but he's not a million miles away, and through the test sessions was by far the fastest driver out there. He will look to deploy that once more throughout this qualifying heat to chase up to your duo out in the front. Lapper looking strong out of the final corner. We've got Liam Carr running slightly wide there. Up the hill, these drivers will run pace once more in towards the first corner. Lapper, third sector, purple there, so he's got the legs now on Carr in front in towards turn number 5. Alex against going for the move. Do they work together here, Anthony? Try and push away from Genelay a little bit more, or is Albi going to just go for the move? Lapper in towards turn number 7, wants to get this race lead back and does it. Turn number 7 sets it up, takes the position off, and is now back into the front.
Well, I think Albi's just answered your question there, Nicole. No is the answer. He doesn't want to work with Liam Carr. He is focusing on his championship here, and he is still that points leader. But every position he can gain here is a helping hand in that fight to grab himself 25 championship points at this stage of the weekend. Remember, of course, that he is in close competition with Alexis Genelay in those points. But with Genelay down in third, this is a good position for him to be in. Does not want him to get up into second place. If he does, that could spell a spanner in the works, because he would take, once again, control But right now, we will wait to see what happens because Lapper leads the way, and with that leads the intermediate classifications with 94 points to his name.
For Landstrom, his combination of race results so far, it's a P3 and a DNF. For Konstantin, perhaps it's a 9th and a DNF. Schreier and Goldberg also out of this one. But your two names of Landstrom, and perhaps that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow indeed, especially for Jonathan Landstrom, who this weekend is racing on home soil, and he said it to us previously. He has completed hundreds, if not thousands, of laps round this circuit. Now he'll have to go back to the drawing board and just watch the rest of this race unfold. Lapper out in the front, car P2. Here comes Genele now. So Genele has made it a 2-kart battle into a 3-kart battle, has got the pace and is looking mighty fast out there. Previous lap, with of course having to push away, did lack a 10th or 2 to Lapper out there in the front, but now starts to arrive in towards turn number 7. Is he going to dive down the inside now of Liam Carr? Not just yet, not quite close enough, as in a moment's time, maybe we're going to have a bit of a problem with the back marker, because through that third sector, Louis Sifri is tailing round all alone after having to fire that kart back into life. Trio at the front, Lapper, Carr, Genele. If they battle, like what now we're seeing from Genele try and decide to do, Matoda could have the opportunity to get involved. Simon Matoda has been a race winner so far this year. I would say he could try and do that again. Lapper controlled though, no mistakes from him. Genele has now gone purple, faster than both ahead.
Indeed, moves there for 6th place. Sort of gaining those places. Hoogendoorn moving down to 7th. But all the drivers here on a position gain right now for a lot of them. The only driver who's lost out on a spot is Alexis Genele, who sits there in 3rd place, as now this might help him get into 1st place, because 2 for 1 for Alexis Genele. That overtake from Liam Carr for the race lead has gifted that to the driver in 3rd place. But that is not going to mean that Lapper's going to sit this one down. He's going to fight it back. He is there in P2. Is he going to look for the move into this final corner? The answer is no. He's going to stick behind Genele. With that overtake, though, that puts Genele back into the points lead. 100 points to his name, and he would take some championship points away. Retiring into the pit lane, not into Parc Ferme, is Louis Sifri. Now, that may have been to get out of the way of the chasing pack that were closing in. However, he has missed the turn-in. Is it a retirement, or is it just a stop? I think it's a retirement. There he is in the pit lane, going no further. So, changes at the front. And now Genele in control of this race, but I've got a feeling, Nicole, that this is not going to be the end of this fight.
Yeah, if Lapper uses his head now, he'll go in on your leader of Genele as quickly as he possibly can, because Genele's got that pace to run away from the rest of the field, and Lapper does not want that because he's thinking about points. Out of the final corner, he's not given that opportunity to bolt off from either Lapper or Liam Carr. Carr now sat then where he started this race from, in that P3, and still got a gap to Simba Matoda. So if these three do start battling very shortly, they can be given sort of that mindset that, okay, we're safe enough for the time being from Simba Matoda and Zhao Jianji as well. Genele now goes fastest. If Albay wants to give it a go, I would say he's got to do it very soon indeed, because Genele is looking to break away. Halfway race distance, of course, is done and dusted. And actually, pace-wise, we've got Genele as being a 10th and a half faster than the great Brits, just behind, who now looks like he's in trouble. Looks like he's in trouble because Carr has chased up. Carr is closer to Lapper than Lapper is to Genele, turn number 14. Nothing just yet for Liam Carr. And actually, nothing major for anybody in the field. Other than Proko Solovtiev then, P6 for now, with 8 places gained. Your biggest mover, fellow Tiziano Anatola, who almost matches that, but it's with 7 places.
Fights behind still rage on. Simba Matoda still there in P4 on a 2-place gain. Zhao Yinji also on a 2-place gain as well. Solokotsev is the biggest mover, though. 8 places gained from Sebastian Grondel-Eels. That is still fighting away. There is the fight just behind. That is keeping the pace up for the rest of the field here. But everyone excited to see what happens as Leonia now goes to the move down the inside of Antola, and that is for 11th place. Marcelo Asumsao is just ahead of that on a 3-place gain. But as you can see, a lot of drivers at the front end of the field here being caught out of those retirements. Sifri, of course, Landstrom, perhaps, Daniel Miron Lorente and Ori Goldberg. A couple of those drivers who weren't up the order, but for Landstrom and Paps, that's a big shake-up for them as they lost out on so many places. Still no lunges here from our top three. Generally, Lapper and Carr have stayed in formation. A big check over the shoulder there for Carr just to see, from Lapper, just to see what's happening. Seems to have dropped off the back now, has Carr. Lapper can now focus once again on Genelay as he sets the fastest lap of the race to 52.343.
Well, if it stays as it currently stands, every driver inside of your top three would actually just double up on the positions that they've already achieved in their previous heats. For, of course, Genelay was a qualifying heat win. He's currently sat P1. Lapper was P2. Currently sat P2. And then you've got Liam Carr, who finished in third earlier, and he's matching that right now. So everybody sat where they finished off in their first qualifying heat. Dying stages of this one. Again, no major changes for anybody within this race. Everybody sat and settled, and pace-wise between your top three, there's only half a tenth that separate them when it comes to those times. That's why you're not seeing that major loss or gain for any of those names in towards turn number 7. Again, there's too much to try and gain for Lapper on the brakes. That's why he's not going in just yet. That overtaking opportunity has not opened up. It closes in massively there through turn number 8, maybe down towards that third sector. This could be the opportunity. It's a loss, then it's a gain out of the exit of the corner. All of these drivers, of course, parity between the engines and the chassis. Everybody is on equal machinery. And doesn't Lapper show the pace there, though, out of what he can do driving-wise. And, of course, with that race mindset, down towards turn number 14, ticks off the position, bided his time, and leads things once more. Goes side by side. Open. Turn number 1, left that door open through the inside. Not just goes there Genelay, but potentially Liam Carr down towards turn number 6. Defensive goes Lapper. Covers that inside line. Doesn't allow Liam Carr that position. But now it's to settle back into P2.
Yep, settles there nicely, but this is really kicking off now for these top three. Simo Matoda will be very happy with this one. He sits there in 4th place and is certainly wanting to get involved in this fight. But Genelay is just keeping that door closed. Here comes Liam Carr down the inside. He found the gap into turn 11. He's made that position up to P2. Now here's Simo Matoda. Simo Matoda might have a chance to get inside that top 3 here as the field will be heading onto this moment now. The last lap is out to the field. Genelay leads by the largest gap he's had so far this race. 0.4 of a second. Carr still under pressure from Lapper. Can Lapper find the overtake on this last lap into one of these corners? The answer into turn 4 and 5 is no. He stays behind at this point. Carr's now going to go defensive. This could bring Simo Matoda very much into play. It could bring Zhao Yunji into play as well in the background as Carr is going to hug that inside line now all the way to the checkered flag in towards turn 9 through turns 10. Plenty of up and under attempts can be done through here, but this time we're not seeing it because the inside line has been absolutely denied to Lapper. Liam Carr's going to hold on to P2, but Genelay is going to find it. But there's the move down the inside into the final turn. Genelay will take the win. Lapper at the end will take P2, and with the fastest lap as well from Liam Carr and Simo Matoda. How on earth did Lapper find the gap there to get that card into P2? I'll never know.
Well, for Lapper, he's just showed us some confidence and he showed some reliability as well, because it's 2 out of 2 P2s. But for Alexis Genelay, 2 races, 2 wins. Genelay then, points are being accumulated and looks to challenge Lapper once more in those standings. Carr, I'm sure, will walk away from this one here. Then Anthony kicking himself slightly because on the final corner left that door wide open and Lapper managed to walk through it. Simo Matoda, 2 places gained, with Zhao Zhanji also matching that to be the last inside of the top 5. Of course, your biggest mover being through the crowd was Prokhor Solutskiev. Their 8th place gained to be in P6, with the number of drivers, of course, losing out massively. But Alexis Genelay takes it again. 2 qualifying heats, 2 qualifying heat wins. Lapper P2, Liam Carr P3. Only P3 on the final moments because he looked like he was finishing off in 2nd. Intermediate classification means that Genelay is sat with 100 points. After your top 5 then, it is Prokhor Solutskiev with Sebastian Grondel-Ils, Oliver Hjordrup, Rafael Volante and Marcela Assumpção. The only better race for her this time compared to the previous, where she was given that penalty, of course. Finishes in P11 with Tiziano Anatola, Wurapong Amshiwan, Derek Wago and Alvo Para taking you to your 15 finishers. Zifri, Lamstrom, Paps, Schreier Isa and Ori Goldberg. They were the 5 drivers to not finish the laps of that race. There he is, Alexis Chenelet, back to that top spot, 1 place gained and a 1.1 second gap to Lapper.
Yeah, that's a really good result there for the entrant from Switzerland in this final round of the championship. And in this qualifying heats phase, kept his nerve from that outside line start. Did drop back to third, was side-by-side moment for 4th places. Drama struck earlier on for many drivers. Ori Goldberg, Daniel Schreier, Isa, Konstantin Pap, Jonathan Landstrom. I think Louis Zifrig also caught out in that incident. Did manage to get restarted at a bit of a cost there out of the Marshall post. But plenty of action still to come in the Academy Senior as we see the rest of these highlights. Lapper back to the lead with Liam Carr. That fight, though, wasn't over at that point because then Alexis Chenelet closed in. Look at this down the in. One on the exit. Just found the gap, found the move, and found the race lead at that point.
Yeah, absolutely did. And of course, Liam Carr and Albi Lapper ran slightly wide on the exit of turn number 7. That's where you saw the 2 for 1, and that is how he pulled that one off. Of course, for Albi Lapper, did momentarily manage to get into the race lead, but it was at turn number 2 that he lost out once more, ran himself wide, ran himself towards that rumble strip and just allowed Chenelet enough space to squeeze through. He then allowed Liam Carr the opportunity to get back down his inside. Carr took that chance, but it was at the final corner that Carr maybe got a little bit too comfortable out there, left things wide open for Lapper, who gave it one last shot and pulled it off to finish in P2. But the big challenger this weekend then, despite not putting it on pole position, Alexis Chenelet takes 2 qualifying heat wins, with the second driver who could maybe match that soon to come up in group. Of course, Michael Zions will be in this race. Your Academy Senior Groups A versus D, identical race format to what we have just seen for Chenelet, Lapper and Carr, 1, 2 and 3. We now see different names within this field and 21 drivers instead of the 20. There he is. There is Michael Zions, who of course polled it overall yesterday in group, put in that spectacular lap, and it was a last-minute pole within that session also.
It certainly was, and that obviously took him on to a race win. Here's what he had to say, though, after that time qualifying session.
Michael Zions, firstly, congratulations, because for the last Academy Senior qualifying group of the year, you've just put it on pole, and you've put it on pole overall. Did you know that that was going to be the case this weekend?
Of course, I was really fast the whole practice sessions. I knew that I was going to be top 2, and yeah, pole position it is.
And the circuit itself, I asked Albi Lapper a similar question earlier on. He polled it in group. From what you've watched from the other groups here this weekend in juniors and in OK, what do you think of the circuit and how do you think it's going to race in the heats?
For sure, it's a fun circuit. It's really demanding on tires, so I'll need to save them a lot. And defending will be pretty hard here because of these hairpins that go tighter later.
And going into this last round as well, the fact that it is a last round, does that maybe motivate you a little bit more to get a final win in this weekend?
Yeah, I hope to get the final win because I think there is still some chances for me to be P3 in the championship. I have like 30 points to P3, so I would really like that.
Well, it sounds like the hope is alive for you, Michael. Pole overall, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to catch up there with Michael Zion after a very successful time qualifying. He has kept that success with that race win earlier on, and now he starts on the pole position side of this one alongside Fleming Panetta on that front row. Tuni Yerkin joins Oliver Kerg on row number 2 with Jose Bautista and Isa Al-Hamadi. They'll be looking at the top 3 rows. Consta Cipolla joins Jan Rodriguez on row number 4. First half of the field, we'll see Boaz Maximov and Vanessa Shilkaneta.
Row number 6 is Leopold Yucha alongside Flavio Kyra. From 7, it's Sarp Kale with Nicholas Malero. And from row number 8, Jesse Swart will see Danish Chen. 9th row, Alex Desario with Maximiliano Gobbi. And then from row number 10, Petra Milosevic will need a good race after a DNF earlier on. She starts alongside Adam Reiberts. 11 rows in total, and it will be Rion Titogio that rounds out your 21 kart field, where Jachley is already down to 20 because Al Hamidi there is out before it even begins. Is still on that grid area as Mechanic there just tries to fire the kart back into life. You can see the team, the Vortex team, the OTK team, just having a word with Al Hamidi about potentially getting things back into the field. We'll look to see if that unfolds, but I think the clock is ticking, and I do think he's run out.
Well, no, so he'll be able to start, but from the back, they'll have to wait for the field to go past. That was Drummond telling him that not put your foot down on that accelerator. Wait until the kart kicks into life. Here we go. We're green and racing towards turn one. Strong start again for Michael Zion at the front of this field. Absolutely clear at the front as they go through the chicane for the first time. Any action in the background? The answer, well, no, actually. Oh, but actually, I spoke too soon. There is one kart facing the wrong way, and that is disaster striking for Maximiliano Gobbi out of this race. He will go no further, and I think Niklas Molero also has had drama. He has. He's gone off the road at turn number 4. He will also go no further in this race. Zion's fight, though, is not out of the woods. He is under massive pressure from Tudor Jurkin, who is going to pile all that pressure on at the end of this first lap.
Well, the two drivers that find themselves out already are actually the two that had some moments in their last qualifying heat together. Do you think one of them has managed to get back into life? Is it potentially Maximiliano Gobbi that has fired things back into action? No, it's not. It's Niklas Molero that will continue to go round. Zion's out of the front. Action down the inside. That's the sharper end.
Savlovic
You're still seeing drivers try and fight through, as you're seeing Petra Milicevic use that newer tyre that she has got because of that DNF in her first qualifying heat. Zion's was not under too much pressure in his first qualifying heat earlier on, but this time it's different. This time there's a change because Tudor Jurkin is right there. Jurkin is a driver who time and time again at Valencia and at Mülsen has been at the front and will now look to try and stay there in his second heat of the day. Zion's from Jurkin from Philipp Planeta. They are 1, 2 and 3. Oliver Kirk and Delitzsch still sat where they started this race from. As for the time being, Zion's does match Jenelet's points. That out-qualification helps him as it moves down the inside. Vanessa Schilknater gets involved.
Yeah, Kara gets through as well. That's Boaz Maximov down 2 places now into 9th place, so he won't be too happy with that as this race goes on through the chicane. Again, that's a big look down the inside there for Jan Rodriguez now on Boaz Maximov. He could sense the weakness from that double overtake on the final turn, and he thought, right, my turn to get that move done myself, but in a very different location. And once again, Boaz Maximov defensive going into the turn. Desario might have a chance to go for the move down the inside, and he does find that on the entrance of turn number 9, squeezes his way through. Now the 449 of Sharp Kale also finds his way through, and then also Jesse Swart might now find his way through, and it just shows how quickly a driver, as soon as one overtakes happens, you can get discombobulated out there, and before you realise it, you've not only lost 1, you've lost 6 or 7 places.
Boaz Maximov being one of those drivers that's gaining but then losing out, has just lost out 1 more. So, up by 7 positions so far. Sorry, that's Alex Desario's up by 7, but for Boaz Maximov, he made a couple, then he's dropped back, and he's dropped back by 4 overall. Alex Desario, again, is doing what he did in his first qualifying heat, making up those positions and just picking them off, but picking them off very quickly. 7 places gained to now be inside of the top 10. So hopefully the later stages of this race went better than his previous. Zion's now almost 4 tenths clear from Tudor Jurkin. Philipp Planeta there as well, but Zion's doing what he did in the previous qualifying heat. Just slowly but surely pick away, continue to push. Drivers that are still going for it. Vanessa Schilknater still trying to get past Kyra, as Sipula has been given some clean air out there, as has Flavio Kyra.
So this race is on lap number 5 of 13. Still a long way to go as the sun shines. Air temperature still holding about 19 degrees out there. It's actually a lovely day to go racing. Michael Zion setting the fastest lap of the race, 52.3, and is continuing to open up that gap between himself and Tudor Jurkin to 4 tenths of a second. It's not the biggest gap in the world, but it is enough to keep a driver at bay in these early stage. Jose Bautista Delitzsch, there you can see, right on that rear tail of Oliver Kirk. Kirk having a tough race earlier on, Nicole, if you remember, dropping down in that field. But then, now this race looking a lot stronger, I would say.
Yeah, for Kirk earlier on, it was a P10, so it wasn't great, but it wasn't awful. For Kirk, he would have expected to be a little bit higher up in this one, though. Good start has, of course, sat where he began this race from throughout the entire thing. So no loss, no gainers. This is that air time these drivers do catch as they exit out of turn at number 5, up in the air, then back down on 4 wheels to set themselves up for turn 6 and turn 7, where this time we're seeing some pressure, we're seeing some fights on. This time it's for the drivers further out the back. Further out the front, as we were saying his name, Oliver Kirk now gets overtaken as we've got Delic up into P4. For Kirk, slightly taller driver, of course, Anthony. Would you say this is the stage in the race where maybe the tyres start to get a little bit more difficult for Kirk to try and manage because he's got that shift of centre of gravity? Could be the case that he's just getting out-raced, because that was a nice little move by Kristianstad.
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, these tyres are very good. Oh, I say that. It's a very sideways moment there for FIA Karting. Vanessa Schilkanator taking full advantage of that oversteer moment into 7th place. Yeah, possibly so. I mean, these tyres do generally last a really long time, and they've got quite a good grip level. And, of course, because all the drivers are on pretty much the same tyres this weekend, they're finding themselves, there's a lot of rubber going down on the circuit. So it is a really super sticky circuit at this moment. But if you do push them too hard, yes, it can be challenging. Down the inside there, chopping and changing. Cesario and Jan Rodriguez. FIA Karting in that fight as well. Look at this beautiful exchange of positions now, and that's massively helped out Saab Kyle, who has stepped up through that field. Jesse Swart behind Boaz Maxwell trying to get back into this fight as they go side by side over the line. It's been a good odd run there, but as we say, the overtakes have been good. Saab Kyle under investigation for potentially causing a collision.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't say those overtakes were particularly intentional for Saab Kyle just a moment ago. Whoa. Side by side in towards turn number 5, now down towards turn number 6. That's a nice little switch, and that's a nice read of the road for Boaz Maximov. And of course, the driver, he's going head to head with Flavio Kyra, and Boaz now saying a lot to each other. Kyra has managed to get past once more, but Maximov will not try and give up just yet. 4 places lost. It was 2 just 3 laps ago for Maximov, so it's still unravelling, but we have still got almost half a race distance left to go. Zions and Genele are still tied on those points. With that out-qualification for Zions compared to Genele, he does lead things in that intermediate classification. P3 is Lapper with the 2 P2s that he's currently had on the road, as just 6 points behind is Tudor Jurken. Then we've got Carr, Zimmer Matoda, Philippe Planeta, Delic, Sipula and Grondal Eels all inside of the top 10, with every driver, of course, still having one more qualifying heat left to go.
And that will be at the very end of the day. Michael Zions there, once again, fastest lap of the race. It's a 52.032, as here the fight for 5th place still rages on. As Batista Delic under pressure here from Vanessa Schilkanator, who has slowly closed in at this point. Kurg and Desario fighting away as Desario down the inside takes that one away, moves up into 7th place, and that is now a net gain of 10 places in this race. That is such a strong start to this second race of the day. In towards turn 4, no lunges this time around as Zion continues to put in those fastest laps. That is the driver who is in the zone right now. Tunnel vision has kicked in for him, and he's just setting those purple sectors.
Is indeed, and he's actually making it look a little bit easy. You know, his previous 4 laps have all been within hundredths of each other, make it 300ths of each other. So Michael Zions, at the minute, if you threw a Euro on the track, he'd probably hit it every single time. Very, very precise, is outdoing what, of course, previous driver of Alexis Genele did before, because he's not really being challenged at all. He's just driving away from the rest of the field. Has got one of the biggest race leads we've seen so far today across all classes. It's 2.2 seconds that he leads from. All he's got to do now is sit in that OTK, just baby the cart home, and think about getting it to the line. He's not going to push. He's not going to push too hard. He's going to think about the tyre as well, because he's got another qualifying heat left to go on these, and then he's got to use them again tomorrow in the later stage of things. Zions, Jurken and Philipp Plater, 1, 2 and 3, I think can be quite happy with where they are currently and not think too much that they're going to be challenged. The main challenge at the moment is what you're seeing on your screen. Vanessa Schilkinator has just been taken by Alex Desario, this time making a score of 10, now a score of 11.
Yep, good charge through the field here with the time very quickly running out, and Schilkinator now going defensive from Oliver Kirk just behind, who will happily take a position back in this one. She tries to plead with him to say, come on, let's push forward and try and catch the two up ahead. Their pace has just been very, very quick so far. Are we going to see those lunges? Well, near lunge there. A lot later on the brakes was Oliver Kirk. Vanessa Schilkinator very well aware that they are still right there behind. And again, now we're going to get 3 wide on the exit towards turn 7. This now, Curl trying to get the move as well as he overtakes in the background Kara and Swart fighting away. Micro battles happening all up and down the order here for these positions, with the race nearing its conclusion. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. The top 3 are clear. Jurgen and Planeta are quite close, but it is all the fighting further down in the field that has our attention. Vanessa Schilkinator fighting here to hold on to 7th place.
Well, for Schilkinator, she's got 14 more corners to try and use that shield to keep Kirk, to keep Kale just behind. Of course, Kale is under investigation. Now you're seeing that white line fever for Vanessa Schilkinator. She backs up Kirk and she backs him up into Sarp Kale. Sarp Kale now trying to go for it. Kirk now defending, but it's going to over-defend and it's going to leave things wide open for Sarp. He slides through, gives Vanessa some clean air out there. She now looks to bolt off and everybody else actually is backed up into each other. Domino effect through turns 10 and 11. But all whilst that is going on, Michael Zions continues to extend his gap and extends his gap to 3.5 seconds. 2 qualifying heat wins. Michael Zions is the one to be so far within Academy Senior for this final event in Sweden. Matches Alexis Ginolet's 2 wins, but outscores him in your points because of that pole position. Zions from Jurken, from Philipp Planeta. That is your 1, 2 and 3. All 3 drivers inside of those top spots actually having very settled races. Indeed, no major challenges between those names. Zions, though, hasn't even seen anybody throughout these races so far. Is that going to change as we head through the later stages? I'm sure for the driver of Poland, he's hoping not.
No, indeed. And we look forward to seeing that fight because, of course, that will involve the likes of Michael Zion and Alexis Ginolet, who will go into their last race, fighting to see who will take the pole position for the final. Both of them on 100 points, but only one driver can start P1. There is your top 3. Michael Zion, Ture Jurken and Philipp Planeta, 1, 2, 3 at the end of that race. Had a Konsta Sipala, who finishes in P4. Jose Bautista Delic finishing P5 ahead of Alex Desario. Vanessa Schilkinator from Sarp Kale. Flavio Cara from Jesse Swart. Jan Rodriguez from Oliver Kirk. Boaz Maximov from Leopold Junch. Petra Milosavljevic finishing ahead of Danish Chen. Adam Rybitz from Rion Tutongio. Nicholas Malero from Isa El Mahidi. Retirements here, and Maximiliano Gobbi out of the race. There, though, your race winner. Michael Zions looking to stand on the top step of the podium here this weekend, and is also looking to try and take 25 championship points away from the rest of the field. There is your highlights, and there is the start for Michael Zion. Once again, cool, calm, and calculated. No real drama right from the word go. And there was that first early spin, just self-inflicted on that curve. Maximiliano Gobbi unfortunately caught out in that one. And then down here, Nicholas Malero on the outside, just getting caught out as well.
Yeah, so both drivers that saw each other in their previous qualifying heat, but this time their incidents were completely separate. They did not actually see each other, but both have DNFs. Down the inside, turn number 14 for Vanessa Schilkinator was the opportunity to start making up some moves. It was 3 in total for her, even though at some stages it looked like it was going to be a few more than that. She was one of the drivers to really make the moves stick and actually help others push through. Others like Flavio Caira, who ended up 2 positions behind her in the end of the race. Down the inside, in that third sector, this is the moment that Michael Zions was actually gifted that chance to break away. You saw, of course, Judy Jürgen, Planeta and Stipula see each other as airborne as you like for a number in the field. Down the inside, turn number 7. And again, you're going to see those overtakes time and time again throughout this weekend. Stipula, of course, is under investigation, but he did, on that 7th lap, give us a bit of a show out there, as did Alex Desario, who made up 11 places in total. And it was at that 3rd sector that he got it going, using the curb, hooking up on the curb, was Sarp Kale, getting that kart rotated, then end up ahead of the field and end up higher up in that midfield section. Turn number 1, again, you're seeing drivers send those dives down the inside, but actually, everybody in your field very controlled indeed. There was no major contact moments out there. There was, however, for Boaz Maximov, big losses experienced throughout that race, and later on it was Flavio Cara that managed to get through at that 7th corner. Turn number 14, in the background of the Schilkenator fights, there was quite a lot going on for Swart, Rodriguez and Oliver Kerg. But at the end of things, it would be, of course, one more time, Zions to take the win.
Indeed, very strong result there, maximising the points, and those two going into the final qualifying heats later on. Alexis Genelay and Michael Zions with 100 points each as they go wheel to wheel in their last race. We turn our attention now back over to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, and the juniors in their championship finale will see now qualifying heats D versus F, which will see Ascari Volley and Lucas Palacio on the front row of the grid. And as you can see from that picture there, they have swapped sides of the grid, giving us another interesting starting position for Ascari Volley, which will now benefit Alexander Lazarus. It will be a deficit to Albert Tam, but crucially them, they will work together. There is Alessandro Tuscio, the driver from the USA. We caught up with him earlier on this weekend. He has had a tricky weekend with those points, but let's see if he can push his way forward in this one, as we caught up with him at the start of the weekend today. Alessandro, good morning. Welcome to Kristianstad, MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship finale here in Sweden. Alessandro, you dominated the mini category. You were so quick. You were 2-time American racing in there. You've won 2-time championship there. The junior switch in Europe has been a steeper climb this year. What has been that biggest adjustment stepping into the KR Motorsport and the Prema program?
I moved to KR at the end of last year for the Final Cup, and for now it's been good. We're doing good in the team. The speed is good every week. We've been fast every week. Qualifying has been good. Now it's just about putting everything together and hopefully getting a win this year.
You mentioned it, and you raced here at Kristianstad in last year's Junior World Championship. How does having those laps here at the Asum Ring in your pocket change how you approach this final European round?
I know definitely some tips from last year. I remember some things to do, so that immediately, as soon as I get here, I remember that, and just it helps me get to speed as soon as possible.
Yeah. You're working, obviously, with many things going on in the background. You're managed by the same management company that look after Gasly and Hadjar. At 13, how are you balancing that long-term development plan with the urge to just go out and win races?
I mean, of course I want to win, but you also have to be patient. Some weeks maybe it's not your time, and just hopefully this week we can get a good qualifying, hopefully start on the inside, because that was where I struggled last week, and hopefully we can get a win.
Every driver has aspirations in their motorsport career. Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time?
Formula One.
Excellent answer, Alessandro. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, good to chat there to Alessandro Tuscio. But like you say, starts that on the 18th spot of the grid. Here is the grid for this race. Back with the juniors now, Ascari Volley and Lucas Palacio. They've switched sides of the grid, and they started on the front row of the grid. Albert Tam joins Alexander Lazarus. They go from row number 2. Mason Robertson and Austin Newstead, they take row 3. They will see Jean Peugeot and Matvei Durganov on row number 4. Stepan Mazepin joins Antonio Pizzonia on row number 5. There we'll see Martin Bertolacini and Henrik Kunsten-Kumpen on row 6, locking out the first half of the field.
Row number 7, it sees Antonio Ianni alongside Elton Hedvers. And from row number 8, we've got Great Britain and Brazil with Lucian Smith and Niklas Guth. Row number 9, it's Oliver Spencer of Fusion alongside Alessandro Trichet of KR. And your top 20 is started with Daniel Ferraria and Novella Morales. Your 11th row invites Augustine Fignoli and Akil Ray. 12 is Federico Marabella and Jason Cosmopoulos. Your final row, Aston Lindmark and Jan Garzelik will round out your 26 kart, 13 row field. Oskari Volley and Lucas Palacio being the owners of. So, for Oskari Volley, this is a big moment because the results maybe haven't replicated the pace that he has got. It's been a 7th, a 4th and an 11th, whereas Palacio has been inside of the top 6 consistently with a 4th, a 6th and a 5th.
Indeed. So, into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is no. They're going around again. It is a false start there. I think the drivers at the front were a little too eager on the power. You saw the gaps open up from the drone shot there, and I think Pasquale Lupoli there on the grid just seeing that and saying, you know, you're going to go round for one more attempt.
Only one driver within this qualifying heat has taken a qualifying heat win so far, and that exists with Mason Robertson. That was yesterday for the Red Bull driver where he pulled that one off, so looks to maybe double up, or we will have a brand new name get a win on the cards. Wins so far have gone out for drivers like Stan Ratajski, who currently owns the intermediate classification points with 188 to his name. But of course, he has raced 4 times already. Priyan Renault is in P2 with Emerson McAndrew-Uren being in P3, but we're yet to see 2 big contenders of Daniel Miron and Joely Girardello, who have both gone 3 for 3 so far.
They certainly have. So looking forward to seeing this race unfold for the drivers as once again they get themselves lined up ready to go. Like we were mentioning, Ratajski in that points lead with those last 2 results he has had, and that is a very good position for him to be in. But everyone else here now just playing catch up as Oskari Volley and Lucas Palacio get ready to go racing into the tram lines once more. This is better. It is green and racing towards turn 1. Good start then for Wally and Lazarus, who have that outside line advantage. Multiple karts going over the curb again through that chicane. Got to be careful with that one. They don't want to lose too much time, but look at the start it's been here for Oskari Volley. Breaking away as Mason Robertson down the inside. Tries to hold on to position. Full kart breakaway. Down the inside goes the Forza Racing machine. Newstead and Palacio in this top 5 battle, really enjoying themselves here.
Newstead so far this weekend has had his best weekend to date on his debut year in OK Junior. So he's pushing forward and is currently trying to look at his teammates of Palacio. Started, of course, at the front. Defence has just gone into play for the Forza out of that final corner with your first lap for the front runners done and dusted. It's Wally from Palacio from Newstead. Alexander Lazarus still sat where he started things from, as nobody attempting anything through that first sector just yet. Down towards turn number 5. 2 battles going on at the front. The first for the duo of the Paralin and the Forza is on the defence goes Oskari Volley. Doesn't want to lose out, lost out in that previous one, ending up in P11, and now you can see that mindset switch for Oskari in towards that second sector has backed up Palacio enough for Newstead, Lazarus, Robertson and Durganov to start getting involved.
Yep, they are indeed, and this could be a chance for them to really step it up a notch in their race results here. Right on that rear bumper, Palacio not giving any room to breathe here to Oskari Volley, just seeming like he's got much more grip on those tyres through this first sector. He's not going to look for the move yet. He is going to look for it now into the chicane. Very slow now is Oskari Volley. Newstead might be able to capitalise here, but Oskari Volley goes defensive into turn 4, backs the pack up now, and now the lunge happens from Newstead down the inside, tries it, but it's not close enough. Lazarus is now getting bunched up. Here's the Ward Racing machine pushing through. This is Pitsonia trying to get involved. Here's wheel to wheel there with Henrik Kunsten-Kumpen as, oh dear, 2 cars getting tangled up in the background there. That's not going to be too well received from them. They're going to tumble down the order. We'll try and figure out who that is. Maybe if Daniel Ferreira and Morales and Federico Mirabella getting caught out there. But Palacio still in control as Oskari Volley now has the clean air to try and close back in.
Lazarus now has the Red Bull breathing down his neck, so Robertson is looking sharp going into this new lap. Robertson, turn 5, is he going to try and dive down the inside? No, he's got, because Lazarus is going to close the door and he's going to look more so at Austin Newstead just ahead. Again, decides to say no you don't to Robertson, is just behind you, seeing a similar setup for Pitsonia and Matvey Durganov. One more time, Pitsonia goes into the corner and fends off from the Ricky Flynn and is actually going to help out his ward teammate of Bertoluccini, who had Albert Tam backed up into him and managed to make that switch as drama unfolds.
Aston
this time,
Lindmark.
It's for the Swede of Aston Lindmark.
Yeah, that is a shame for him as he is only down one spot in this race, but that is a DNF and another one to boot as well at this stage of the weekend. Over the line they go then. Palacio leads on Volley. Newstead from Robertson. Lazarus from Pitsonia. Durganov from Bertoluccini starting to push their way forward. Jason Cosmopoulos is having a good race here. 9 places gained, has broken into the top 15.
50% of this race complete for these drivers. Pitsonia, of course, needs a good race result. Disqualification earlier on for cutting the track. So for Pitsonia, a lot is on the line. Durganov losing positions back where he started from. Now maybe dealing with Bertoluccini in things. Finds himself sandwiched in between their two Paralins, but one on a ward, one on the factory, and then he's got his teammate just ahead. These two drivers, of course, rounded out their last qualifying heats in strong suits. Durganov did end up with a 5-second time penalty, but was inside of the top 5, as was their the RFM getting involved. Henry Constant Kumpen, big sends from further back. This time, however, it's only 2 places gained for the time being. In towards turn number 5, nobody going for anything as Palacio still looks to hold off Oskari Volley, but this time the gap is reduced. It's now under 0.2 of a second. I would say a move for the race lead is very much going to be on, and there doesn't Palacio know it. Palacio now going defensive.
Yeah, this is very early doors still, but they are nearing the end of the race of this one. That's a bold look down the inside for Matvey Durganov and Bertoluccini. That came from quite far back, but he certainly had a good go at it. A little bit of contact made between the two of them, but no real drama for it. Here's Palacio, though, at the front of this field, and he is under massive pressure now again from Oskari Volley and Austin Newstead, as here now it's a fight for the top 4 over the line as we go on to lap number 7 of this race. It's Palacio still leads, but is Oskari Volley going to go for the move down the inside here? Surely he can't. Palacio slams that door closed, but here we go again. It's all closing up. It's the top runners now in this fight to P1 to P12 as they all start to bunch up. There they go in towards turn 7, and they all are going to be late on the brakes there. The top 4 managed to break away at the end of that one. Lazarus lost a lot of time on the exit of turn 7, but he seems to have claimed it back again. Palacio still leads then from Oskari Volley, who's now lost a bit of time to Palacio. He's going to have to defend from Newstead, who surely is going to try and attack here because they can see that they are losing time to the American that currently leads the way.
Well, your top 15 only separated now by 5 seconds, so everybody closing in on each other. Palacio's backed everybody up into each other and is now driven away and has now given himself half a second to Oskari Volley. Volley not going defensive this time. Robertson giving Newstead a bit of an assist there in towards turn number 5, and Newstead can feel it. Robertson also having to deal with Bertoluccini coming from behind. Bertoluccini looks over his shoulder, sees a ward just in his shadow, as Robertson is still trying to find a way through on the Forza, the great Brits of Newstead. In towards the 3rd sector these drivers will go. 2 drivers at the front breaking away. They're not thinking about Wally or Palacio there because they are clean and dry. But as it stands, Palacio could be hunting down for his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, making himself a brand new winner. 4 laps left to go though, and still more time for Oskari Volley. On the inside, we had a little look there for Matvey Durganov. Wasn't quite enough though. Here comes Alessandro Truchot into the fight. Truchot up by 6 places, and he's looking at Hedvers and he's looking at Henry Constant Kumpen as well. Everybody backing into each other now. No major dramas. However, Anthony, this time everybody managing to keep it on the track.
Yeah, And this is a little further back in the field. Oh dear, that is a suboptimal way through the corner. That is a little further down in the field. Daniel Ferreira and Federico Mirabella there making a little bit of contact. Nearing the end of this race, last lap board will be out as there is the Barrichello Birrell machine going no further. That is Achille Ray, the latest retirement from this race. But for the field at the front, the fight is on, and Palacio clear by half a second here from Ascari Rolli. Despite that closing up so close to the top 12, they have managed to open it up into a big fight. However, the fight for third place is still on, because look at this, down in towards turn number 4 and 5, the train from third all the way down to 17th place.
Well, the driver in third is now Austin Newstead off the road. Derganov just drops a wheel. There it goes, there it unfolds, and two at the wards take each other off. One keeps his foot in, the other, of course, is none other than Martin Bertolacini, who's in absolute disbelief on what has just happened between him and his very own teammate of Antonio Pizzonia, who's had a disqualification and now tumbles down once more. Last lap complete though, checkered is out. Palacio does it, takes his first qualifying heat win of the weekend and rounds things out ahead of Ascari Rolli and Austin Newstead, who manages his second P3 of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a constant improvement for Palacio. 4th, 6th, 5th, and now a win to boot for the American. That's a great place for him to be, but he sits with 158 points, currently in 4th place. He's only 8 points ahead of two drivers who have only won 3 races, but have taken 3 race wins out of 3. So let's see what will happen there. But for Lucas Palacio, I can imagine a very happy driver at the end of that one, out of Ascari Rolli and Austin Newstead, who round out the top 3. Mason Robertson will finish in P4. That's another good result for him after his wins in P6s earlier on. And then the rest of the field, Matvei Derganov taking P5 out of Albert Tam. Henrik Kunstankumpin from Alessandro Truchot, biggest mover in that race, 10 places gained, out of Elton Hedfords and Stepan Mazepin, who lock out the top 10. There is a look at your top 3. Happy result, and I'm sure that smile is still on Lucas Palacio's face.
Absolutely is. So showing the way to the rest of the field are the two Forzas within that race, really, despite being separated by the Paralin out there. Took us through then now a top 5, which was rounded out by Matvei Derganov, of course, who was on a 3-place gain overall. Tan, Constant Kumpen, Alessandro Truchot, Elton Hedvers and Stepan Mazepin make it inside of the top 10, with it then being Jono Pujol, who does manage to finish a race this time ahead of teammates Antonio Ianni, Lucian Smith, the DPK, Augustine Fignoli and Jason Cosmopoulos. After Cosmopoulos, the driver of Greece, we have Alexander Lazarus, who actually loses 12 positions overall within race, ahead of the Novella Morales of Spain, Oliver Spencer, Jan Garzelik and Antonio Pizzonia. 3 more drivers left to finish the race in the form of Daniel Ferraria, Federico Marabella and Nicholas Guth, with of course us losing Martin Bertolacini at that final moment. Achille Rail, the Barrichellos backed Birrell and Aston Lindmark right on the opening stages. Into the Parc Ferme, checks will be made for Palacio, job done and dusted. In towards the first corner, of course, Palacio actually didn't have the race start he would have wanted, was shuffled back into the hands of others behind, but I would say teammates of Austin Newstead gave him that space, gave him the position, and just allowed him very nicely to slot into P3. Everybody filing together very nicely indeed. On the front, Ascari Rolli was one of the controllers. Alessandro Truchot in the background tried to push through, as did other names like Antonio Pizzonia, Oliver Spencer and Lucian Smith. In towards turn number 6, no major sends until we get to that 7th corner on the opening lap, where in simulation we had Mason Robertson go in on the Ricky Flynn ahead, as we had, of course, at the front, Austin Newstead give it a go. Palacio at this stage got into the command of things, as whilst that was going on, of course, we had drivers run each other off the road, but actually not ruin each other's race until we get to this stage where some big moments happened. Race, however, carried on. We were only at halfway race distances. This was the big Constantina effect, where we had some neck and heads looking at the sky Martin Bertolacini and Antonio Pizzonia, I'm sure, will head back to that ward tent and have a lot to say to each other.
Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in there. Over the line, Palacio would take the win then, ahead of Oscardi Rolli. Should turn out to be his best result of the weekend as well. That P2 over the line, as there you can see some neck-and-neck action there in the background still over the line. So many drivers just having a very close finish, and one of them being the fight for 13th and 14th place. Augustine Felignoli off by 0.04 of a second. We are going to take a short moment here as, look at that sky there. That's a wonderful sky for this one. How high up are we right now? Quite high up, as the overview of the paddock here at the circuit. Quite the view for the drivers, the paddock here. Quite a hive of activity over the course of this weekend, with all the teams prime and present here, ready for the racing. And here at the Kristianstad circuit, quite the venue. I would say probably one of the most exciting kart circuits on the calendar. It's got everything it needs in terms of action on circuit, the fast sweeping turns, the tight hairpins, multiple overtaking opportunities, and a pre-grid which almost feels upside down somewhat. But and there you go, even writing on the servicing park area, which I actually never knew was there. Clearly, I wasn't high enough in the sky to see that. Here is your grid, though, for the next one. Nicolo Caman and Davide Battaro, front row of the grid for this, as they get themselves ready for their fight over the course of this one. But there, though, is Adam Gabin from France, the Tony Kart Racing driver, who starts this one a little further back in the field. But we caught up with him at the start of this weekend.
Good morning, Gavin. Welcome to Kristianstad for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship finale. Gavin, last autumn you won a very big event in the world of karting in the senior class. You became a Warriors Final champion. It opened up the door to a Works Tony Kart seat, to which you're now in. How big of a leap has it been going from that win in a Cosmic to now leading a developmental inside Works of an OTK factory team? How big has that change been to you?
Ça me change parce que on a plus de télémétrie et il y a beaucoup plus de structures alignées, on va dire. Donc cela me change beaucoup de la petite team que j'avais d'avant.
You've come from a real motorsport family as well. You started karting at 7. You're now a lot older than 7 years old. In the pinnacle of the direct drive class in OK. What have these first OK rounds at La Conca, Valencia and Mülsen, what have they taught you?
Non, ça m'a beaucoup apporté en termes d'expérience, parce que ça m'a apporté l'expérience des qualifications, savoir prendre l'espace, savoir gérer ses pneus en course et surtout l'intelligence de course, savoir laisser passer ou bien doubler et avoir la vitesse en course surtout.
Kristianstad closes your first European Championship OK season. What does the Tony Kart camp need to unlock this weekend to turn your speed into the results on paper and on track?
Les qualifications, parce que je manque beaucoup mes qualifications. Soit je me fais avoir parce que je laisse pas assez d'espace, ou soit je n'ai pas assez de vitesse sur le bon moment, je n'arrive pas à aligner tous mes secteurs.
Good to chat there with Gavin Adam at the start of this weekend. Tough qualifying for him, but looking to fight back in these races. Qualifying Heat D versus F then. Here is your grid. Nicolo Caman and Davide Battaro on the front row of the grid for this one. Giacomo Justo and Thomas Pradier will join on row number 2. Gustavo da Silva joins Filippo Sala on row number 3. There we'll see Gilles Herman and Teresa Babichkova, who has deployed new tyres on that 4th row of the grid. Bosco Arias and Oliver Kinmark, they go from row number 5. Also new tyres for Kinmark as Casper Reipold and Ji Hao Fui will see themselves on row number 6, Reipold, also with new tyres. Row 7, the first half of the field sees Nathan Kappen and Ash Osteen, also new tyres for Nathan Kappen.
Row number 8 is Ludovico Mazzola, who's already gone new tyre. He's starting alongside Jakub Kamenek. From your 9th row, it's Vladimir Ivanikov with Louis Bazare, and then from row number 10, new tyres for both Peter Gorecki and Francisco Roca. From your 11th row, Cordner, already gone new, like his teammates of Bosco Arias, and he's starting alongside Nefeli Cosmopoulos. Again, new tyres for Nefeli. 12th row is Diego Ramos alongside Joe Turney. A very interesting, a very experienced row number 12. 13th row, Nicholas Kotowski with William Kim, your final driver within this race to deploy some fresh rubber. In your 14th row sees Eduardo Salamond and Gavin Adam. 15 rows in total, 29 drivers. Yuri Levar being the final one in your grid. Of course, trying to push through after a DNF earlier on front of the field. Nicolo Kaman starts from that pole position. First pole of the weekend then for Nicolo. So looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. But he starts alongside Davide Bataro, who has taken a qualifying heat win. Of course, only qualifying heat winner within this field. Could make it a second. Kaman has definitely got the pace to make it a first because, of course, he's had a P2 and a P3 so far.
Can you tell we're getting into the nitty-gritty phase of the racing where all the bulk race winners are further back in the field? It is a false start. When I say further back in the field, I don't mean the field in this race. I mean they're in the other groups. They're a little bit later on. They're all going to be gathered together in one race later on today, which will certainly make those races very, very exciting. Still, though, we wait to see the start of this one as they head round again. The grandstand there absolutely packed with everyone wanting to watch a bit of the racing action here. Drivers, family, friends included of the action here. And I think every viewing platform is pretty filled out around the circuit. But the place to be is definitely one of those marshal posts, I would say. And I would certainly advise anyone who is local to the circuit here and does like racing to get involved in the marshalling team because, of course, you get right up close to the action. It's certainly the best way to do it.
I thought you were going to say to get into a marshal post then, because you were talking about that being a good viewing spot.
Yeah, well, yeah, by getting into a marshal post, by being a marshal.
Don't worry.
It made perfect sense in my head.
It did make sense.
There we go. Thank you very much. Nicole Sutherland, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There is Academy Race Director Gonzalo Planta. He's back on track doing nothing as usual as he gets himself ready. I always throw a dig at him when he does this. He loves it, really. He says he doesn't, but I think he does. Right then, here we go into that final turn. Once again, we see the start of this race. Second attempt as the front of the grid just gets themselves sorted out. Back of the grid, late to formation. Are we racing? This time we are racing towards turn 1. Strong start then for the front row. Good start for Nicolo Kaman then, who immediately attacks and defends that outside row. A little bit of concertina effect in the mid-pack as one or two carts taking to the grass at the start of that race, but everyone gets through it. Good start there as well in the background. Great getaway for the rest of the field, who are continuing to push forward at this stage of the race. But they can see, Schaufler a little bit wide there out of the turn. Nearly lost the back end there. As you can see how sunny and how dry the grass is out there. It's been a hot old few days.
Well, for Justo in P2 at this race start, and actually what Jackie has just done is, intentionally or not, helped out his teammates of Nicolo Kaman to get a nice race lead. Under the start-finish country, it's Kaman from Justo from the silver. Mataro has dropped to P4, whilst in P5 at the time being Tony Kart's very own Thomas Pradet in towards turn number 5. Here comes the challenge. Here comes Gilles Herman. So down the inside, Herman makes the move stick. Teresa Babichkova has made up moves so far. It's one place game to just sit behind Gilles Herman. New boots on board, of course, for Babichkova, who is just at the front of this train going through turn number 7. But Bosco Arias is looking to try and make moves once more. Arias has got fresher rubber compared to some in the field, but of course not all. Other names that will probably make some good overtakes include Oliver Kinmark. Again, new tyres. Kinmark, 2 places gained. The inside now makes the move. This time it's on Teresa Babichkova. Two drivers, new tyres, and actually it's Mark that is making the most of it out of that duo in towards a new lap. Nicolo Coman almost a second clear. Justo still in that P3, De Silva still in, Justo in that P2, as De Silva still in that P3 for now. Actually, a race where a long senior train is starting to form.
Yeah, and this is really good for Nicolo Coman right now. Not had a race win so far this weekend, so in this current position, he's looking really, really strong right now. Train snakes around turns 9, 10 and in towards turn 11. They enter that third sector. Some drivers going a little wide there on the exit at turn number 10. They kick up the dust and head to the back of the field. And I believe Gavin Adam is one of those, fighting currently with Nefelikos Mopoulos as well. But they are still in this train, as all currently 29 drivers in this race still circulate on track. Down the hill in towards turn 4, then you're looking at Gilles Herman being chased down by Oliver Kinmark, who has broken away from the chasing back behind. Teresa Babičková slowing down and off the road. Teresa Babičková out of this race. The wild card this weekend deployed new tyres, but to no avail. She becomes the first retirement of this race.
Grinds to a halt there, just there releases the compression, and that is it for Babičková. She is out of this race, and of course results an 18th, 15th, 17th, and now a DNF is not what she would have wanted to see. Mataro now trying to apply some pressure once more. Gilles Herman has gotten away, but Oliver Kinmark has managed to make this move stick on the Cali kart as they now head down towards turn number 5. This time Mataro getting outraced. This time getting outraced by Kasper Reipold. Thomas Predier looks over his shoulder, so he's trying to manage and gauge that gap to then send it down the inside of Mataro again. For Mataro, you know, these races are just not going his way, and turn number 7 hasn't gone his way. No, not just one, but 2 people get past, the second being Sala.
Yeah, Sala there under investigation as well, the 118, well, potentially causing a collision. Will need to be careful, and look at these up and unders again happening. Bosco Arias now on the charge, gets through, and as you were saying there, Davide Mataro really getting caught out. Filippo Sala now stepping forward. That is on Thomas Predier. That is your 7th place as they step up nicely through the field, but is still on a downward path at the moment. One more overtake for Sala puts him back where he started this race in P6.
Yeah, Sala needs a good result here. He has had a run of good post-race results with a P4 and a P2, but he's also had a DNF in the mix. He's looking to try and stay up there. This time, Bosco Arias is being defended from by Thomas Predier, so Predier now starting to think about the Ricky Flynn, who's now down his inside at turn number 8. Mataro under even more pressure. This time, Nishi Halfway, Vladimir Ivankov also starting to get involved in this mix as well. Arias now, you know, maybe you could say you'd expect him to have been a little bit further up, considering that he's got slightly fresher rubber. They elected to go new a little bit earlier on. Maybe the tactic to change and vary that tyre for the time being is not the decision within this race. There's Joe Turney on your screen. You might not have recognised him out there because new livery for Turney in that KR. He is the last driver inside of this trio. Now goes into turn number 5. Ahead of him, he has just got past the likes of Ramos Bazare, also in the way for the time being. Down the inside, Kasper Reipold trying to get involved in this fight. Gilles Herman has just been taken there by Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark now makes it 6 positions.
Joe Turney in incognito mode here with the black livery and black suit this weekend, and he is slowly pushing his way through that field once again after that tough qualifying. Collegia, that you can see on the points with 200. Nicolo Coman, of course, now with the 167 in the lead of this one. This being his first race win, will be adding some nice points to his tally. Field going through the first 2 corners there. You can see the speed's very, very quick for them as they negotiate through there. I had the pleasure of doing a lap around here. It was a lot slower than what these drivers are doing. However, I still had buckets of fun. This is a great track to go racing on. In towards turn 7, once again, big lunges, big looks down the inside. There's another one there. In the background, Nathan Capin trying to get that move done on Yuri Levar, and has done so. As contact's made, Davide Mataro and Yuri Levar make contact in turn 9. That's heavy damage to Mataro, but he manages to keep going. But I can imagine there's more goings on in the entrance of turn number 12, and that's the Birrell. It's the SB, I'm not too sure who that is that's gone off the road there. Bottaro had the drama. Louis Bazare is the other kart, and Ludovico Mazzola off the road. It was Bazare in the victory lane outfit. I didn't recognise it because it's got a strange colour scheme there on that one as it's gone through. But that is a disaster for them with that contact in towards turn 12.
It's a VDK P4 and P5. Then you've got the Tony kart just behind. But for the two VDKs, of course, we're trying to get some good results around Kristianstad after Thibaut Ramaker's big success here in 2025 in the World Championships. Doing a good job to push through to claim some points. For Reipold, actually, results so far have not been too bad. He's had a P7 in there and now looks to potentially be inside of the top 5. Really far under investigation for causing that moment where you could maybe say Davide Bottaro was sort of roofed out of the way through that second sector in towards turn number 6. Nicolo Coman is being chased, but he's being chased by a teammate, which changes things, I would say here, Anthony. You know, for Jackie, if he can catch up on those 5/10ths, I don't think he's going to pull anything off too silly, as again you're seeing these team battles unfold. This time it's Reipold and Kinmark. Reipold now down the inside, but a clean and fair move between the two VDKs.
He is, and there you can see them continuing that forward momentum over the course of this one. Sutherland's just brought up my lap times. Can I stress
7 seconds off, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
7 seconds.
I wasn't
7 seconds.
6 seconds off. There we go. There is disaster for William Kim as well, the Koski Motorsport driver, also going no further in this race. That is a big shame there. Can I stress that my screen on my steering wheel said 56.9.
Well, here I've got a 57.020, where currently our groups of seniors are lapping around about a 50.052. So 7 seconds.
I plead the fifth. Sala down the inside has got that move done on Gilles Herman, and later now has just got that move done on Kinmark. That is nicely done there into that final sector, continuing their forward momentum at this stage of the race. They're nearing the end of this race as well, and there is Nicolo Coman slowly being closed in by Justo.
Yeah, Nicolo Coman then has been doing a great job to manage this race to maybe get his first qualifying heat win of the weekend under his belt. Would be a good result, and actually would mean he's not dropped outside of the top 10 within these heats so far, but has got left to go, of course, in towards turn number 7. Justo not pushing too hard, not dropping off the track. He's on the limit, but actually he's feeling probably quite comfortable out there. Also knowing, you know, his results are pretty similar to Nicolo Coman, who's had a 3, a 2 and a 7th. For Justo, he's had a 5th, a 3rd and a P11. There's Bosco Arias on your screen, who's still continuing to push forward. For Arias, good results, and of course he's had a top 3 as well. So points-wise, Spaniard is not looking too bad. Here comes Turney within this fight. 10 places gained. He's matching Diego Ramos, who's just sat in front of him. Birrell's there, all for Ramos, and Vladimir Ivanikov just going for it as you could see Teresa Babachkova parked there in the marshal post and joined by the other drivers who will not complete this one. Bazare and Ludovico Mazzola being those two. Justo has now closed in, and has now closed in with a purple lap on the previous final lap. However, half a lap left to go for Justo to try and give it something. Still drivers not giving up here, Anthony. Could this be a move? Could this be a move further back?
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, this is a lot further back in this fight at the moment. But at the front of the field, Nicolo Coman will be going wheel to wheel over the line with Justo. 0.3 of a second separate those two, which gives Nicolo Coman his first race win of the weekend, and I can imagine delighted with that one for Giacomo Justo. That's his best result of the weekend as well, after his 3rd place earlier on. He can now celebrate with a P2. Good points added to their name. However, they remain at the mercy of the two drivers who are pushing forward so far this weekend, Kalesia and Domain. Domain, of course, is still yet to do his 4th race. Kalesia has done that already. He has 200 points. Collegia only has one more race to go. Domain has 2 more. And a lot of other drivers here waiting to see what they can do as well. But action is still very much ahead of the rest of the field as Nicola Kaman, Jacopo Justo and Gustavo da Silva taking 1, 2 and 3 at the end of that race. Kasper Reipold with 7 places gained finishes in P4 ahead of Gilles Herman. Filippo Sala from Oliver Kinmark. Bosco Arias from Thomas Pradier. Nathan Kapin from Vladimir Vanikov. Jian Hui from Diego Ramos, who has a good race there, gaining 10 places. Asher Osteen from Joe Turney's 9 place gains rounds out the top 15. Nicholas Katowski also gains 9 places and finishes in P16 ahead of Davide Bottaro, who slowly fell down that order and then very abruptly fell down the order after that contact to 17th place ahead of Yuri Lavar, who still gained 11 places. Francisco Roja finishes in 19th ahead of Peter Garecki, Gavin Adam from Luke Kornda, Eduardo Salamonde and Jakub Kamenek. Nefeli Cosmopoulos rounds out the top 25. The retirements, Louis Bazare, Ludovica Mazzola, William Kim and Teresa Babichkova.
So clean-up operation for the 4 drivers that do not end that race. But for Nicola Kaman, job done and dusted. Back to the tent to get ready for that final race. We'll be under the eyes of everybody joining us on, of course, our viewing points. Plenty more racing action left to come. Next up, we'll go over to our juniors, but in a moment's time, I'm sure we'll see some of the best moments of that senior race. Groups D versus F are 2 of those groups that were not your quickest through time qualifying. We'll see those drivers go head-to-head a little bit later on, and he is your best moments then. Into the first corner, Nicola Kaman got it right at the lights, as did his teammate of Jacopo Justo there, who jumped into that second spot and then just managed to remain there for the rest of the race. For Davide Bottaro, it was not the best of starts. It would later unfold. Did try and muscle out Nicola Kaman, but he would hold on to it round the outside, and then he would have Giacomo Justo probably give him a bit of a saving grace out there, and that reliability to know that he was allowed to drive away in that top spot. Kinmark boosted by some fresher tyre. It was at turn number 14 where he went in on Teresa Babichkova as Bosco Arias watched on and let that one unfold ahead. In the background, 3 wide for a number of your drivers, as this was the point we saw Teresa Babichkova grind to a halt and make herself one of the first drivers to DNF. Make it, in fact, the first driver to not finish that one down the inside. Filippo Sala did drop back at the start and had to claw back some places. Kinmark threw on Gilles Herman. Then Kasper Reipold started to arrive and started to get involved as Big Sens down the inside was one of the hard ones, of course, losing out by Nathan Kappan. Davide Bottaro tried to slot in, but it was at this stage where, of course, Bottaro would get pretty much just shuffled out the way through the grass, did manage to get back onto the circuit, did finish the race and finish the race a little bit further down.
Indeed, that was that moment there, unfortunately, for Ludovic Mazzola and Louis Bazare, caught out in that instant. You could just see the contact that had happened, both of them into the tyre barrier. Quite a significant hit there for the victory lane driver, and of course other retirements as well. Saw William Kim out of the race, the Koski Motorsport driver, the last of those retirements. Last lap lunges for the field. It's across the line. Nicola Kaman coming away with his first win of the weekend, and he'll be very happy with that one, I am sure. We are turning our attention back over to the junior category once again. A versus C. That is engines on and heading out onto the track. And again, tyres to report for this one. Only for 2 drivers. The rest of the field not going for them in this session. Now, I'm just going through the grid. And you're probably wondering, actually, what is that noise I keep hearing at the end of every race? And that is me trying to rip my grids apart to go to the next one. The staple is really strong on this set. Usually it just rips off really easy. But
I don't know who stapled these today.
I think the Hulk did. Right, anyway, here's your grid for this one. Daniel Miron, at this moment, is on an absolute winning streak. 3 out of 3. But so is the driver alongside him. Both of the front row on 3 wins apiece. this will be a decider of who will take the maximum points. Zhao Jinzi, or Zac Zhu, will be starting on row number 2. You will see Antoine Vinon joining alongside Leon Shalidze, and Will Green will go from row number 3, the title leader going into this one, currently a lot further down in the points. Samuel Kage and Guillermo Sato, they sit 4th row, from Jeff Beck and Lorenzo Di Pitti Antonio on row number 5. Row 6 is the first of those tyres, and Miguel Manzano has deployed them on the left-hand side alongside Lenny Mackinnon, Teo Palfrein and Jack Solomonson round out the first half of the field in row 7.
Part 2 of your grid is started. On your 8th row, it's Felipe Sanchez and Maxim Bobrishov. 9, Jonas Pandis and Minjae Kim. From 10, it's Denny Babacek and Simon Karasas. Keep an eye on Babacek. Got all the way to P3 in his last qualifying heat. Your 11th row sees Alex Malota. Like Babacek, did push through in that previous, making it to P5, and he's starting alongside Christian Kobe of Fusion. Your 12th row sees the second and the final of those tyre deployments. It's not for Libor Vlasak, but it is for Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky. Row number 13, Yubo Wen and Isaac Eklund, and rounding out your 14-row field, Samuel Hoogendoorn will go from that final spot. Of course, row number 1, you said it there, Anthony, 2 drivers that have been your 2 stars of the show so far within juniors. Miron and Girardello have gone clean sweeps so far. Both polled it in time qualifying groups as well, but Miron was your fastest overall. Now they go head to head. Now one of them is finally going to lose out and is finally going to be stopped on that winning streak, or are both of them going to be stopped? Because you've got quick drivers in this one, Zac Zhu being one of those, Anton Venant being the other.
Here we go then, into the tram lines. It is not lights out, it's a false start. We've got to wait a little bit longer to see who is going to be taking that order for this one. But everyone here ready to see what they can do. But that fight for Miron and Girardello will have to wait a little bit more. There is someone going no further in this race.
Jack Solomonson.
Is Jack Solomonson, who was due to start right in the middle of the pack. There you can see the Falcon Henze Kart Team Sweden machine grinding to a halt, and is being spoken to now by our pre-grid officer, Ross Upton, who is just there to assess the situation. Of course, if they can get that repaired and going, they can start the back of the grid, as that race has not started yet. But unfortunately, I can see the trolley coming out, and that is going to be a full retirement then for our driver, starting right in the middle of the pack on row number 7. Rest of the field, though, ready to go for this one, and one missing driver brings us down to 26 runners as Daniel Miron and Giulio Girardello get ready to go racing here. We'll have to wait and see what transpires, though. If we get a race start, that first attempt from Pasquale Lupoli, not happy with it, sends them round again. As we've mentioned, this will be a deciding race right now. We're about to find out who could miss out on a pole position in Superheat 1 tomorrow. Who might get demoted to Superheat 2? We'll have to wait and see. Into the tram line, second attempt. This time, we're racing towards turn 1. Miron with a good start. Zac Zhu slots into second place, and Girardello will have to settle for P3. Down the hill at the start, no lunges, but very defensive posture from the word go from Miron. One cut facing the wrong way. Disaster striking for the back of the field of Wen Yabu. Will try and get that restarted, but may struggle, but it is a downhill effect. Changes, though, as Zac Zhu was on the attack there on Daniel Miron, but could not find his way through. He is staying in second place, as once again, the entire field at the end of this first opening lap is separated by absolutely nothing, as the fight for the lead rages on as Zac Zhu piles into the back of Daniel Miron. It is going to give an opportunity for Girardello to potentially look down the inside, but he thinks against it last moment.
So Miron was momentarily looking at the clouds in the sky, then being given a big boost by Zac Zhu. These drivers now whiz past Yubo Wen's kart. Yubo desperately trying to get that kart fired back into life, but it wasn't enough for the Tony kart. You're right in saying this, Anthony. Every driver inside of your field separated by less than 5 seconds.
Ooh.
We've seen this time and time again.
Up and
Maybe
under.
there's going to be a bit of stress momentarily for Jake Walker on the sidelines because, again, Daniel Miron is under some pressure, but he's holding on to things. Zach Zhu trying to chase down, is sat settled in victory lane. These drivers have gone head-to-head numerous times so far this weekend, being, of course, both in that Group A. On the inside, nose cone would have just flashed down that side of Daniel Miron. Looks over his shoulder, see that he's got a bit of a gap now. Defensive posture goes into play for Zach Zhu, trying to fend off Anton van Arn, who now goes down the inside.
That is beautifully timed there from Antoine van Arn. Immediately takes the optimal racing line. Zach Zhu stays defensive there because it was slow out of the chicane, and now the top two have been able to break away. Look at this. Antoine van Arn out of nowhere sends it for the race lead. Incredible pace. And van Arn has not got fresh tyres on in this one. He has got used ones, but has taken that lead away from Miron, who is now under pressure. But we have seen Miron retaliate to things like this. Can he do that again on this lap, or is Antoine van Arn's speed here just far too quick for him?
Anton van Arn there has just pulled that off at turn number 7, right where coach of Kenny Roosen's stood. Do you reckon he said, hey Kenny, watch this, watch what I can do? Because that was quite the move to get himself into the race lead. He's a driver who has not had a qualifying heat win like this just yet. Down the inside, Miron now being challenged. This time, Zach Zhu has managed to make the pass. Defensive goes Zhu, but maybe over defensive because Miron's going to get it back.
That is nicely done, but he leaves the door wide open, and now both Zhu and Giorgi Girardello goes through. That's a vital one for the Italian. He's back up into 3rd place, but crucially ahead of his current intermediate classification rival of Daniel Miron. Both of these drivers now are not in a winning position. Both of them are not going to be getting, at this moment, a clean sweep from the rest of them. But it is still Miron at this moment. It may update, though, as they go over the line, because now the points change. It is Girardello who has got the 191. Daniel Miron now starting to fade in this race. Maybe at this point it could have been the call to put those new tyres on.
And Anthony, look who has just overtaken Miron, championship rival of Will Green. For the first time this weekend, they see each other out on the track. Green now going defensive. Just ahead, the trio fighting for P2. Zach Zhu, Girardello, Leon Shilidze in there. Shilidze now switching that position and is in that 3rd spot. Green then separates that front pack from the 2nd. He is the leader of this tail of karts, which now includes drivers like Lorenzo Di Pietro, Antonio Basato, Manzano and Saleh Kagay as well, running slightly wide out of the corner. Those drivers within this field back up the hill to set themselves up for the start-finish straight in towards the 1st corner. Miron, this race is just falling apart here, Anthony. This time it's Lolo who's gone down his inside, and he's gone down his inside in a point of the circuit that's quite difficult for these drivers to pull off and overtake. It's not impossible, and the KR has just shown us that. Sevolodo Sachi-Sosowski, new tyres, new fastest lap. An attempt there for Girardello to get back into the top 3, but it's not enough. And Shilidze says to him, oh no you don't.
Yeah, and really slam that door closed there from the rest of the field. Look at Sevolodo Sachi-Sosowski in this one. Those new tyres have massively helped him out. 15 places gained and the fastest lap of the race as well so far. So he is looking very, very strong. But there is your lead fight, the closest of them being Shilidze and Girardello over the line. The fight for 3rd place still very much on, and the chasing packs behind all trying to keep up with these front runners. You could see how close they were at the very beginning of that race, but since that the pressure of the bottle's been released, we have seen now a real shake-up in that field. Once again, another attempt by Giorgi Girardello, just not close enough to complete the move.
No, 2 half moves in a row then for the driver of Girardello. Both in the exact same spot on the track, just hasn't quite got it to get the kart stopped get himself ahead of Forza's Shilidze. Zhu now has been, given a bit of a settle out there. He's got that space between the two behind to really focus on Anton Venant out there in the front. He was driven off, but he's also driven off without new tyres. Venant has not come into play just yet. At the time being, he's looking at a second, a P4, a P7, and potentially a race win. A number of warning flags out there then, Anthony. Look at those notifications. So many drivers being looked at. I think in total there is around about 12 that have been told. I'd maybe pack that in if I was you.
Yeah, indeed. There was a briefing that happened in the lunch break for the junior drivers, and they did get a bit of a telling off from our race direction team, and that, I think, has sunk in for the majority of them, but as you can see, still some warning flags going out in this race. There you can see the wide view there of the drivers making their way around that final sector. You can see the breakaways that have been happening over the course of this race. We are nearing the end of this race as well. We are on lap number 9 or 8 of this race. Lap number 9 of this race at the moment. And still, these drivers here, we'll be seeing that last lap board very, very soon. Are we going to see some last lap lunges? Well, we're going to see some last lap defensive driving here, as that there still having to deal with the fray. Daniel Miron really under pressure here in 9th place. Savalekage all over the rear bumper. He is himself under pressure from Felipe Sanchez just behind him.
Miron really having to battle within this one. Really has got to be a bit of a warrior for the rest of this race, because he's got 2 names behind him now, one of which, of course, has got some fresh rubber. Down the inside, however, picks up another position. So, as quickly as he has lost things, he's gaining them back, but goes side by side now with the Ricky Flynn. Has got to give him the space. He's got to give back that position there to Manzano. Final lap of things then, final lap for Anton Venant to maybe make himself a race winner out here then, Anthony, for VDK. They've had some good moments in the previous race in the seniors in the form of course, Kasper Reipold. Now, Sevlado Sachi-Sosowski under pressure. That's a big send. It's not going to go well there for the victory lane, who's going to lose out potentially on position to the DPK. Out the front, however, only a few more corners left to go for Anton Venant, Zhu, and Leon Shilidze, who make it 1, 2, and 3. Currently, all 3 drivers making up positions, and all 3 drivers breaking the winning streaks of Joely Girardello and Daniel Miron. Anton Venant then takes a checkered flag, first qualifying heat win of the weekend, a haul of points on the board, and finally stops Girardello and Daniel Miron in their winning tracks.
Yeah, the winning streak is over for the front row on this one. Miron and Girardello, the streak comes to an end in qualifying heat A versus C, but the strong results there still will show, but it is now, believe it or not, the end of that race. Stan Rajajski, who leads the points now. After his 2 previous great results, he has 188 points to his name. A very strong position for him to be in. So for Stan Rajajski, those 2 wins and those 2 second places he's had has kept him now the points leader in this fight, and that will be very exciting now. But he is now joint on those points with Girardello himself, also on 188, as the field will make their way back in. Antoine Venant, Zhu, and Leon Shilidze will be your top 3 at the end of that race. Girardello will finish P4 from Will Green and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Sevlado Sachi-Sosowski, biggest mover in that race. What a time to deploy tyres. 17 places gained, and he makes up the ground there nicely with a P7 ahead of Miguel Manzano and Daniel Miron. Lenny Mäkinen and Guillaume Bassato ahead of Savalekage. Felipe Sanchez from Denny Babacek, who rounds out the top 14. Jonas Pundis from Jeff Verbeek, rounding out the top 16. Ted Palfrain, Kim Min-jae, and Samuel Hoogendoorn. Alex Malota and Christian Kobe. Libor Blazak from Isaac Egeland, who finishes in 23rd place. Bob Rajov from Kalaras rounding out the 25 finish. Solomonson and Wenyebu, unfortunately not finishing or starting that race. So big shame for them. Here is your highlights from that race. And Wenyebu caught out on the opening lap. Jack Solomonson already out of the race at this point as they went through into the chicane for the first time. Relatively clean start for the field, but you just see at the back of the field, bit of contact and an unfortunate rotation there for Wenyabu, who was lucky enough to try and get it restarted, but unfortunately didn't manage to do so. Daniel Miron started that common trend that we'd seen time in and time out over the course of this weekend, the defensive posture for the young man. And unfortunately, this time around, he was not able to hold off the chasing pack. They would squeeze them way through. But Daniel Miron, his winning streak comes to an end with a P9 on circuit. But the same can be said for Giulio Girardello. His winning streak comes to a conclusion with a P4 at the end of that race.
Yeah, it's not the results that those two drivers would have wanted, but it's not the end of the road at all. Daniel Miron then lost out on the race lead to Anton Venant, and it was then when Zach Zhu managed to get through that he lost out on not just P3, but P4 as well. Girardello got back down the inside, but then he lost out to Leon Chilidze. Green then started to get involved, as did Di Pietro Antonio. Both the KRs managing to get their way past Miron. It was at turn at number 2 that Miron then had to put his elbows out and fend off Miguel Manzano, as well as Lenny Mackinnon and Guillaume Bassato. Down the inside, we would have, of course, Manzano get involved for Ricky Flynn time and time again, as the victory lanes had success in not just the form of Zach Zhu, but also drivers further back. Felipe Sanchez was one of the other energies to get involved, but it would be, of course, Sevolodo Sachi-Sosowski to be their most successful within that qualifying heat, with 17 places in total. The star of the show was Anton Venant.
Certainly was. There's a lovely overview of the circuit here, and as I say, I had the pleasure of driving around this lap. It may have been a little bit slow, and this video is going to be quite embarrassing to show, but please do enjoy it of the onboard lap around this Kristianstad circuit.
Yeah, I know. There was a moment through there that I was just like, nope, my head's like this. Well, hello everyone, welcome once again to another race weekend. This time it is round 4 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship here in Kristianstad, Sweden. I'm Anthony Jordan. I'll be heading out onto the track now in my lovely OTK product here that is part of the Academy Trophy family to see what the track is all about here. 1.2 kilometres, 14 turns. It's very fast, it's very fierce, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Let's go. Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the fabulous, majestic and most sought after kart circuit, I would probably say, in the world. Welcome to Kristianstad, and welcome one and all to the Asum Ring. It's awesome by name, and I've got to say, it's awesome by nature as well. 1.2 kilometres, 14 turns is the track. Turn 1, very fast here, very smooth on the entry. Interesting braking zone as you sort of trail brake into the chicane for the first lap, fast on the exit. Running out wide, heavy braking zone there, down the hill. And try not to go a lick of oversteer. Over the crest, the big bump, wow. Fantastic through there. Then the next of the hairpins down the hill. It's turn 7. The tight hairpin, best place for an overtake here. Climb up the hill, into the third sector, very tight, very tricky. And again, key overtaking opportunity here. Oh, that's very bumpy. Into the next section, wow. Pushing it quite hard there. Maybe a bit too hard through that final sector. Very bumpy indeed. Around that final turn, back up the hill. Very fast. Investigation plan. I think I'm getting worse as the year goes on. It's not bad, that. Good track.
Don't say anything, Nicole.
You were under investigation in that session.
Don't
Is it because you were 7 seconds off and
anything.
they were thinking, how is that possible?
It's just, you're horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yes, probably to do with that. Anyway, back onto the track. It is the seniors, A and C, that is next out onto the circuit, ready to go significantly faster than what I did. Let's... Just stop being mean. I'm going to cry. Right, anyway, here's your grid. Dan Alleman, pole position for this one. Henry Domain, who is another driver who's had so far a perfect score, and this race is going to be vital for him because, of course, he is fighting with William Kalija, who has taken 4 wins out of 4. Gabo Canal, Bruno Blanco go from row number 2. Then we'll see Noah Baglin and Zach Green on row 3. Aston Sharp starts this one ahead of Michael McGoy. Then we'll have Dean Hoogendoorn and Luke Tal on row number 5. William Marshall and Niklas Schaufler go from row 6 with Indra Peschel and Antonio Coccinella running out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Row number 8 has an all-USA lineup with Jude Thirumalai-Swami and Max Wayland. Row number 9 is Poland and the UAE in the form of Zabre Dudkowski and Ryan Qureshi. And from 10, we've got Emilia Wiszymirska, who needs a really good result here. 2 DNFs and a P29. Endo Arata is the driver alongside Emilia, and from 11, Clara Kowalczyk sees Max Lacroix. Rafael Ballard and Fernando Paimer will be from 12. 13, Ina Rostad, who is on new tyre for this one, of course. Srifo will be the driver alongside Ina. 14th row, Michael Gorecki and Matteo Galloman. From row number 15, it's Mateus Gonzalez and Svet Simonov. Groups A versus C, Alleman versus Domain. Domain is on a winning streak, like William Kalija. This could be vital for Domain. Could he take more qualifying heat wins? We will find out. Talk of tyres then. Hoogendoorn, Marshall, they have both decided to go new at this stage. Coccinella has also gone with that. Thirumalai-Swami, Dudkowski, Wiszymirska, Kowalczyk, Gorecki and Gonzalez. Simonov, Raquel, Paimer, Endo Arata and Ryan Qureshi have also decided that new rubber is the way to go. I would say with the most interesting of that setup being the fact that Dean Hoogendoorn has decided to go that way.
Yeah, indeed. And, of course, for Dean, he's had some troublesome results here. 6-5 and a 6 as well. So not the end of the world. Inside the top 10, nothing to be disheartened about at all. But not the results that I think he's usually expected to see. Usually he's a 1, 2 or a 3 position in this one. That qualifying just didn't go his way, though, starting on row number 5 inside that top 10. But, yeah, a bit of work to be done. Sun's really come out now at this stage of the weekend. It's actually increased 2 degrees now, 21 degrees Celsius out there, dry track, and there you can see very dry runoff areas as well. There has been a lot of rain overnight, but during the day that is all gone by that time, and the sun bakes it over the course of this one. It's a very lovely week of weather that Sweden has had so far in the south of the country. The north may be slightly very different as you get much closer to the Arctic Circle. Here we go into the tram lines. I don't think we're racing, and we're not racing. It is a false start. The grid's not lined up at all there.
Expectations for this one, Anthony, then, big stuff on the line for Henry Domain. Maybe some predictions or what you're thinking we can expect to watch in this one?
I can expect to see 30 karts going around in the circle for the next 13 laps.
Thank you, that wouldn't have realised.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I could give that informative information to you live here in Kristianstad. I think we're going to see some good runs. I mean, Baglin's been looking really quick. He has taken that race win. Obviously, Domain's going to make sure that Baglin doesn't get past with his 3 wins. You've got to not rule out, of course, Michael McGoy's been very quick. Zach Green, of course, very quick. Bruno Blanco has been quick, but has always been like holding position, maybe going backwards. Not seen him attack yet so far in this race. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in this, to see whether or not he can push forward. Well, like we say, it's the tyres. Hoogendoorn. We've seen that the tyre has been looking really good at this stage of the weekend. No one inside the top 4 has deployed them. But the drivers behind, I think we're going to get a real shake-up here in this order.
Do you know who we could maybe be looking at as well? Is Aston Sharp. P2 and a race win. He has been on strong form despite that DNF earlier on in the weekend. So keep an eye on Sharp. 4th row, not impossible, I would say.
No, indeed. Right then, here we go again. Well, back of the grid is not formed up at all on this one. Front's ready to go. Let's see if we're going to go racing as we enter into the tram lines. This time we are going racing. Good start then for Alleman on the inside line. Canal gets through as well. Domain down to 3rd almost instantly. He's going to want to try and fight this one back. Multiple karts going onto the grass and rejoining in front of the rest of the pack. One of them including Zach Green, who rejoined further in the background. But a troublesome start then for many. Great start for Alaman, though. He's already opened up a considerable lead from the rest of the field.
Alaman needs this. He's one of those drivers that has had a DNF mixed with a combination of results at the front. Alaman looking to push away round the outside. We've got some moments there for some of the Tony karts. But at the front, Alaman, Domain, for the time being, is having that top spot taken away from him. But he has got some cool air and he has got a gap to the back that formed behind. Baglin involved in this one down the inside. Here comes Hoogendoorn into the fight. He's just got past Aston Sharp in towards the first corner. Hoogendoorn looking to have a go this time. We will be seeing championship rival of Noah Baglin just ahead of him. Baglin down the inside, turn number 5. Here we go. Goes in on teammates of Bruno Blanco.
And look who's just behind this one. Dean Hoogendoorn. Those fresh tyres are starting to fire into life now as he will put the attack on, and so will Blanco on Baglin. But it's not going to work out. Now Hoogendoorn's got the exit speed, but he's going to be on the wrong part of the track here to really attack at this stage. We'll have to go back to the drawing board. And Blanco being a good rear gunner there to Baglin, denying Hoogendoorn the chance of that title contention fight. But of course, at this moment, Baglin firmly in charge of that one. Out to the final turn, back over the start-finish line. Alaman leads the way by 0.6 of a second, but here comes Hoogendoorn down the inside of Blanco. That overtake took longer than I think he would like, and Aston Sharp now has made the move. He's got through as well.
Blanco's just cost himself the position to Sharp, maybe the position to Green. Green round is outside. That's what we see from Zach. He's just done that one again. Baglin goes fastest, but now he's got a problem behind him. He has got Hoogendoorn as there's drama out there. Is that potentially? That's Niklas Schaufler. Niklas Schaufler, of course, had that big moment earlier on where his race was cut short. Now it's the same case for a driver who's fighting for a top 3. Maybe his hopes are starting to fade away from him. Aston Martin, back DPK branded driver, finds himself now pushing that kart off the road and will join that Marshall post with none other than Jindřich Peschel, one of course your big contenders when it comes to podiums at races. Peschel's always up there, but he's not up there in this race anymore. Alaman, Domain, Canal, they are your 1, 2, 3 still as what? Good move there. It's Baglin now getting past Gabriel Canal.
It is, and this is good fighting now. But there, Hoogendoorn, fastest driver out there. He's going to now look for the move down the inside there at turn 7. And he gets through past Gabriel Canal. And now Baglin has to once again face Hoogendoorn in this race. And he's been trying. Honestly, it looks like he's been trying to escape him out the course of this one. Baglin's been diving for these overtakes to try and put someone between himself and Hoogendoorn. But Hoogendoorn's going to fight him out. I think he's already done it, actually. Hoogendoorn, did he go down the inside of that final turn? He did, and a big shake of the head there for Baglin. He is not happy with that situation. Hoogendoorn takes 3rd.
Let's see how Baglin responds to this one. Does he respond with frustration, or does he stay calm?
He responds
Well, he's going to
with
get
that.
frustrated because Gabriel Canal is going to go down his inside. The ward now through. Now Baglin's going to have to think about Aston Sharp, his countryman. Down the inside, however, Baglin's going to get the job done. And Gabriel Canal went defensive, but over-defended, cost himself the position out of the exit at turn number 7. Green's going to go in on Aston Sharp. He's going to get muscled potentially out of the way by William Marshall. William Marshall starting to say hello to this fight. Baglin has calmed back down. He's separated himself from the ward, from the VAR, back to Birrell, and from the Jamie Green driver as well in towards turn number 14. Bruno Blanco getting back into this fight. He's trying to attempt something as Marshall looked down the inside of Sharp and then instantly tucks back in. Alaman still at the front, still just under 0.6 of a second between him and Domain as Hoogendoorn, pace-wise, he's got some legs here, Anthony. I would say Hoogendoorn is shortly going to be challenging for a lead.
It certainly will do. There is that fight again down the hill as Jude Thirumalai Swami setting the fastest lap of the race as well. That will be helped out for him over the course of this one as he is only down 1 spot, but he's still fighting inside the top at 16 at the moment. The pace is quick all the way throughout. Midway point of this race already as the first retirement now appearing. Many retirements so far of this race. Of course, Dukowski, Schaufler and Peschel out. That is Fernando Pomera, unfortunately, out of the race as well.
Absolutely is. So send down the inside. Coccianella gets the legs on Bruno Blanco. Whilst that's unfolding, we've got Aston Sharp having some drama out there. Green is quite clear and dry from this battle, but Sharp's now got to think about Marshall, Blanco and Coccianella, who could chase down very shortly. Coccianella did have a go there, did have a look. Sharp tightens things up. Blanco's going to go back down the inside of the MP. He's going to muscle him out as the KR maybe is going to lose out, so he's just got the position, but it hasn't closed the door. Endo Arata slips down the inside. Drivers now fall away from Green and Gabriel Canal as this still continues to rage on. Here comes Kara Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk now looking at Luktow.
Yes, and that overtake came very quickly as they moved forward. Hoogendoorn has just made the move as well on Domain. That's a second place while we were watching that battle further behind. The young man from the Netherlands is going to be looking at his best result of the weekend. This will bring him back inside the top 10 in the points as well. It would join Gustavo da Silva with 148 as it stands. So not the end of the world for him in the fight, but his championship fight is slowly starting to fade away as this qualifying heats phase comes to a conclusion. He was fourth into this weekend behind Baglin, and Baglin is still currently third in those points. He's still looking to gain many points. Here is that overtake into the final turn. Wow, that was quite the lunge there, but you could see how the traction kicked in. The tyres on the left-hand side firing into life, and there you could just see how the traction as he turned in and was able to power out the corner.
Yeah, this circuit has evolved in grip levels over the course of the testing for these drivers and even throughout today. So they're in that spot of the weekend where they trust what is out there. They're trusting the rubber that's laid down to make these overtakes and get the kart stopped. But of course, for Hoogendoorn, he's trusting things even more because he knows that he's got that advantage and he's got even more grip out there. Train forming, but this is further back. This is names like Coccianella starting to try and light things up as everybody starts to get into that point where they're thinking, okay, could be in trouble here of not qualifying into the superheat and that final as well. We are in the later stages. We are in that crunch time zone. Aleman, that race lead is actually now being eaten into quite a lot by Dean Hoogendoorn. 0.3 of a second splits up the VDK and the Paralin out there. And speaking of Paralins, you've got the two on the ward liveried Paralins there going for it. Marshall and Canal. So Marshall is now the leader of Canal, who actually, Anthony, this weekend has had one of his best to date. He's had a P5, a P10, a P8, has not dropped outside of the top 10 just yet.
No, not yet, but he's still working on it over the course of this. And all these drivers here, look at this little scrap that's happening up and down the order, loving this fight, but it is a little further back in the order. Speaking of that, at the front of the order, it's all changed once again. Dean Hoogendoorn, we just keep missing his overtakes. They happen so fast. This time, for race lead, down the inside once again into that final sector. And Hoogendoorn looking to add some great points to his name. He is going to step up to now 7th in the points with 154. That's the maximum he can get behind Gus. 155 points.
Hoogendoorn then walked into this weekend in good spirits, and I'm sure will be coming out of this heat in good spirit as well. Big send down the inside of Aleman, now makes himself a race leader for the first time this weekend and will scoop up some points and will, if he finishes in this top spot, outscore Baglin in this heat. But of course Baglin has been on a good run and has stayed inside of the top 5 so far this weekend. He's still leading those standings. It's not mathematically impossible for Hoogendoorn just yet. That idea of glory maybe starts to slip away slightly. Aleman has not been thrown off and he doesn't look despondent when it comes to the way that he's driving because Henry Domain has not managed to chase down. But Domain's winning streak definitely now looks like it could be broken. The only driver in the senior to maybe be on the course to make it a clean sweep now being Kalesia. I've seen Kalesia just yet after this break, so he could continue or he could have that broken. We will have to, of course, see how that one unfolds. Late stages of this one then for these drivers, penultimate lap, but not penultimate opportunities. Still plenty more time left to go. and that is being used by Ina Rosted, Michael Grecki, Matej Gonzalez and Jerif Rokel at the front, as well as Rafael Ballard, who's maybe overused some of that and is now under investigation.
I've been quiet because I've been doing maths, and yeah, I know. And as it currently stands in the intermediate classification, if the classification was to end now, with Baglin third in the points and Hoogendoorn seventh in the points, it's over for Hoogendoorn. He can't do anything. There's not enough points left over the superheats phase and the finals to close the gap up. It would be 89 points would be the gap. 250 for Baglin, 161 in the championship standings for Hoogendoorn. But of course, for Drummond and Schaufler, they're a little bit higher up in the order. That fight's still not over. However, Drummond nowhere near inside the top 10 as it stands.
No, so, you know, for Baglin, this is actually his game. And talking of game, just going to put the nose down the inside. Then Baglin looking at Domain, runs wide, final lap, final opportunity, exit of the corner. He's going to get it. Noah Baglin showing exactly what he's made of and exactly why he's a standings leader. And whilst he's just done that, Dean Hoogendoorn has seen that checkered flag for the first time this weekend in that number one spot. It was a parallel tactic then to go new tyre for Hoogendoorn. He made up those positions and now makes himself 6/10 clear of Dan Alleman, who rounds out your top two. And Baglin, who at that final moment, like we saw it, exciting move to get himself into P3. There he is, a win from P9 for Hoogendoorn. Claims some points. Maybe can see that title slipping away from him. We'll see how Hoogendoorn responds during the rest of the day. Biggest mover, however, goes to Endo Arata, started in P20, finished in 8th, 12 places, gained, and of course boosted there by just being patient, threading a needle through that crowd. The Williams will bring it home, then will go into Parc Ferme, knowing that he's a brand new winner into things. He's just done what his teammate William Kalesia has done so far 3 times this weekend. Hoogendoorn, Alleman, Baglin, 1, 2 and 3, of course, the Paralin and the VDK from the KR factory. They are your top 3. Henry Domain rounds out P4 with William Marshall making it to P5 with 6 places gained. Canal, Green, Endo Arata, Aston Sharp and Klara Kowalczyk all managed to sit inside of the top 10, with Arata and Kowalczyk making up 12 places and 11. Antonio Coccianella, Bruno Blanco, Rain Qureshi, Luke Talt, Drew Thromalai Swami finish off in the top 15. And actually, the USA making it a 15th, 16th and 17th, with Max Wayland and Michael McGoy being that 16th and 17th spots. Rafael Ballard, Ina Rosted, Max Zakroy finish inside of the top 20. The rest of your finishers being Emilia Vishamirska, Matej Gonzalez, Mateo Gallo, Zarif Raquel and Svet Simonov. Number of names not to finish that one: Michael Grecki, Fernando Paimer, Jindřich Peschel, Nicholas Schaufler, quite crucially, and Zavraid Dudkovsky. Into Parc Ferme then over the weighing scales. Everything okay so far for Dean Hoogendoorn. A win on the board to mix with his current results that include a P6 and a P5.
Indeed, here's the highlights from that race, and doing more points on this one despite the great result there for Hoogendoorn. I think it's safe to say his European title fight is over. The same for Schaufler with the points that I've seen here. Drummond still has a chance, but it is a Hail Mary going into later in this weekend. Baglin at this moment has done enough, but the fight for P1 between Baglin and Drummond can still go to the final, even with the results that we are seeing at this moment. The rest of the highlights, Hoogendoorn getting those moves done, those fresher tyres, able to push forward, and is able to take those points away. He was able to close in and take the win at the end of that race. There you can see the drama that had happened at the very start of that race. Early retirements for the field. Zavraid Dudkovsky and Nicholas Schaufler. And I think that was Jindřich Peschel being caught out in that moment as well, having dramatic moments. Hoogendoorn later getting up through the field. He was chasing Baglin at that point throughout that race. Then later did make that move. Gabriel Canal did so as well. And then later Aston Sharp closing in for an attempt at an overtake, but Baglin was able to fight that one back and to hold on to third in the race and third in the points as well in that intermediate classification. More overtakes happening as Bruno Blanco was able to step forward in the early stage of that race. He was fighting with Antonio Coccianella as well.
Coccianella down the inside, that was the switch between him and Blanco that actually gave Klara Kowalczyk a chance to get involved in the mix. Out of the final corner, challenges went on, and this was the stage that Dean Hoogendoorn managed to just slip through on Dan Alleman. Alleman didn't panic. He looked over his shoulder and still knew that he had a nice gap to Baglin and to Henry Domain. Chequered was out and was given first of all to the Williams-backed Paralin of Dean Hoogendoorn, and then, of course, to their following drivers behind of Alleman and Noah Baglin, who at that last and 14th corner did give it a go and got past Henry Domain. That's done for your group of seniors then. This time we'll go to groups D and E, but for your juniors, she's Oskari Volley and Xavier Lazaro out at the front. So, interesting indeed for tyres for your field in this one, with actually most of your field electing to go new. Xavier Lazaro, however, has already made that decision, and now they spring things into life off of the grid in a very quick turnaround indeed. Of course, for Groups D, they were out not too long ago, so they've gone back to the tent. Any changes to that kart has been adjusted. On your front row then, Anthony Jordan, who have we got?
Oskari Volley and Xavier Lazaro. And as you mentioned, Lazaro's used those tyres already. It's definitely easier to tell you who hasn't deployed tyres in this one. Everyone else has. Oskari Volley and Xavier Lazaro on the front row of the grid. Albert Tam and Rocco Simone have gone from row 2. Mason Robertson and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, they go from row number 3. Jean Peugeot and Ava Lawrence take row number 4. There we'll see Stepan Mazepin and Max Feld on row number 5. Row 6, we'll see Martin Bertolacini and Ludwig Granqvist, with the first half of the build being Antonio Ianni and Remy Samchek also hasn't deployed tyres in this.
Row number 8, it's Lucian Smith of DPK on his first FIA weekend, and he'll be starting alongside Mark Quesada. From row number 9, we've got Oliver Spencer with Santiago Diaz de la Vega, and then from row number 10, we've got Daniel Ferreira and Jarlath Sayer. 11th row, Augustine Fignoli and Sandro Carabullo, and then Federico Murabula has not managed to go new within this session. He's starting alongside Alexander Freiberg on that 12th row. Final row of things, Aston Lindmark and Tiberius Miller set things off on those last 2 spots, which see, of course, almost the entirety go for new rubber. Big challenge ahead for Xavier Lazaro, big challenge ahead for Remy Samchek, who have already done that tactic, as well as Federico Marabella. Oskari Volley chasing down now for a qualifying heats win. It would be his first of the weekend. We have got a number of race winners involved in this one, and including Xavier Lazaro and Mason Robertson, of course. Other drivers looking for some good results include Albert Tam. DNF for Albert Tam so far this weekend. Rocco Simone as well. Good moments. It's been inside of the top 3. It is also mixing results with an early weekend disqualification.
Indeed, and I'm just looking at the points again in the junior. Very much still alive in this fight, as Daniel Miron is outscoring Will Green by quite some way. Will Green, of course, has got the major points advantage of 72 championship points, but Miron will be trying to close that one up as much as he can with the results that he has had. But, of course, in his last race earlier on, he's missed out on that clean streak of wins. Right then, back over to this one, though. Oskari Volley and Xavier Lazaro on the front row of the grid. If I was Xavier Lazaro, I'd be concerned about everyone on fresh tyres behind him. We're not racing, so there's no concern for him as of yet. But the pressure certainly building here in the juniors.
Absolutely is. So some more drivers that have had some difficult to accept results. We've got Antonio Ianni, DNFs for the driver of Tony Kart, Jarlath Sayer as well. DNF for him in his previous qualifying heat. So watch the drivers from that 7th and 10th row look to get ahead. Of course, we're getting into the later stage of these qualifying heats for these drivers. This is where many of them will feel like the pressure is on the line. And this, for a couple, could be where the weekend and where the 2026 FIA European campaign is stopped. So not every driver will be seen tomorrow. But for Oskari Volley and Xavier Lazaro, they have done enough so far to be looking strong in towards tomorrow's super heats. But now this is some last opportunities to grab some points for those starting lineups.
Certainly is. We'll have to wait, though, for the start of this one as everyone gets themselves primed and ready to go, and plenty of viewing spots out on the circuit getting ready as everyone here focusing on the job in hand, which is getting these karts to the end of this race in the best possible position they could be in. However, if you are a driver who is thinking, right, you know what, now I think it's a good time to deploy these tyres, and you look at the entirety of the rest of the field and see, everyone's thought it's a good idea to deploy these tyres.
There's no advantage necessarily.
There's technically no advantage, yes. Yeah, you're correct in saying for these drivers. It's been a bit of a tough one for them. Into the tram lines. We are racing towards turn 1. Strong start for Oskari Rolli with that beginning. He pushes forward into the lead. No drama for him as the rest of the field slots into position. There we can see Rocco Simone up into second place. Good, strong start for him, but immediately on the defence there, denies Xavier Lazaro the chance down the inside. Will he deny him in towards turn 7? The answer is yes, as now here comes Emerson McAndrew-Uren, goes wheel to wheel, hit at the curb there for Lazaro, denies Emerson the chance to get through, and that is a driver now who I'm imagining, with those older tyres, is going to try and really stop everyone getting through.
Was that a bit of an over-ambitious moment for Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the tyre, or was it just that complete lack of grip for Xavier Lazaro compared to the Tony Kart behind? Carrying grip into that first corner, Emerson will try and attempt it once more, could potentially give it a go at turn number 5, where he will be able to get that kart stopped a little bit better than Xavier, the Portuguese Paralin, just ahead of him. Out in the front, speaking of Paralins, Oskari Rolli does hold on to things, as the drivers behind include Albert Tam, Max Feld and Mason Robertson, undecided for that spot. Now Xavier Lazaro is probably feeling a bit nervous out there, goes defensive in towards turn number 7, but he can't defend forever. Stepan Mazepin now on the challenge, but loses out through that second sector on 3 different drivers. Make it 4, maybe make it 5. Mazepin, that does not go well for him, as Lazaro again being challenged. Here comes Albert Tam into things. How long is Xavier going to be able to hold on to this one?
Difficult to watch that one. As soon as the driver is out of the train, you effectively get left behind, and quite a tricky one, as we're seeing Zahir under investigation for potentially cutting the track of the 206 machine. Changes here. Emerson McAndrew-Uren once again trying to get the up and under on Xavier Lazaro, but Lazaro's making it so impeccably difficult. So Emerson McAndrew-Uren decides, fine, I'll do a Slim Shady and go round the outside.
Well, he said to Xavier Lazaro, look, I'm going to move you out of the way here because I've got the grip, I've got the tyre on board, and I've only had P4s and P3s so far this weekend, and wants to look at the duo ahead. Rocco Simone and Oskari Rolli now have given themselves a gap, but actually Simone getting these race starts correct time and time again. The Canadian driver out there at the front for NP has done a stellar job so far. He's had some good results and now actually starts to redeem himself after that early weekend disqualification. 2 tenths between those two at the front. They are away from the Tony Kart. Then you've got Lazaro having to deal with teammate of Tam, and then Max Feld in there as well, in towards turn number 5. Here's Mason Robertson, a previous qualifying heat winner, the Red Bull driver. You've got Ludwig Granqvist just behind him. Granqvist, one of those drivers, just like Martin Bertolacini, who's here on your screen putting in that purple lap, who is on redemption after DNFs earlier on. Here comes Bertolacini, send and a half at turn number 7.
On Max Feld, so good up and under there as that continues to push forward. So Max Feld losing a lot of places there, so won't be too happy with that one. At the front here, Oskari Rolli is once again going to have to deal here with Rocco Simone, who's going to try and close in and try and take these positions away. Simone had a really tough start to this weekend, suddenly turned things around in this second half, and is gaining some decent points.
Absolutely is. And do you know what? You've got to give it to the team as well here, Anthony. Juniors and seniors, MP have been incredibly strong. You know, for Simone, he's been up there. Tao's had some good results. But of course, Henry Domain is really helping the team to set things up. Ava Lawrence is in this fight. Lawrence then, best weekend to date so far within FIA. Mülsen was not the circuit for her. Now she's just pushing around on the energy. Just ahead, it's Samchek that, of course, is in front. Feld and Bertolacini now looking strong. The two wards could look to double up, could look to work together as a team. Turn number 14, they're not going to go in because she's going to tighten it up. Aston Martin driver just says, there you go, I'm going to close that door. Paralin's now doubling up as well as those wards out there, so some team tactics going into play. But at this stage of the weekend, it is also going to be every man for themselves, because for Tam, he needs a good result after that DNF in his last qualifying heat where he had that damage. Robertson's got some clean air, and he is looking at this duo ahead that now change in towards that second sector. That's the switch. That's Tam going in on Lazzaro.
Certainly is, and what a move it was as well. Tam in real control here now of trying to push forward in this race and gaining those positions back after that troublesome start of the race that saw him fall down to this position. But recovering back now as Emerson Mikando-Uren now has closed in on the top two and is piling on massive pressure to Rocco Simone, who is holding on to P2 for the moment. Is he going to have to fight for it, though? I suspect the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, and absolutely. And for the Tony Kart drivers, they're, of course, under the guidance. Emerson Mikando-Uren looked like he was going to give it a go then. These junior drivers in Tony Kart are under the guidance of Marco Ardico, of course, one of those drivers who has claimed many a European title. Emerson's probably listened to what Marco's had to say from those sidelines and has just picked off that position to get himself into P2. Now we'll maybe look at a race win as well, because Oskari Wally is not too far away from him. The Paralin's trying to bolt off, but he's not got the legs and with the pace that Mikando-Uren had over the previous lap. Has got 4/10 compared to the Paralin in towards that first corner. Maybe some panic on the face of Oskari under that helmet now in towards the first sector. More laps left to go. Maybe his first qualifying heat win of the weekend for the Brits in towards turn number 5. Closes in once more on the brakes, but Rocco Simone and Emerson have gone head to head many a time yesterday. Simone will not give up on this battle, and if Emerson gives in a half move, he will be right there to try and snatch away a race win. Don't count out Tam either. Also, I would say Mason Robertson is out of contention in this one. Feld goes fastest, but Feld is not looking at this one. He's sat down in P9, having to deal with Remy Samchek and still Ava Lawrence and Bertolucci. They are in a snake of carts heading through that 9th and 10th corner. More laps left to go, 2 in total. Emerson Mikando-Uren versus Oskari Volley versus Rocco Simone into the first corner. Again, those meerkat moments, head over the shoulder for Oskari Volley to try and manage this gap.
Emerson Mikando-Uren at this moment is looking at taking an intermediate classification points lead right now. He is sitting on 205 points, sitting there in second place. Another overtake here on Oskari Volley could push him even further. Drama, though, happening in the background. The latest retirement, Alessandro Calaballo, unfortunately for Ward Racing, goes no further. And as that was happening, the change to the lead happened. Emerson Mikando-Uren leads the way and now has 211 points ahead of Stan Rajajski. But, of course, this one being this group's final race of the weekend, of the day, I should say. This could put them in a strong position later on. There was the overtake down the inside in towards turn 7, and that is how Mikando-Uren managed to take that lead away. But he's not comfortable yet. Oskari Volley is still there on this final lap. Rocco Simone is there as well, and Simone is looking to the inside, but Albert Tam has closed in. So has Mason Robertson, as Emerson Mikando-Uren starts to go defensive. He's going to try and back them up into each other. And this is risky, especially into this final sector of the lap. It's Mikando-Uren who leads the way. Oskari Volley in second. Rocco Simone is there in third. For Mason Robertson, who's going to try and get a nose down the inside, but it's not going to happen. Emerson Mikando-Uren's going to take his first win on track, and with that will take the intermediate classification points lead with 211 points to his name. Emerson Mikando-Uren on the 284 machine delivers a great run in this one. His run of third places and fourths is over. He can end the day with a race win, and that is a strong, strong result for the young Briton, who will stand very firmly on top of the points for the moment being. But of course, there are many races to go where we'll see the likes of course, Daniel Miron, who will be wanting to fight in those points. Miron, of course, with 100 and a good chunk of points at the moment, who's down there still in the points. He's going to be looking to try and push forward in that one from his results. He is going to be stepping forward, I'm sure. We'll have to wait and see. There's your top three. Emerson Makandu, Uren from Oskari Rolli, and Rocco Simone, who ran out the top three at the end of that race. Rest of the field sees Mason Robertson finishing in P4 ahead of Albert Tam, Xavier Lazaro from Ludwig Granqvist, Remy Samchek from Max Veld, Martin Bertolacini from Ava Lawrence, who ran out the top 11. Mark Casero finishes in 12th place from Jarlis Sayer, who is one of the biggest movers in that race. From Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Antonio Ianni ahead of Jean Peugeot and Stepan Mazepin. Lucian Smith from Oliver Spencer, Augustine Felignoli from Federico Milabetta, and Alexander Freiberg finishing in 22nd place. Daniel Ferreira from Tiberius Müller. Aston Lindmark will finish that race in 25th place from Alessandro Calabaro, the one and only retirement in that race. There is the Works Tony Kart driver, though. Emerson Akandu-Uren leads the points now. 211 at the end of his racing day. No more track action for groups D and E. That is the most points they can earn throughout the day's racing. Fight is done for the day. Here is your highlights from that race. Strong start for the field. Strong start for the top four. You can see at that initial getaway, Oskari Rolli not under any pressure from Lazaro. Of course, Rocco Simone second place for a long period of that time. Xavier Lazaro, though, having to deal with the chasing pack behind, and Emerson Makandu was able to get that move done. Not down the inside, but around the outside here. He was denied from Tam, so he had to carry that speed. He had the tyres on board to help utilise that, and he utilised it all the way to a victory at the end of that race. Overtakes happened thick and fast in the background as well. Clean overtakes as Ava Lawrence had to deal with the likes of Ludwig Granqvist going for those moves, but Lawrence was able to gain a 2 for 1 there out of turn number 6. She would end up finishing in 11th place at the end of that race on a 3-place deficit, though, at the very end, as Martin Bertolacini and Max Feld, the two Ward Racing drivers who would go wheel to wheel, would start to fight their way through the field as well. That were dealing with the energy course of Remy Samchek, also had a tough little fight. This was Tam with the move down the inside of the likes of Xavier Lazaro. The two Paralympians going wheel to wheel on this one. Tam was able to close in on the top runners as Makandu-Uren made that move at turn 7 on Rocco Simone. That would put him up into second place as unfortunately the one and only retirement, Sandro Calaballo, unfortunately not making it to the end. There was the change to the lead on lap number 9. Emerson Makandu-Uren was able to take that one to the very end. The close fight and would now lead the intermediate classification with 211 ahead of Stan Ratajski and Yoli Girardello, both of them on 188 points. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're down in Parc Ferme for the very first time this weekend, Anthony, and we're with none other than Emerson Makandu-Uren. Emerson, really good racing from you today, and that move there, can you tell us about the confidence to pull that off on Oskari Rolli at the very last moment?
Yeah, I think I had a really good race, to be honest. Obviously the move was quite good, obviously getting into the lead, then just had to cover my position to the line really.
And around this circuit, your experience so far, because this is, of course, your first year in OK Junior. You've learned a lot, but what have you learned around this track as these races have gone on, not just about the circuit itself, but as well how you approach it racecraft-wise?
I think racecraft-wise, it's quite a racy track, obviously quite a lot of overtaking spots, especially turn 6, I think. So, yeah, it's quite a racy track, and then I guess you just have to be quite smart, really.
And currently you're at the top of the board when it comes to those points. Probably the case that it will change because we've got more groups left to go. But knowing that going into tomorrow that you're going to be one of the front runners, how does that feel for the first time in the FIA season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I think we have a decent chance tomorrow with what we've shown today. So, yeah.
Well, great job out there. You can now sit back and relax for the rest of things. Done and dusted with those groups of juniors. Next up, we'll go to the same groups, but to our senior class.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Very swiftly over to the senior class for this one. Their last race of the day. We'll see groups D versus E, and again, strong day for them as Nicolas Coman starts this one on pole position. He was fresh off a race win of his last race earlier on. He currently sits second in those points and looking very, very strong indeed. Then, of course, you've got the likes of Benjamin Magnac as well. Very good positioning for him in terms of the grid. In terms of positioning so far in the points, he's down somewhere in about 17th place after that DNF earlier on. But here is your grid. That front row we've just gone over. Nicolas Coman and Benjamin Magnac both in this one with fresh tyres on board. Jakimo Justo and Marco Gas, they go from row number 2. Both fresh tyres for them. All of these on the left-hand side. Then you have Gustavo da Silva and Nicola Frigg on row number 3, fresh tyres left-hand side. Gilles Herman and Armin Kalle Osman go for fresh tyres on the left-hand side on row 4. Row 5 sees Bosco Arias, who deployed his earlier on, alongside Egon Pedrotti for the first time this weekend, a driver deploying tyres on the right-hand side of the car. That should be quite interesting to see. Kasper Reipold and Mika Runitz, they go from row number 6. Runitz with the new tyres on the left-hand side. Nathan Capin and Manuel Berguez, fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row number 8, we'll see Ludovico Mazzola and Rafael Bassato. They go from row number 8. Vladimir Vanikov and Valeria Villapiana, both of them have brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Peter Gorecki and Victor Stalmack go from row 10, but it is only Stalmack with the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. The rest of the field, no tyres for them from Luke Korda and Marina Lopez, Diego Ramos from Zemo Yang, Nicholas Katowski and Yves Rees, Eduardo Salamonde and Nicole Ferreira and Yuri Lavar, who are rounding out the field. No tyres for them in this one. But for Egon Pedrotti, ever the one to want to stand out in an FIA karting race, he's done so again. That Monster Cave factory driver has put the tyres on the right-hand side of his kart. We have not seen that at all so far this weekend. I am curious to see how it goes because we have not seen it. Maybe it's a stroke of genius. We're not too sure. We'll have to wait and see what happens out there. But for everyone here, primed and ready to go. Biggest story, though, Nicolas Coman, fresh off that win earlier on, back on track, back on pole position. Another win here could put him on some really good points positions.
Good indeed, but he's got, of course, his teammate of Justo just behind who could look to challenge, and Benjamin Magnac, who suffered a DNF earlier on in the day, who will also look to do that. Lights are being looked at by these drivers, and lights are now out. Fight is on in towards that first corner. Instantly, Coman holds on to things. Benjamin Magnac is going to hide it and hold it round the outsiders. Drivers in the background cutting across the grass. Is what we're seeing as a big kick of dust gets put into the faces of some of the names behind. Whoa, airborne as you like. There for one of the Paralins. That's Jackie Justo there getting all involved in the mix as instantly Marco Gast has got himself into P2, but look at the lead Nicolas Coman has been gifted.
Yeah, this is a really good start. Fresh tyres, no drama, and able to push forward in this stage, and he's in a really great position from the rest of the field as they start to push their way forward. Of course, with the sun now getting low in the sky, it's kind of a little bit difficult to see these kart numbers now as the evening goes on, but they can see Coman in control of this race. And of Gustavo da Silva has gained 3 places. Justo is holding on to 3rd from Marco Gas, Benjamin Magnac, Bosco Arias in 6th, Gilles Herman, Arne Kalle Osman, Nicola Frigg and Mika Runitz rounding out the top 10. But crucially, great start for Gustavo da Silva in that points fight. He's up to 4th right now, and it is Nicolas Coman who leads the way with 217 in those points.
Well, points are on the mind of these drivers, not just when it comes to the race and not just when looking at the superheats, but when it comes to the championship standings, because this is the 4th and final round. We've had Le Conca, we've had Valencia, then we headed to Mülsen where things closed up majorly for the drivers, not just inside of the top 3, but inside of the top 10 as it unfolds. This time is for the MP of Peter Gorecki, who will now find himself out, and he's one of those drivers that is at risk of not having a good start when looking ahead to tomorrow. Head over his shoulder goes one of the VDKs in the background who's being challenged there by the fusion of Capin. So, Reipold and Capin trying to decide for that P15 in towards turn number 6. Gast holding on to things. course, Gast has been one of the drivers inside of the top 3 this weekend, but currently he's looking at a P4. Miguez lights things up and goes purple in a field of drivers that actually has a pretty even split of new and old tyres.
Just coming back to Peter Gorecki, he's looking at around 62nd place in the points now, and another DNF there. As he had, he's not had a DNF so far this weekend, but he's had some tough results that will put him right down in that danger cut-off zone of the top 72 places to even make it into tomorrow. Hand gestures coming out thick and fast there for the drivers. That over the line was the drivers trying to continue to push forward here. Benjamin Magnac delivering those hand gestures to Marco Gast to say, keep pushing forward, don't look back, don't defend. As action is happening, change is happening, and it is still the push forward for Justo as he fights there in 3rd place. So they've been swapping over and again, down the inside. There is Magnac on Gast, finally gets that move done.
Yeah, got that move done after that signalling, as whilst he was communicating out there, so was Bosco Arias to Cara Osman, but Bosco's communication was probably like, what are we doing here? Come on, let's push forward. And it was a big communication, I would say, of frustration for the Spaniard. Through the final corner, drivers now looking to break themselves away, but not breaking away anymore is Nicolo Coman, because that race lead has been eaten into massively by De Silva and by Jackie Justo now. It did look like the challenge for the race lead was not going to be the case within the rest of this qualifying heat, the last of the day for these drivers. But I would say the hopes of this for De Silva to maybe get in his first race win of the weekend still lives on. I would say the fights could be alive down the inside. Arias now being taken. This time the challenge is on, as drivers do give each other a run for their money. Mika Runitz and Manuel Miguez being 2 of those names. In the background, Nicole Ferreira hoping for a good race, but of course 3 DNFs in qualifying heats most likely say that we will be saying goodbye to the Portuguese driver at the end of the day down the inside. That's the MP and the victory lane going for it on the exit of turn number 14. Miguez and Runitz just behind Vladimir Ivanikov. We'll be looking at this one eagerly. Story of this, Egon Pedrotti. Very, very interesting tactic with tyres. Decided to go on the right-hand side of the kart, and it's not worked here, Anthony. That's a problem, and that's a problem for the Birol. Going to grind to a halt. Is there some sort of mechanical problem, or did he just miss the corner out there? Vanikov, I would say, has just made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, a little bit here as they continue forward. That's another lunge down the inside there in the background. And that now, Miguez on Runitz pushing forward. There's Egon Pedrotti on his brand new tyres on the right hand side, and I've got to say, it's not going too bad for him. He's not gaining places, but he's still utilising them right now. Of course, you have to remember this circuit is a clockwise circuit. Those tyres will be somewhat fighting against him a little bit on this one, but they're still helping.
He's not gaining, but he sat where he started from, but had he maybe gone on the left-hand side like everybody else who has made up positions when they've decided to go new, maybe for Pedrotti this is actually just him sitting where he is instead of making up ground, which I would say you do not want to do when it comes to Egon, who has suffered some moments in some contact, of course, earlier on in qualifying heats, one of those being with Benjamin Magnac, who currently sits 4th on the road. Justo still looking strong. Gilles Herman has been on a redemption after some early weekend moments here. Tony Kart there on your screen, just looking on at Gast, Magnac and Justo has picked things back up, as has Valerio Villapiana. Villapiana's weekend did not start well. A driver who, of course, ended his year in 2026 on a podium, and of course the World Championships as a junior, would have come here to Sweden thinking that this was going to be the one. It's not the case in qualifying. Then fell apart early stage qualifying heats yesterday, but since then has really deployed something extra within this race, is looking to make up maybe even 7 positions, because he's not too far away now from the Monster K.
Certainly isn't. Sun still very bright in the sky here as the field continues to push forward. Here is the 2 drivers trying to push forward in the third stage of this race. Victor Stalmack and Nathan Capin, they're fighting 16th and 17th place as it stands right now. Nicolo Coman is still in control of this race. The gap holding at 4/10 of a second. Gustavo da Silva, though, trying to close in. Big check over the shoulder there for Egon Pedrotti. Can see a rear full of Valerio Villapiana and Bosco Arias, who, of course, Arias deployed his tyres earlier on today. He is now suffering the effect of that one as he sits on a 4-place deficit there in 13th place, slowly pulling in to Park Vermeer out of the race. Vladimir Vanikov had that DNF earlier on and now will suffer again.
Yeah, so thought maybe there was a mistake or two out there for Vanikov earlier on, but it's the case that it's a mechanical gremlin for the Birrell. Here comes the Spaniard. Bosco Arias has now made his move on the Tony Kart Italian of Valerio Villapiana. Reipold could look to get closer as well, and let's not forget Reipold's capable of a top 10. He's had a number of those so far this weekend for VDK. Benjamin Magnac now reeling in. Giacomo Giusto has got that wire hooked onto the back of the car and is slowly just twisting things, slowly trying to pull him into his hands and then pull the pin to get that overtake done and dusted. For these drivers, however, in these groups, this is the last appearance we were seeing of them for today. They will not be able to do any more than we are seeing, as that is an attempt and a half for Gilles Herman. It's not quite enough. Overcooks the corner, allows Kara Osman back through, but actually says, I'm going to have you once more. That is Gast just having to let the position switch. Osman still looks on at this one.
Indeed, just behind, so we'll keep a close eye on this fight as it progresses, but it is Gilles Herman there from now Gast. Kara Osman, who is going to try and close this one up at this point. It's just going to stay in position. There in 7th place, Nicola Frick in 8th from Miguel. So Runitz still there inside the top 10 from Pedrotti, who is there in 11th place. Still watching the fight out the front here. The gap is opening up again. Nicola Coman, I think, has got this one settled in nicely right now. Is not really worrying about everyone at this stage. And looking at a second qualifying heat win, Coman would be comfortably in the lead. But of course, Kalijah still with a race to go. There, a big send down the inside for Yuri Levar, trying to get that moves done. The Hubman Racing driver trying to gain those places is still a little further back in that field. Marina Lopez and Nicole Ferreira there fighting away just outside the top 20.
Yeah, so the gap between Coman and William Kalijah is only 17 points, so something has got to go majorly wrong for the Australian for him to not overtake Coman points-wise. Of course, never say never, it's not impossible. I'm sure a couple of drivers within the group of William Kalijah will try and stop him in the tracks. One of the main contenders, of course, being Henry Domain of MP. More moments left to go within this race, but not too much time left to go. And of course, for many drivers, panic will start to come into the head. Down the inside, some overtakes attempted. Nicola Frigg trying to get involved. Frigg, of course, qualifying result earlier on in the weekend was his best to date. Number 14 looked like he was going to have a go then at Glass, but thinks against it and has got his teammates just behind close for comfort in towards first corner. They will go once more in what will be, for these drivers, their last lap of the day.
Certainly will be. Sun, though, still shines on them here at the Kristianstad circuit. Their last chance to get the points on the board is certainly going the way of Nicolo Coman here, who has delivered a relatively strong racing day today, and I'd say this weekend as well for Coman. 3rd, 2nd, 7th, and a win earlier on. And to end his day, how about another qualifying heat win for the man who races for Parallel Motorsports? Out of the final turn, it's Nicolo Coman who leads the intermediate classification points at the end of the day. But of course, Kalijah, with one more race to go, sits there with 200 points. But Nicolo Coman certainly showing that he has got the pace this weekend. Of course, Henry Domain is in a similar story. He's got 188 as well. So we'll have to wait and see for that one. Also for Giacomo Justo, the best he can manage, despite the fabulous racing we've seen from him, is also 188. He will not gain any more in this one, but certainly a close fight to the end. Idris, the biggest mover in that race, started 26th, finished 19th, a gain of 7 places at the end of that one. A very strong result at the end of the day for Groups D versus E. Nicolo Coman from Gustavo da Silva, Giacomo Justo will round out your top 3 at the end of their last race of the day. For the rest of the field, Benjamin Magnac finishing ahead of Gilles Herman. Armin Kara Osman finishing in 6th place ahead of Marco Gast. Manuel Maguez from Nicola Frigg. Mika Runitz from Bosco Arias, from Egon Pedrotti. Valeria Villapiana from Casper Reipold. Victor Stalmack from Ludovico Mazzola ran out the top 16 from Rafael Bassato. Nathan Kaplan from Yves Rees. Diego Ramos finishes ahead of Nicholas Katowski in 21st place. Luke Corndup from Eduardo Salamonde and Mariano Lopez. Yuri Lavar from Zemo Yang and Nicole Ferreira rounding out the 27 finishers. Vladimir Vanikov and Peter Gorecki, unfortunately, going no further. But there, Nicolo Kaman at the end of that race. Strong results and will put himself in the lead of the points. But at the expense of the fact that we will have to face the likes of William Collegia's last race and Henry Domain's last race. They are very high up there in the points. Here is the highlights from that race, and clean start for the front runners. A little bit shaky in the back of the field there. Beautiful shot of the run through turn 1. So fast in the marbles that are accumulating on the edge of the circuit. Very slippery out there. You certainly don't want to be on that part of the track. Rest of the highlights here as they were continuing to push forward in that opening stage. The brilliant getaway for Nicolo Kaman at the start, slowly caught in by, of course, Gustavo da Silva, who did at one moment close the gap down to just 0.3 of a second from the race leader. Did later fade back from that race. Gilles Herman making good moves, did gain 2 places in that one to finish in P5. Later, big sends as well for Magnac. Started on that front row of the grid, did lose 2, ended up finishing that race P4 at the very end of it. Other overtakes that had happened and other retirements that had happened. Vladimir Vanikov retiring his first DNF of the weekend for the Birilat camp, and unfortunately finishing that one in 28th place. Lopez going for the moves in that earlier stage of the race, fighting way down in 24th place around with Eduardo Salamonde and Yuri Lavar. That started a good little chain reaction. Then, of course, we still saw Gilles Herman fighting away with Marco Gast. Gast able to take that one away, and Armin Kara Osman not able to utilise that moment of the race. It was the Yuri Lavar moment. That overtake down the inside really did benefit there. The likes of Mariano Lopez, who was able to push his way back through that field. Over the line, Nicolo Kaman taking the win and taking the lead of the points. 217 points to his name, as he's done for the racing today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Results then, I'm sure Nicolo Kaman will be incredibly happy with, and we can hear it from the driver himself. Nicolo, really good race results for you today. 2 qualifying heat wins around a circuit that you look like today you've mastered. But tomorrow is the big day, right?
Yes. I have to say, first of all, big thank to the team, engine tuner and everything, because they give me good material, good chassis. And I think today we maximize our potential, and I think we are in a good place for tomorrow. That is the big day tomorrow.
And Nicolo, talking about the team and the chassis itself then, it's not just you that is quick on that parallel. Of course, William Collegia has been up there. Justo's got some pace as well. For you, what is it about the chassis itself that suits the 14 turns that exist around this track?
I think so, yes, because everyone in the team are fast, so that means all the drivers are good, but also the material is competitive for everyone, and that means yes, I can drive well, the material is good, and we will see what is going to happen tomorrow.
We will indeed. Nicolo, thank you very much for today. Great showing. 2 qualifying heats, like we said, but more seniors left to go, but not before this group of juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Juniors back out on track next, and just going through the sea of tyres that we have got going out in this next race. And again, we are seeing actually deployment on the right-hand side. This is quite an interesting development at this point. We'll stay tuned for that one. But a lot of drivers going on here. It's about a 50-50 out there right now for this next race in terms of tyres. A lot of the grid has gone for them. A lot of the grid has either already deployed them or are saving them. And also in terms of this one, a switch of sides of the grid. Daniel Miron back out on track for this one. The pilot who's sixth in the points, wanting to close that gap up to the front after that result earlier on. The winning streak was over for him, but the smile on his face still as he starts alongside Lucas Palacio, who took a race win earlier on. Zach Zhu and Alexander Lazarus, they will take row number 2. Lazarus has deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side of his car. Then you've got row 3, Leon Shilidze and Austin Newstead. No tyres for them. At row 4 and row 5, both tyres for this one. Savile Kagay and Matvey Derganov, Jeff Verbeek and Antonio Pizzonia go from row number 5, all fresh tyres. Row 6, Miguel Manzano and Henry Constant Kumpin. Only Constant Kumpin has got the fresh tyres, so keep an eye on him because he has had some rapid starts so far this weekend, has the Belgian. Teopal Freyen and Elton Hertfords, they go from row number 7. Both tyres for them on the left-hand side. Row 8, we'll see Felipe Sanchez and Nicholas Good. It is only Sanchez with the tyres, and Sanchez has deployed them on the right-hand side of his kart for the Brazilian. Row 9 sees Jonas Pundis, left-hand side of the kart, with Alessandro Trichot, no tyres to him. Denny Babacek and Novello Morales go from row 10 out of the top 20. Row 11 sees Alex Malota and Achille Ray. Malota with the fresh tyres. Both fresh tyres for Libor Vlasak and Jason Cosmopoulos on the 12th row of the grid. Wenyabu and Yengar Zelik, no tyres for them on row 13. Was Samuel Hoogendoorn at the back of the field, who's gone for the tyres. He's going to try and push through the field here. Well, Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box after leaping up the stairs here at the Kristianstad circuit. It is benefits and disadvantages of being in the highest position of the circuit. You can see the track everywhere. You're out of breath by the time you've got up here.
Oh, my legs are killing.
Yeah, it's a long way up those stairs, isn't it? And a long way from the servicing park, actually, because it's not only that, you've got to hop, leap and jump all the fences that are in the way.
I wonder how many steps I've done today.
I can imagine a lot more than me over the course of it, because believe it or not, don't do too many. How many have you done?
10,000.
You've done 10,000. Sure. Do I dare look at how many I've done if I've got time as I go through? What's it called? Fitness? No, probably not. On my phone. Health. There we go. What have I done? Daily activity. My steps today. 2,300. Wow. Okay. I need to get my steps up. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. We are racing down towards turn 1. Good start for Miron on the outside line. He's going to utilise that speed. He's going to bring Alexander Lazarus, who's got fresh tyres, by the way, along with him. But they've gone off the road there as they've gone through the chicane. Lazarus has lost out. Now this is going to help Lucas Palacio out. He's back into second place as they fight down in towards turn number 6 for that first time. Sun is still relatively high, but it's low in the sky still as they go through. It's the Forza Racings battling away. Shilidze and Newstead also could be getting involved here.
Well, every time Daniel Miron has led a race, he's been reeled in and he's been challenged. Some of those races, well, make it most of them. He has claimed those qualifying heat wins, but in his last one, it did unravel slightly. For the time being, he is out there in his clean air, and he's got that gap between himself and the Forza as they now exit out of the final corner. Final moments of the days of racing for these drivers who look to set themselves up for a long run tomorrow in towards turn number 1. Challenge is on. Challenge is between Leon Shilidze and Matvey Derganov. At the front, it's Miron, Newstead, Palacio, Lazarus, Zhu, and then we get to the Shilidze-Derganov battle that is there on your screen, which Pizzonia is trying to get involved in. Pizzonia could find himself in a spot of bother at the end of today because, of course, disqualification, and some big moments, especially big moments with teammates. Talking about moments side by side between two teammates, the victory lane of Zach Zhu and Zach Zhu is going for it out there. It's actually Alexander Lazarus. So it's the victory lane and the Paralin that just saw each other. As talking of Paralin, it goes
Elton
wrong
Hedvers.
This time for the Swede of Elton Hedvers.
Yeah, he's out of this race, walks over to the marshal post and first retirement from this one, and that's quite far up in the order over the line they go then. Miron leads the way by 0.2 of a second from Newstead. Palacio, they're in third place as they continue to push forward. Lazarus still there in fourth from Zaksu, Leon Shalidze and Matvey Derganov still fighting away inside that top 10. All these drivers here focusing on the points right now. Daniel Miron is one of those drivers focusing on the point. He's going to be looking at 228 points to his name. A really strong position for him to be in, of course, but you have to remember he's still got to fight away with one or two more drivers in that order. Right here now, we wait to see what will unfold between the two Forza Racing drivers here. Newstead is in control there in second place. However, Palacio looking pretty quick.
Yeah, Palacio had a qualifying heat in his last one, of course. Newstead is yet to get that under his belt, despite being at the front time and time again, has had results inside of the top 5. But now, this time, wants to round out his day, this first qualifying heat win, not just of the weekend, but of the year, of course. Miron has now been reeled in pretty quickly as well. Derganov fastest, but Derganov not involved in this fight just yet. Miron now jumps onto the defence, is in the background. That's the switch between Lazarus and Zaksu, despite Lazarus, of course, being the only driver inside of your top 5 currently that has deployed that new tyre. It's not come into play. It's not been working for him just yet. Derganov now gets invited into this fight. It was a 3-car battle. Now make it 6. It's Miron, Newstead, Palacio, Zoo, Lazarus and Derganov. And points-wise, they're all looking strong. And, of course, Miron is the leader of those. For Palacio, he's currently sat in P3. Newstead is in P6, with then Zaksu in P10. As that's a problem out there. That's Jeff Verbeek, who will go no further. Done and dusted for today. It's not the end of the world for Jeff. Has had some decent-ish results. We'll still probably be inviting him into that super heat tomorrow. Miron not defending overly over the course of that first sector, but it's now through turn number 7 that he covers it off.
Yeah, indeed. Jeff Verbeek currently was 62nd in the points. DNF there after 2 other DNFs earlier on today, so he's around that bottom section of the track, so we'll have to wait and see if he does make it into tomorrow. Still that midway point of the race, and Daniel Miron has once again got the trouble of having a bit of a pack start to build up behind him. He missed out on that previous race earlier on. He has still not deployed his tyres yet. He is going to save them for tomorrow. And for Daniel Miron, still in a really strong position here as he leads this way. But Newstead under pressure, Palacio under pressure, Zoo is under pressure, so is Alexander Lazarus, because Matvey Derganov is now here to play, and he makes the move firstly on the outside. Watch the up and under, has that position, now sweeps through, he's on the outside line here. Zaksu's not going to allow him in. Will he have to deal with Lazarus? No, he won't. He gets through, but Lazarus sends it back down the inside, so in the end he will have to deal with him. And now, before you know it, then you've got Alessandro Truchot and Antonio Pizzonia starting to close in.
This race is Miron's to lose. Those points are Miron's to lose. Looks over his shoulder, can see that he has got a little bit something extra compared to Newstead for the time being. Newstead now being challenged, or just the teammates, the Forza teammates. They're clipping each other. Palacio was going for the move, just clipped Austin. Austin's going to lose out, as is potentially Palacio, because here comes Zaksu. Zaksu's going to tuck back in towards turn number 7. Of course, Palacio will go defensive, and what's it going to do? It's going to allow Miron the space down the inside, though. Zoo was absolutely not shy of that one, but he's going to lose out. Big kick of dust going into the faces of the drivers behind. Newstead, Lazarus, Derganov, Truchot involved in this one, as there's some slow pace at the back of it, because that domino effect is now coming into play. Pizzonia is not a million miles away, neither is Felipe Sanchez, who is rounding out this train of karts, but is now, for the time being, said to Miron goodbye, because he has been given 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, certainly so. He's taken full advantage of this situation. Zoo again trying to go down the inside at turn 1. Nearly gives up the position back to Newstead there, so he's got to be careful if he wants to try and hold on to this one. Now it's Palacio's turn to take over the lead of this train. And now he's having to deal with that one. He's no longer attacking anymore. He's full defense mode in the dying stage of this race. We are on lap 8 of 10. There is still a couple of laps to go. Samu Hoogendoorn is the fastest driver in this race, but he is currently down in 20th place on a 7th place gain. Now they've started to break away. The concertina effect's kicked in. Derganov has split the two backs up. Newstead trails now that lead group of Palacio Zoo and Newstead. Derganov now leads the next frame with Lazarus, Pitsonia, Sanchez and Truchot Kagay there as well. There is Miron in the lead, now comfortably by 2.7 seconds.
Well, this is the first time then that Miron will be not thinking about anybody else behind him. This is the first time that he's leading the race by this kind of gap. 2.7 seconds with only 2 laps left to go means for the Fusion that he set himself up very well indeed. And the challenge actually for any other driver to snatch away those points and to climb up to beat the 228 that he has currently got himself, looking unlikely indeed. In towards turn number 7, watch the Ricky Flynn and the KR go side by side. Manzano there gets the move done. It looks like Truchot also still involved in this one. Truchot up by 10 places. Sanchez trying to get the job done, as is Zac Zoo there on the Forza ahead. Palacio now going defensive. The hopes of catching up on Danny out there in the front are done and dusted. That dream is done for today. Danny Miron, final last lap, will approach things. The last qualifying heat of his day, and another win looks to be on the tally.
It certainly is. Daniel Miron, despite that drama he may have faced earlier on with losing out on a clean sweep, he has certainly fought back in this one and is still looking at a great chunk of points here. 228, but the fight's still on as Derganov sets the fastest lap of the race on that last one, as he will try to attack this last group, and he does go wheel to wheel now with Newstead, but Newstead fights back. He will have the upper hand here, but Derganov has the inside line, sweeps through like he was standing still, and will claim that position. But at the front, Daniel Miron will end his qualifying heats day and his chance to close in the points in the title fight to the very end, as across the line Derganov tried to gain one more from Zac Zoo, but it wasn't going to happen. Miron takes the win, takes the lead of the points by 228, and this is going to put him in a really good position later on in the fight. Of course, Stan Ratajski has got good points as well, 288. A 50-point charge here will still put him on a good chunk of points as well. So Stan Ratajski still have a chance here. Giulio Di Rodello as well also has got a chance here. Both of them have still got a race to go for the front of groups B versus C. Now that fight not over yet at all in the junior class, but it is Miron who leads the way in the points, and he finishes that one ahead of Lucas Palacio and Zac Zoo. Matvey Derganov finishes in 4th place ahead of Austin Newstead. Antonio Pitsonia finishing ahead of Miguel Manzano. Alexander Lazarus from Alessandro Truchot. Felipe Sanchez from Denny Babacek. Jonas Punis rounds out the top 12 ahead of Henry Constant Kumpin and Savale Kage. Leon Chilidze from Nicholas Good. From Novello Morales and Alex Malota. Jason Cosmopoulos from Teopal Frame. Libor Vlazak from Samo Hugon. Then it is Achille Ray from Wenyibu and Jan Garzielik. The 2 retirements, Jeff Beck and Elton Hedvers, unfortunately, will not see that checkered flag at the end of that race. There, though, Daniel Miron lights the flag in that one, leads the points, and is in a strong position. But, of course, still one more race to go. That will see Stan Ratajski and Giulio Di Rodello fight for that points lead. Here's your highlights from that race. And, again, strong getaway for Daniel Miron. But it wasn't plain sailing in that early stage, as there you can see drivers going wide. Alexander Lazarus getting caught out there. Those fresh tyres just a bit too fresh for him. Hadn't ripped up at that point. And he went straight over that chicane at the very start. That put a back foot on him in that early phase. Later would close in, though. That fight would still rage on for the top 3 battling away. But again, a long wait for all of that, as Matvey Derganov slowly started to make his move through the field. Great run at the very end for him, actually. He was able to close in and take those spots away, and nearly actually taking the 3rd one from Zac Zoo at the end of that. Then you started seeing that midway point of the race, that Zac Zoo fight rage on. There was that first overtake there on the likes of the Paralympian of Lazarus, who would drop down into the field. Then he would slowly start to push forward, as well as Alessandro Truchot would gain 9 places, Felipe Sanchez gaining 5, Denny Babacek gaining 8 as well, and Jonas Pundis also gaining 5 places. They would all finish up inside the top 12 places in that race. Then again, the real overtakes really started to kick in. Miron got released as Palacio started to go defensive, brought Zaxu, it brought Derganov into play. There was that overtake on Newstead out of turn number 10, and then this side-by-side moment over the line. Derganov trying to get Zaxu, just giving him enough room, but not giving him the place, as Daniel Miron would take the win at the end of his racing day. We're going to catch up with him now down in Parc Ferme to Overton and Nicole Sutherland.
We are going to catch up with him indeed then, Anthony. Daniel, good day in the office then for you, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's some good points for the intermediate classification, and we'll look into tomorrow.
And of course, you've had a run of qualifying heats, wins, but of course that heat before the one you've just done maybe went wrong in the later stages. Can you tell us what happened in that race specifically, and then how you bounced back from it to then take another heat win?
Basically what happened was we didn't have so much speed, so yeah, but just after the heat I just stayed calm and managed another heat.
Well, Daniel, like we said, then you're holding on to the intermediate classification points when looking at the super heats tomorrow. More juniors left to go, of course, but it's looking unlikely that anybody's going to take away that pole from Daniel Miron. Seniors up next, but not before a short break.
Only a handful of races to go here for the qualifying heats phase for round 4 of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship. The finale here and the championship decider for OK Junior and the Academy Senior Trophy as well. The next qualifying heat heading out onto the track very soon. It is the OK qualifying heat A versus F. Tyres have been deployed, and you can see those on the karts as they make their way out on that front 2 rows. Including one driver on that 3rd row of the grid. A lot of drivers deploying them today and not saving them for tomorrow. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as Dan Alleman and Davide Battaro started on the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers, brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Gabriel Canal and Thomas Pradier go from row 2. Both of them, fresh tyres, left-hand side. Row 3. Baglin has got fresh tyres. Filippo Sala, believe, deployed his earlier on today, but I will try and confirm that one for you. He starts on row number 3. Aston Sharp has deployed his tyres, and so has Teresa Babichkova, but she didn't really get to use them as she DNF'd earlier on today, and they start on row number 4. Dean Hoogendoorn has deployed his. He starts on row 5 alongside Oliver Kinmark. William Marshall and Xiaofui go from row number 6. Xiaofui with fresh tyres. Row 7, both tyres for these drivers. Yindra Peschel and Asher Osteen, both on the left-hand side.
That halfway point is started by Jude Thirumalai Swami and Jakub Kamenek, who is elected to go new on board the left. Row number 9, it's Zavray Dudkovsky and Louis Bazare, who's done the same setup as Kamenek when it comes to the tyres. No new tyres for the next 2 rows. From 10, it's Emilia Vishamirska and Francisco Rocco, and then from row number 11, Klara Kowalczyk starts with Nefeli Kosmopoulos. Row number 12, we've got new on board Raphael Boulard, new on board for Joe Turney. Row number 13 is Ina Rostad with William Kim, and then from 14 it's Michael Gorecki with Gavin Adam. For Gavin Adam, then new tyres on board that left. 15th and final row, Mateus Gonzalez then finishes off your field, groups A versus F. Alleman and Battaro will see each other on that front row, of course. For Alleman, needs a good haul of points. A driver who has got the pace after a pole in group earlier on this weekend, up against a driver who, since his early weekend qualifying heat win, has actually seen his results unravel and fall. Pradier has had a DNF. That one was in his last qualifying heat, where a couple of heats ago, where he fell short. Gabriel Canal on that 2nd row has had a really good day of racing so far, so maybe he could be the one to try and get in a first qualifying heat win, but for his last qualifying heat of the day.
Certainly so. Dan Alleman right now, as it stands, he is currently sitting a little further down in the points, but still looking forward to seeing what he can achieve in this fight as he positions himself well in this race. But again, the points need to be added, but let's see what happens here as they square themselves away. Right then, with those fresh tyres on board, everyone here primed and ready to see what they will be able to achieve for this race. A lot of pressure is on for the field, but for all of these drivers, we wait and see. For Dan Alleman, currently 39th or so in the points. I think another result in there may have pushed him up. We're not racing right now, and if we are, I'll be very surprised. No, we're not. They are going around again. But yeah, for these drivers here, really important race here. Last chance to put points on the board. And so far, like we say, for Nicola Coman, those 2 race wins that he's had, 217. But of course, Kalija, who's not in this race, he'll be out in the very last race of the day with the likes of Henry Domain. Those drivers certainly will be ones to watch.
Only 72 drivers within class will, of course, be seen tomorrow in Super Heats, and then we'll half that once more for the finals, where we'll see, of course, 36 runners. So drivers will be in their last moments potentially. There's some of those that exist in the back of your order who have had DNF after DNF and now look to maybe be racing for the last time this weekend and for the last time this year in the FIA European Championship campaign. Final qualifying heats for Groups A versus F then. This time, Alleman looks to slow down the grid way more than compared to the previous formation lap. Nicola Coman, William Kalija and De Silva, they are 1, 2, 3 in your intermediate classification, with us yet to see Kalija race for a final time today. So expect those 17 points that currently splits up the Paralympic teammates to be reduced. And we're going to go on this time of asking, looking better at the front, but not looking better from the midfield section.
Let's see if we're going racing. They do sort themselves out. We are going to go racing here in towards turn number 1. Strong start then for the front of the field as they push through that chicane for the first time, pushing in more ways than one. A lot of drivers going on the grass there. A lot of drivers going on the grass. The exit of turn 4 as well, just pushing too hard and almost looks self-inflicted for many of them there into the sunshine. Down in towards turn 7 then for the first time. Good getaway for Dan Aleman. He's looking confident at the front on those new tyres. But what can the new tyres from the drivers behind do? Well, at this moment, we'll have to wait and find out because they are squabbling away for position. That's Baglin trying to gain those places, and he has got already up to 3rd place.
Baglin this weekend, of course, has not had a clean sweep of wins or really anything near that, but he's been at the front consistently. He's had no bad results just yet, and that's exactly what he wants when it comes to those points and when it comes to the head-to-head competition between him and Zac Drummond. In towards turn number 5, challenge for the race lead currently exists between Dan Aleman and Gabriel Canal. Aleman hoping for a second qualifying heat result at the front. Canal hoping for his first down the inside. This could be the chance for the Ward. Gets the move, makes it stick, switches that position with the VDK, as now the pace has dropped slightly for the two. They just lose out when it comes to that gap compared to Noah Baglin. KR driver there in that 3rd spot chases down. Bataro has had a much better race start compared to those previous qualifying heats. The gap though between him and Baglin has just opened up once more as he edges closer to the VDK in towards turn number 1. Canal, Aleman from Baglin. They are 1, 2 and 3 as moves further back include changes between Dean Hoogendoorn and Oliver Kinmark. So Hoogendoorn now on a 2-place gain. Drivers who have deployed some fresh tyres as there it is. There is the change for P2. Aleman now having to lose out on that position. And he, of course, Baglin was, of course, helped by that fastest lap. For your drivers who have deployed those new tyres, Gavin Adam up by 12 positions already within race. Turney up by 5 to make it a P19 currently. For Joe Turney, still has got a lot of work left to do within this race. Left to do, actually, within the weekend.
Indeed, Joe Turney certainly on a back foot trend this weekend. Is the pilot of the 116 machine as he tries to forward his way through. 32nd roughly in the points right now going into this last race. Not a bad place to be. Ryan ran that mid cut-off. He will be on the cut-off when it comes to the super heats though, trying to get into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Turney, he will be calculating it in his head. He will halving it and knowing, okay, superheat wise, I'm not a million miles away, as Babičková there is just giving a bit of a boost. She halfway, just running into the back of the Czechian driver out there. Of course, for Babičková, DNF when she deployed those new tyres earlier on means that she's on some fresher rubber. Turn number 7 though, it doesn't go well. She halfway down the inside, she's just going to kick some dust into the face of Sala and Osteen because Peschel finds his way through as well. Sala, not the race start that he would have wanted. 6 places lost for the time being. The Ferrari desperately trying to claw away some points. When it comes to standings for Sala, actually he's not doing too bad, but within this race maybe looks a bit nervous because just looked directly into the visor of Asher Osteen, the lone CRG within the field. Kaman, Baglin and Kalija 1, 2, 3 points wise, with currently Nicolo Kaman and Noah Baglin tied on 217. Of course, for Kaman, out-qualified Baglin, that is why he is ahead. But both drivers, I would say here, Anthony, have got this chance to lose out on William Kalija.
Indeed. So that could change things over. And, of course, if that does not happen, and, of course, these points stay how they are, those points I did earlier on for Baglin were if he finished 3rd in the points. He's now 2nd in the points. That could change again. Hoogendoorn, big, robust moves down the inside there on Kinmark. And he pushed his way through as well. That now is Sharp losing out on a fair few places there. He's got to deal with the likes of Schaufler, Yidra Peschel just behind as well. All trying to close in on this stage of the race. Big check over the shoulder and defensive posture there for Sharp over the line as Schaufler will make an attempt at an attack. But has not managed to get through that chicane for this first time. Gabriel Canal leads the way. This is that fight. Baglin, though, is closing in. So is Davide Bataro. All these drivers on the fresh tyres starting to fire into life a little bit.
Turney now past Filippo Sala and now finds himself in that fight between Bazare, Osteen, Babičková and Peschel. So 10 places gained. tastes like promotion so far for Turney, in that, of course, different liveried KR for this weekend. As just ahead now, this fight continues to rage on. Sharp at the lead of it, Ji Haofwei looking strong, as is Peschel. Peschel, a driver who's had a DNF today, doesn't want another bad result. Out the front, Baglin could be looking on for a strong race win here. It's under 2 tenths, separate him now and the Frenchman out at the front. Ward leading, but the KR, pace-wise, is faster, and is faster by almost 2 tenths of a second over the case of that previous lap. We questioned what was going on today then with the pace of Davide Bottaro when he's lit it up late moment in the day. And talking of lighting things up, Baglin has got the job done. Back out at the front, back in his clean air, and will look to bolt off and drive away from Gabriel Canal. Cleans up points-wise when it comes to today in his own mind, because he knows he's done more than enough when it looks to that championship. It's not over just yet. But Noah is looking strong indeed, and in your intermediate classification has now just got past. Nicolo Coman extends the points by 5 ahead of Italy's Coman and makes it 223.
Now 50 points now for Baglin, changes it even more so, as that gives you a great indication of how shiny that track is for these drivers. Came into this weekend with 231 points, add 50 onto that. 281 points going into this weekend. So that is the points he will have at this moment, and that will give a huge advantage to him versus Zac Drummond, who is at this moment not looking at scoring any points, and that's a big moment there. Off the road for Ji Haofwei, off the road, joined by Louis Bazare. The move down the inside, tried it and failed. Contact made, as there is Joe Turney on the charge now. He's made that move past Babichkova. He's up inside the top 10.
Well, Turney, like the front runners, is one of those drivers that will be boosted, of course, with the fresher tyre on board. Babichkova now covers off in towards the entrance of turn number 5 compared to Filippo Sala. Is trying to hold up the Italian and back him into the hands of Klara Kowalczyk, who, in that victory lane, is trying to weave her way past. Sala chases up once more, but he's got some work to do to get past the Czechian driver. Noah Baglin now 223, Coman 217. We're yet to see Kalija for the final time today. He is one of the only drivers, as well as, of course, Henry Domain, that could challenge Baglin for that intermediate classification lead, as we'll watch on at the race replay it. Joe Turney now getting past Teresa Babichkova and just having that near miss between Ji Haofwei and Bazare.
Indeed, and very lucky to gain those places now at that stage. Still sitting there inside the top 10 on a 14-place gain. There is Dan Aleman trying to chase down Bottaro and Canal in the lead, but Baglin in control is keeping them at bay. Right, as we say, at this moment I was talking about points there, but I won't turn to that because that's a bit of a boring statement right now. Baglin really in control of this weekend, really in control of getting away with a European title at the end of this weekend. Davide Bottaro to the inside of Gabriel Canal. That is a change for second place. Beautifully done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say, Anthony, it's fair to call that Baglin's had an extra level of composure throughout these heats. You've almost seen some moments for him where things started to go wrong, but he just backed off at certain moments where some drivers were coming through, allowed them to take those positions just to ensure he didn't find himself in trouble. No contact made, no incidents, no spills for the driver of KR, who tomorrow could become a European champion at the circuit, where in 2025 he became a junior world champion, of course. Baglin in the front. It's now 7 tenths, almost 8 tenths that he leads by, as this is still the battle in your mid-pack. Sala is just behind Babichkova. This is 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. William Marshall is involved in this, as is Klara Kowalczyk still, as Gavin Adam is also trying to look on. Dudkowski now down the inside of the VDK. This is, of course, further back between Dudkowski and Rafael Ballard. Here's Filippo Sala being signalled to, that's Aston Sharp being signalled to by Jindřich Peschel. As they keep pushing, keep looking at Oliver Kinmark, because currently, points-wise, he looks to outscore both of us. Pace-wise, everybody's settling into things. Everybody on that sort of steady level of what they're doing out there. Nobody pushing majorly just yet, because they're, of course, thinking about tyres those 2 superheats as well. Baglin, then, you have just more 2 laps left to go. Turney's still got some more time to make those 14 places gained, potentially 15, because he's not a million miles away from the injured Peschel, especially since Peschel is now being held up by Sala and Kinmark out there. If this battle lights up very shortly, the other KR Brit in the field could chase down. Osteen on 3 places gained, other movers helped by tyres. Gavin Adam, 12 places to make it a current P16 as we head through the final lap.
Indeed, this race nearing its conclusion here, and Baglin in firm control from the rest of the chasing pack, but this fight still rages on. Aston Sharp, 8th place, dealing with Peschel behind, Kinmark in front, all of them fan out there through turn number 7 to see who can try and get a move down the inside, but no one can do so, and they stay in position. But out here at the front, Noah Baglin came into this weekend as the points leader and is going to end his day at this moment, the intermediate classification points leader. He's looking at 25 points. Can he hold 25 points with one more senior race to go? That will still see the points of Kalesia, who's able to see what he can do. Of course, he sits there in those points still with a really good position with 200 to his name. One more race win would give him the points lead. But I'm just doing the points here for the championship fight between Baglin and Drummond. Drummond still has a race to go. But the best he could possibly get is maybe 5 championship points at the end of that one. If Baglin was to stay P1, he would have 281. You minus the 213. A gap of 68 points with a superheat and a final to go. Still 76 points up for grabs for that one. It is still mathematically possible for Drummond, but needs a very strong result to help him out in that last race of the day. There, your top 3, Baglin, Bataro and Canal. 1, 2, 3 in that race, and they put themselves in a really strong position from the rest of the field. Dan Alaman will finish in 4th place ahead of Thomas Pradir, who rounds out the top 5. Dean Hoogendoorn finishes 3 places gained in P6 from Oliver Kinmark in 7th, also 3 places gained. Indrich Peschel in 8th place from Aston Sharp. Joe Turney, biggest mover in that race, 14 places gained, rounds out the top 10. Asher Osteen from Teresa Babichkova takes P12 from William Marshall and Filippo Sara. Klara Kowalczyk in 15th ahead of Gavin Adam, who gains 12 places in that race for the Frenchman. Good result there. Rafa Ballard from Savary Dikowski, Lou Bazare from Jakub Kamenek, Francisco Roja from Emilia Vishimirska, Nefeli Kosmopoulos from Injarostad, Mateus Gonzalez from Mikhail Gorecki rounds out the top 26. William Kim rounds out the 27 positions ahead of Jude Thirumalai-Swami and Giel Frey, unfortunately both retiring from that race. Here's a look at your highlights from that, and well, a lot of drivers going for fresh tyres here at the front end of the field. Certainly meant for an exciting little fight with the mixture of fresh tyres and used ones at the back. We saw a little bit of dramatics in that early phase. Then Gabriel Canal found his way into the lead, but then it was the return of Baglin pushing his way back through this field. This time, fresh tyres on board and pushing himself up into the lead of the intermediate classification. If he was to stay in the lead, of course, as mentioned, he would have 281 championship points going into the superheats and final phase. If Drummond can score good points in this next race, he might still come away with some championship points and might be able to still keep that fight alive. There, though, Baglin getting those moves done, as there was the dramatic moment for Giaofui, caught out with that incident in the tail end of that race. And I think it may have been Jude Thirumalai-Swami, actually, who was caught out with. We did call it as another driver of Louis Bazare, but I'm not sure if we got the numbers right on that one, as Bazare was a lot further up the order and still stayed in that race. But we'll double-check that one. There, Bataro, those last few overtakes, he would get himself back up to 2nd place. Strong drive there, as it all kicked off for the Koski driver there in the background. Those overtakes coming in thick and fast all the way throughout the field of Savage Koski. As over the line, Baglin would take the win. And with that, the lead of the intermediate classifications. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's ready in Parc Ferme.
Well then, we are ready, Anthony, and we're ready with none other than Noah Baglin. Noah, smile on your face as you walked over here, because you know that today, currently, you lead that intermediate classification standings. We've still got to see Collegia and Domain, but are you quite unbothered about whatever they're about to pull off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind, to be honest. I know I'm quite there. I'm pretty sure if they both do a good one, I'll be P3, so I'm still there. So yeah, I can get good points tomorrow, and we'll see.
And points when looking at tomorrow, it's not just for your intermediate classification, it's for the championship, which now it looks like there's only two contenders for. It's you and Drummond, potentially, depending on what happens in those two heats. But for you, Noah, good day in the office, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of points. Drummond hasn't had his best result, so keep getting points. I've put a lot of pressure off my shoulders doing quite a lot of points, so yeah, we'll see.
We'll see indeed, Noah. Thank you very much. Of course, seniors will be out later on. Juniors back on track. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed. The last junior race of the day. Qualifying Heat B versus C. About to head to the track on this one. And this, of course, will be a very, very close little fight for one or two drivers that we will see out in this one. Of course, in Groups B, their last race of the day. Stan Ratajski has got the chance of putting in the points here. Can he do it from P1? Gianni Giardello in a similar story. Priam Bruno and Antoine Venard, they go from row number 2 with Manny Nuvolini and Will Green, current championship leader, on row number 3. Harry Williams and Gilbert Sato go from row number 4. There we'll see Troy Ferguson and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on row number 5. Atika Mir joins Lenny Makinen on row number 6. Row 7 sees Manik Saric. They join Jack Solomonson on that 7th row with Alexander Legenki and Maxim Bobajov on row number 8. Liam Nashawati joins Kim Min-jae on row number 9. And that first half of that field, Julian Frasnelli joins Simon Carreras on row number 10. There we'll see Alexandre Poir and Christian Kobe on row number 11. Aurelien Lemaire and Sevalod Osauchi Sadlowski join row number 12 with Oyvind Venturata and Isaac Eklund rounding out the 26-car field. Looks like all drivers have made it out there. Lots of tyres to report from this one. We are seeing them on nearly everyone in this race. The front row have got them, so has Antoine Venard. There is no way we're going for a start this time around, which should have been the case. So first false start, and I can imagine Pasquale Lupoli not going to be too best pleased with that formation for them. Williams and Gilbert Sato, they've gone for new tyres. Troy Ferguson has got a brand new left rear tyre on his wagon. That may be an indication of he had a puncture earlier on and they have replaced that one. Atika Mir and Lenny Makinen have got tyres on the left-hand side. Manik Saric and Jack Solomonson, tyres on the left-hand side. Alexander Legenki has gone for a different strategy. Not the tyres on the right-hand side, but he's gone for a front right and a rear left on his tyre. So staggered formation for Alexander Legenki. The rest of the field have gone for left-hand side in the forms of Bobajov, Kim, Nashawate, Alexander Point, Karas, Kobe and Eklund. Everyone else, no tyres for them. So a fair few in this race, as we will see the start of this one. As don't worry, as Nicole said back in the comments box, don't worry, Nicole, they false started for you, so you've not missed any action.
Yeah, they're actually just waiting for me.
They are. Yeah. They saw that you were taking your time,
struggling,
slacking a little bit
to walk up the really, really steep spiral stairs.
I hear excuses and lack of commitment to
well,
get to
I heard your
in time.
excuses about the fact that you were 7 seconds off pace-wise when you went out in the kart yesterday. So.
Yeah, indeed. Tired, overweight, bad driver. All very good, valid excuses, I think.
How's your ribs, by the way?
Absolutely fine.
Neck?
Fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Surprise.
My wrists hurt a little bit. My hands were the worst in that one. Right then, here we go then for the start of this race. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing? The answer is yes. It is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good start for Ratajski, and he needs a good result. Spins in the foreground and the background there. Multiple drivers going off, and I think Priam Bruno was one of them. from the inside there. They're off the road. Is the 693 of Atika Mir. She was caught out. It was Priam Renault who spun from the front. Atika Mir was off there as well. Jack Solomonson also involved. There were many other drivers. There is Priam Renault. He's only got the one attempt to get it started. He's going to bring it back onto the road. He'll try and get it in. He's got the downhill momentum to help him out here. But the pilot who started third on the road is certainly in a spot of bother. Giulio Girardello, though, leads the way in this race, going purple Sector 1 and Sector 2 as they fight on. And unfortunately, Priam Renault is out of this last race of the day.
That was an absolute valiant effort by Priam to get it off the grass, to try and get it fired back up, but it wasn't quite enough. He could not get that victory lane back into life. Giulio Girardello out in the front as in P2. Stan Ratajski sat there settled for now as Mani Nuvolini is inside of the top three for one of the first times this weekend. We've not seen Nuvolini take a top spot just yet as he chases down there the Mercedes driver, looking ahead at the Ricky Flynn. As it stands, your intermediate classification, when it comes to the points, of course, these are your final groups of juniors to race. Giulio Girardello leading things with 238. Stan Ratajski with that P2 that he has currently got on the road, 232 points. Those two drivers now outscoring Daniel Miron and Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that has really changed the points around. So Girardello now leads the way, and in this last junior race of the day, that would be all they rode. Girardello is fighting for a chance to have 25 championship points, to take those away from Miron and Green, of course, and Ratajski looking at both of them pole positions in this one. One for Superheat 1, one for Superheat 2 as it stands. But that could change as both of them went into this race, leading those points. Ratajski, though, sets the fastest up the races very slowly in the background. Antoine Vinard out of this race. Another leading retirement, and he is furious with that result. Antoine Vinard, who was P4 in this race, will tumble to a DNF.
Well, Venon gets out the cart before the things even really stopped. You can see the despondence for Venon, who in his previous qualifying heat took a win. Now, of course, points-wise will suffer, but it's not the end of the road for Venon because he's helped himself. He's been inside of the top 10 relatively consistently. Pace-wise, Mani Nuvolini's fallen away from the hands of Stan Ratajski and Giulio Girardello, so I'd say Nuvolini's probably out there slightly frustrated at this stage, as that's a nice move. That's the McLaren of Harry Williams going in on Guillaume Bassato. Yeah, beautiful little overtake there, and that will allow Green to close in. Ferguson there, of course, on his brand new rear left tyre he has on board for him, and he is trying to push forward in that phase. But Green in a really important situation right now because, well, Green going into this race, if I cast my mind to his results, that is Zach Green. That is a different Green. Will Green has found himself quite a far way down in those points. And of course, this being his last race, he could step up a little bit, but he's not in a point-scoring position right now. And in a person who's leading the championship, that's a deficit for him. Of course, cast your minds back to yesterday for Green. He had a DNF. That is what is being the spanner in the works for the driver, who of course is going head-to-head this weekend with Daniel Miron for a championship win. Ratajski now goes fastest. Ratajski is looking eager to get past Giulio Girardello out there in the front. But Giulio, of course, within his qualifying group was a pole sitter, as was Stan, so these two drivers are very similar indeed. For Ratajski, of course, even if he does overtake within this race, even if he grabs those extra points to get himself to the top of the intermediate classification, you know what, doesn't make too much of a difference because he'll still be a pole sitter, but it depends. Do you want to start alongside Daniel Miron in your superheat, or do you want to start alongside Emerson McAndrew-Uren? I think for Stan, he'd maybe be thinking about Emerson.
Keep an eye on Priam Renault. I think he just got sandwiched, a little tag at the front, a little tag at the rear, and that was him on the inside row spinning, and then at the same time, there was a spin right in the mid-pack there. One of the Ward Racing, it was Atika Mir, and unfortunately Atika Mir just then threw the rest of the field onto the grass.
I'm wondering here, Anthony, and your thoughts. Do you think Ratajski maybe would just sit and settle and stay for a P2 here, thinking I'd rather start alongside the Tony Kart rather than the driver who's going for a championship of Miron?
Well, that's a very interesting point. I mean, probably not thinking about that really at the moment. But, I mean, it is still a very good thought point. for them. Right now, I think they're just thinking one thing only. Go fast, go forward. I think that is most things that drivers think about. And is Stan Ratajski going to think that and go for the move? We'll have to wait and see, because this overtake could mean the difference of starting in Group 1 or Group 2 tomorrow for those superheats, and that is that vital point over. But we'll have to wait and see, as there's still a few laps remaining in this race. Ratajski still waiting to go for that overtake if he can do it, of course. Big moves down the inside here in the background. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio trying to go for that move there, and Alexandre Pla was gained 12 places, nearly lost out on all of those 12 places there.
Further back in the field, Liam Nachuate finally having an actual race. He's had DNF after DNF. He's now 10 places up as there's drama for the Tony karts. This is Oliver Venturata. Venturata's weekend goes from absolute bad to worse. He's had, again, like the driver that we were just talking about of Nachuate, DNF after DNF, and I would say for Venturata, maybe he's not even going to be seen in a superheat tomorrow.
No, for the likes of Oyvind Venturata, a very tough weekend. A couple of DNFs already, add a third to his tally. He's down in 66th in the points, might not even make tomorrow's superheats.
Yeah, indeed. Down the inside, this is the Ricky Flynn going in on the DPK. So this is the switch there between Nachuate and Bassato. Nachuate helped by that purple lap. Again, for Nachuate, I'm saying, is it unlikely that he's going to be even in a superheat tomorrow? This could be final moments for the driver of the USA and for RFM into P6 currently. As out in the front, we've still got Girardello and Stan Ratajski. Ratajski's not really lost or gained within that 2.5 tenth gap that he has got. He's not over pushed, not really changed anything that he has done. And there are your points. 238 for Girardello, 232 for Ratajski. As it stands, you've got Girardello and Miron on that front row for your first superheat. Then you've got Ratajski and Emerson Makanji-Uren on the front row for the second. Within Girardello's group, he would also have Lucas Palacio, Oskari Volley and Mason Robertson. In your second group, you've got Ratajski, Makanji-Uren. Then you've got Zaxu, Chilidze and Priyan Bruno.
Yes, indeed. Very close in that top 10. Of the points in the intermediate classification, and of course a lot of drivers there will be able to score points, but remember, it's not only just the top 10 that score points, the top 15.
There's a black flag out there.
Yeah, no, who's technical flag for the 217 machine. That's Julian Frasnelli, who's in at 14th place on a 5-place gain on this final lap. Unfortunately, I'll have to retire that one, but yeah, as we were saying, top 15 getting those championship points at the end of this one. Girardello done a great job here. There is Julian Frasnelli, and just trying to think, can't see anything too off with that kart for him. From what I can see, it's the rear bumper. Rear bumper has come off left-hand side and on the right-hand side, sorry, and that has evolved a massive battle that is ensuing all around him. He doesn't know that that's dropped, so he will see the technical flag, of course, on this lap, as well as a checker flag over the line. Girardello will take the win and will take pole position for tomorrow's superheats, and the finals are looking like they're going his way. Ratajski will also secure pole position, but for Superheat 2 tomorrow, as they will score 25 and 22 championship points at the end of this one in the junior phase. They are not in contention for the championship, but they are taking those vital championship points away from drivers such as Will Green and Daniel Miron. For Nuvolini, I think his fight is over potentially. I'll do some maths to that one, but with Daniel Miron scoring some decent points there and Will Green not scoring any, it might be an interesting one, an outside chance, but we'll have to wait and see where Nuvolini lies in the points. The 207 machine, a rough indication of where he might be, and around 20th. Not going to be scoring championship points on that one, and Nuvolini in this race with that result doesn't sit inside the top 10, and Nuvolini in P4 will add some good points to his name. I don't think enough to battle too much away in that stage. A P4 for Nuvolini would get him at 30 38 intermediate classification points. Add 38 to what he's currently got of 141 is maths that I can't do. 141 plus 38, quick maths, it's 179. That would jump him up to 12th place. He would get 1 or 2 championship points. It might help him out a little bit. There, though, great win for Giulio Girardello. Great result for the Italian. Parallel Motorsport, number 1 there. Comes away with, at the end of the day, 25 championship points that really he doesn't really need, because he sits that one a little further down in the order. The Italian has had a good season there in 4th. 25 championship points will maybe help him out to get up into 3rd in the points, actually, ahead of Nuvolini. So that could be a helping hand for him. There was the start, and there was the unfortunate moment there for a couple of drivers. Atika Mir getting caught out there at the very start. I think Marek Zaric going skywards up in the air. Other drivers fanning out to avoid contact. At the same time, Priam Bruno at the front of the pack also spinning, failing to get that one restarted. Girardello, strong start to the beginning of that race. He would push forward. Later retirements, Antoine Vinant also would not make it to the end. He was out of the kart before it even became stationary. A sign of a very frustrated driver at the end of a very busy day. Will Green trying to close in over the course of that race. Had the likes of Guillaume Bassato to battle with Liam Nashawati. Will Green ended that race in P5 at the end of it. There was the fight for Harry Williams and Nuvolini. Williams up to 3rd, Nuvolini to 4th. As a later retirement, Oiva Venturata may struggle to even make it into tomorrow's superheats with that another DNF. Over the line, though, Giulio Girardello would take 25 championship points to add to his tally to close that gap up to Mani Nuvolini in that fight for 3rd in the points. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, juniors are done and dusted for the day, and we've just seen Giulio Girardello then capture that pole position for your first superheat tomorrow. Giulio, good race there for you, good weekend so far. Superheat pole position, good feeling, would you say?
Yeah, I'm really happy. First time I start first in a superheat. We got our 25 points. Yeah, we were fighting for P3 on the championship. I think we're doing really good. We have good chances for tomorrow. I hope the best. We'll never know. I think I can do good.
And when Stan was chasing down on you, the gap actually stayed pretty steady at 2.5 tenths. Did you feel any nerves that Stan was going to go for a move? Are you confident that he was going to stick behind and maybe be tactical and just try and confirm his own pole?
I thought he was going for a move, but then I just keep pushing because, you know, you can mind also the guy you have behind, otherwise you will do some mistakes. But yeah, I think I did a great job staying up ahead. I want to say thanks to Parolin, GFR, the Fast Track Dogs, Race 6, and all the guys that support me. Thanks so much.
Joelle, we'll see you tomorrow, of course, and we'll just swap you over then with Stan Ratajski, who, of course, came into this weekend pole in group and ever since has cleaned up some very good points indeed. Stan, for you, we've had P2s, you've had race wins. That one in particular, we didn't see you attempt a race lead overtake. Tactical, or did you just not have the pace?
For me, yeah, of course, there's still a P1 in the Group B, but I want to win this one because it was important. But yeah, I think I didn't have the pace. And also yesterday, when it started to be cold, I was a bit slower. But yeah, still a good pace all the day, and hopefully P1 and P-final B is still good.
And Stan, going into that superheat tomorrow, you'll be starting alongside Emerson Mukandja-Uren for things. The confidence level going into that and starting on your first pole in a superheat of the year, what's that feeling like?
For me, yes, right. I know in the morning I was really fast, so really confident.
Well, Stan, thank you very much. That's Stan Ratajski, your second junior superheat pole position driver. So juniors done and dusted. We have confirmed the 2 poles for those 2 brand new poles within this season on the very last round. One more to be confirmed, of course, but that's in your senior class, which we'll head over to now.
Thank you very much. Down there in Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland. The sun setting here in Kristianstad in Sweden, and the fights are still on. 3 more races to go. 1 more for the European Championship, 2 more for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy that will round out our day with their last 2 races. But as we say, we turn over to the senior category for Groups B versus C, that at this moment still lie in very close points in that intermediate classification. Baglin, of course, leads that. Kalesia in this race with 200 could still come away with 250 points, could take that one away. Henry Domain as well with 188 could also put in some damage in the works, but there you can see the sun very low in the sky now, in the eyes of the drivers as they will head down into that one. The tinted visors very much needed at this stage. It will be very difficult to see them going down into that phase of the lap. There you can see engines firing up then, drivers making their way out onto the track, and Ili Christian's mechanic nearly wiped out by Emiliano Hernandez there, who made their way out. One car not firing up into life there. That is not good at all. Looks like one of the MPs that's not fired into life. Is that Henry Domain that didn't fire into life there? No, I think he got going. We'll have to wait and see. It was Luke Tal. Luke Tal who didn't get started up, but he has got fired up now. He is out on track, but a slight drama for him there. William Kalesia and Henry Domain start us on the front row of the grid. Could we see our 2 pole sitters in this race? Ili Christian and Bruno Blanco. They go from row number 2 and they see the likes of Emiliano Hernandez and Zach Green on row 3. Olivier Dicini joins Michael Magoy on row number 4. We'll have Evan Purcell and Luke Tal on row 5, who is now fired up and is on track. Hopefully can get back into position, who is starting in P10. Row number 6 is Christian Alexanderus with Niklas Schaufler, with row 7 being Lev Krutulov and Antonio Coscianella. For the first half of the field, the rest now follows.
Row number 8 then, it's Zac Drummond and Max Wayland. New tyres for both of those drivers on board the left-hand side. From row number 9 is Nikita Botta, and he has gone new on board the left. Ryan Qureshi is the driver alongside. Your 10th row, new for Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, no new for Endo Arata. 11, Malcolm Hillel with a missing Lax Lacroix, and from 12, Eric Bondarov sees Fernando Paimer. 13th row, Daniel Picorni, Zarif Raquel. 14, Merced Albassam with Matteo Gallo. 15 rows in total. Final OK qualifying heats of the weekend, and it will be, of course, Francois Cadal and Svet Simonov at the back of your field.
Spirits are high in the grandstand there.
That was Lev Krutulov's little brother Maxi.
Excellent, who's enjoying the racing from the sidelines. And there you can see the Academy Trophy senior grid on the mechanic stand there as well. Excited to see this last senior race transpire, as they'll be on track next. Sun very low in the sky, still 21 degrees as we get ready to go racing here. Into the tram lines, we look set and ready to go, but we're not going to go racing. It is a false start.
So drivers, of course, building the anticipation, I would say, here. Anthony Kalesia versus Domain. Domain has missed out on a qualifying heat win. Kalesia has not. Both of those drivers have got the potential to maybe overtake for that intermediate classification lead. Neither of those drivers are looking at championship top 3s. They are purely trophy hunting this weekend. Not thinking about points, but thinking about the prize, walking away on that podium. For Kalesia, he has been boosted ever since that pole position in group in time qualifying, but as has Henry Domain. And Domain, of course, for the MP team, high in spirits on a weekend that could reward him with his first podium of the year. And beyond your front row, they will go head-to-head. Ili Christian has at some stages been a bit of an underdog, I would say. He's gone under the radar. He's not made it inside of that top spot, but he has been inside of the top 3. He has been consistently inside of the top 10. So watch out, Tony Kart going into this one also.
Yes, indeed. Right then, into that final sector again. Another look there at the fabulous circuit from the sky here as the field enter into those tram lines. We're looking for this is again not a very good start, but it's another false start there for the field. You can clearly see there that Kalesia had bolted away. Domain had no power out of that final turn. It did not want to accelerate. Is that a sign that that kart might be struggling in this race?
Is it the case that there's some sort of mechanical gremlin, or is Henry Domain playing a game with William Kalijah? Is Kalijah playing a game with Domain and he's just hanging back that bit more to not jump ahead of Kalijah when we break those lights? That could be a question. Is Domain just being a bit reserved, could we say?
Well, whatever they're doing, they need to get on with it because the day's going on and the sun is setting here. Local time.
20 past 6.
20 past 6.
It's dinner time.
It's past my bedtime right now. I should be in bed. Right. You not remember when you were young, you had a bedtime?
Yeah, but I'm not young anymore. Well, I'm
well,
younger
there
than
you go. They heard it from Nicole's mouth herself. She's I was going to say a word.
You are 11 years older than me. I'll just throw that into the world.
Yeah, that is very true. I am 11 years older than you. I was commentating on you while you were racing. Mentally, I'm about 20 years younger than you.
3-year anniversary since you last commentated on me.
I know, Kart Masters, and that's on right now at the same weekend as us at the PF International Circuit. There we go. Right then, memory lane. Right then, into the tram lines. This looks better. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn 1. Good start from the field. Better start, though, from Kalijah, who's looking to see if he can take those championship points away from Baglin. A lot of dust there in the background. I hope that driver's visor was closed because that would have been muy dusty. Very wide there on the inside line. One of the drivers having a spell of bother there at the beginning of this race as it's all kicking off a little bit in this last race of the day. But crucially, it's Kalijah who's leading the way as everyone is fighting for these positions in their last race of the day.
Yeah, so somebody's going to be out there, I would say, with some dust inside that helmet, maybe with a cough or two as well, because that cloud still exists slightly at turns 1 and 2. Out the front, though, he's doing what he did exactly throughout the early stages of this weekend, through this morning and this afternoon's run of qualifying heats, which is lead and drive away from the rest of the field. Kalijah out the front. Christian broke that line and did a great race start, as Emiliano Hernandez did a good job, but now loses out to Henry Domain, who gets back into P3. For Domain, that race start didn't quite go his way, but for Evan Purcell up by 4 positions to really get into a strong spot. Out in the back, though, Svet Simonov, Luke Tau and Sad Al-Bassam have not had those good starts, so I think Luke Tau maybe being that driver to have that drama in the grass.
Indeed, yeah, because he's tumbled down the order, and so has Lev Krutalov as well. Tumbled down the order. There is Zach Green leading an almighty train of drivers, including Christian Alexander Rust. Olivieri Senior's round there goes off 2 drivers out of the race, and that is a little further down in that order in this field. But still, for Zarif Rekal, he's not going to be too happy with that one as he will tumble out of the race with, I think, Ryan Koresh was the other driver who was involved in that incident. There, though, you can see the train starting to form up through the wide variety of turns on this track, and the flowing nature of it as well. Such a beautiful circuit to go racing on, and these drivers absolutely loving it. It casts my mind back to the last time we were here. I can imagine just all the rain that we had, not this time around. Beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, for these drivers then, really good track conditions. For some maybe complaining that it's a little bit too grippy out there, but many loving what we have had so far this weekend at the 4th and final round. On the inside, potentially, Evan Purcell might go on Emiliano Hernandez at that 14th and final corner. Purcell on a good charge throughout this race so far. Koreshi under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That was that moment just a moment ago at that second sector at turns 8 and 9. Out in the front, Henry Domain is trying to put a magnifying glass on William Kalijah to find a mistake and to close in on the 1.9 seconds. But for Kalijah, that is going to feel like a good result. That's going to feel like he is an eternity away from Domain, who has got past. Christian is in the background. This is the stage in the day where these drivers take it or leave it. They've got to put everything out there on the track. And for the names in this one, they are showing us that. Francois Cadal, Bruno Blanco, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, Kocianella, Malcolm Malal and Eric Bondarov being those names.
Yeah, certainly so. And look at that fight happening away here on lap number 5, all trying to gain those positions in this dying stage of the race weekend. There is a lonely Drummond there trying to close in on Senior, Green and Hernandez further up this road. Drummond, of course, needing every single point he can grab it at this moment. Is not inside the top 10. In fact, I don't even think inside the points at this moment of this weekend.
No, not the case. So your intermediate classification, down the inside. That is Zach Green now going for it. That is on Hernandez as the door is left wide open. Got past Hernandez and maybe didn't see that Sini was so close. Sini now through and gets back some points that he need after that disqualification earlier on in the weekend. Intermediate classification. Kalisha would be on pole in Superheat 1. Domain would be on pole in Superheat 2. With Kalisha having to deal with Baglin on that front row. Domain having to deal with Nicolo Kaman. Christian looking strong in your point standings. P5 with 202. Just ahead of the silver. Justo, Hoogendoorn, Gast and Davide Butaro.
There is Kalisha with the fastest lap of the race at 50.099. Now with a 2.2 second lead from the rest of the field as they continue to fight on in this train. Big look down the inside there for position. Beautiful overtake there in the background from Michael McGoy. That was on Christian Alexandros for 10th place on track. And showcase that the fighting is still alive. Francois Cadal is having a good race here. Nicole, I was about to say 14, it's down to 12 places. Still 12 places gained. Still one of the biggest movers there in 17th place.
So Drummond and Schaufler, of course, they're still drivers inside of the top 5 when it comes to your championship. Drivers that maybe look to lose out on Noah Baglin. Schaufler, I would say we can confirm at this point, will not be able to close in anymore. For Drummond, hopes are starting to die at this stage of the weekend. But Schaufler still looking strong when it comes to that final result in the year. He can walk away from Sweden, still being able to stay. He would be seeded with a good overall number in Europe. Currently looks ahead at the other driver, also being able to say that about himself. That is Drummond. 8 places gained for Zach so far. 4 for Schaufler, make it 5 because now they have switched. Zach Drummond, there he is. Zach Drummond. What do you even say for that driver who was chasing down this weekend to close in on Noah Baglin for a championship lead, for a championship win? Qualifying went wrong. These heats he's had to claw his way through. His final qualifying heat of the day. He is now parked and he is done in this final race in Groups B versus C.
The fact that he was stationary and sitting in that kart, I can imagine there was a thought process of pure disbelief at that situation. His title fight is in tatters right now. It's completely fallen apart for Drummond. And you can only feel for him as obviously that DNF earlier on with the side pod as well. It's just not gone to play. He'll score no championship points at this point going into tomorrow. He is still in the fight though, however, but tomorrow needs to be the most perfect day for Drummond.
For Drummond, it needs to be a day of heaven. It needs to be a day where absolutely everything goes right for him, but that everything goes wrong for Baglin. You can't have both of them at the front because Baglin will still take it. For Drummond, I think at this stage he's got to pray for a little bit of a miracle out there. Back to the drawing board, back to Team Fusion today, this evening, to try and pull himself together for the Superheat and for the final later on that we will hopefully see him in to round out his year of racing down the inside. That's Wayland's now getting past the Forza out there. These drivers, of course, are trying to fight their way through into even qualifying into those Superheats. Wayland and Botta there just switching for P11. More drivers off the road ever so slightly. That was one of the MPs just getting muscled out.
Yeah, a little further down that road as well. Luke Tal, as we were talking about there, trying to get involved and not finding it. The nation's flags there fluttering in the breeze here for the European Championships at Kristianstad, a venue that has hosted multiple European and world events alike as more drama for Schaufler. It's another championship contender out of this race. The last race of the day. That is Drummond second in the championship out. Schaufler third in the championship. Out of this last race for everything that for all these drivers wanting to close in, it's tumbled out of their control. And everything that could go the way of Baglin has happened. But Baglin at the moment is going to lose out on the points lead, of course. Kalisha and Domain still are going to take that one. But Baglin's going to come away at the end of the day was still 250 championship points, and this is how it happened. I think that was by himself. Was that by himself?
Has he had some sort of mechanical issue out there for Schaufler, for Drummond? Today, this weekend, is not going their way at all. And I'm sure wherever he is stood around the circuit, because he will be watching on, Baglin's probably stood there with a slight smirk, knowing that he's ever so slightly safer going into that final day of the year tomorrow. Schaufler has had DNF after DNF so far this weekend. He's done and dusted today. Will have to deploy some work if he wants to end up in strong suit when it comes to the championship points. But his title contention, we can confirm now, is over. 2 more laps left to go within this race for these drivers. Still more names picking up some positions. Purcell still sat P4. He has got past Livaricini on the past couple of laps. Green is still sat P6 where he started from as Emiliano Hernandez. In the late stages of this race has started to die off slightly. William Kalisha, however, there on your screen, almost like he could hear us. He appears on your circuit going round then through turns 8, 9 and 10. Has not seen a single driver throughout his qualifying heats. He has brought a broom with him to these qualifying heats and swept up every single one and is maxed out on your points. 250 to his name. I'm not sure if we've actually had a driver this year do that, Anthony.
I'll have to cast my mind back on that one over the course of the season. I don't think we have. Maybe at the Concard, not too sure. I'll have to look back at the points. But for Kalisha, certainly an incredible achievement over the course of this weekend. Yes, okay, another driver who may not be in contention for those points going into this weekend. He only came in with 105, but he's going to add another 25 to his name, giving him 130. He'll stay 5th in the points no matter what happens. But William Kalisha can be delighted knowing that going into tomorrow, it will be the Australian starting on pole position for that first superheat of the day and will be the favourite going in to the final on Sunday. Kalisha wins his 5th and final race, a clean sweep this weekend in Kristianstad. He knows the title fight is not up for grabs, but a finishing podium trophy is up for grabs on that podium. Kalisha takes the win. Out of Henry Domain, Illy Christian will take 3rd. Out of Evan Purcell, Olivier Edicini will take P5. Out of Zach Green, Emiliano Hernandez, Michael McGoy from Christian Alexander Rust, and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who will round out the top 10. Van der Kerkhoff, the highest mover in that race, 19th to 10th. There was another gainer of 9. That was in the form of Francois Cadal, finishing that race in P20. A very strong result there for many of the drivers, but absolutely undefeated this weekend is William Kalisha of Australia. 250 intermediate classification points, takes 25 championship points, and will take pole position for Superheat 1. Henry Domain will secure pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, 2nd in the points, and Baglin will end the day with 250 championship points ahead of Drummond, who at this moment, scoring no points, will have 208. Is still a huge chunk behind, but again, mathematically, it is very, very possible still. This now is still on for the highlights, and well, here now for Kalisha, great getaway, had that pole position, had that inside line. No matter what race he's had to deal with over the course of the day, he has dealt with it and has pushed himself in a very strong position. 5 wins out of 5, no matter the drama, the early dramatics though. For others, Luke Tal having the drama. The same can be said for Lev Krutilov. He found himself in a bit of spot of bother at the start of that race, tumbling down to the back of the grid. They would later recover back in that race as those overtakes happened thick and fast in that first stage. Domain able to push his way through. Then we saw the dramatics for the rest of the field. Out of the race was Zarif Rekal. I think maybe involved with Ryan Qureshi at that point of the race, but not too sure who made that contact. The dust kicking up, covering the kart number at the very end. Green making the moves. This was a robust move here on Emiliano Hernandez. That would keep Green up into 6th place, and that is where he would stay for the remainder of that one. Wouldn't gain any more positions, wouldn't lose any more positions from that race. Other overtakes happening in the background as then drama started to ensue. Schaufler off the road, Drummond off the road, 2nd and 3rd in the championship standings behind Baglin in their last race of the day, retiring, and unfortunately for themselves, not scoring any championship points in this first day of racing. A huge shame for them, but someone taking 25 of them, William Kalija, the end of that race, puts himself P1 and pole position for tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, I don't think William Kalija could have done much more than he already has this weekend so far. For you, William, 5 qualifying heat wins is pretty impressive stuff. You're one of the only drivers to do that this year. We're going to try and confirm if you are the only driver to do that this year. But are you impressed with what you've achieved, or did you expect that that would be the case?
Well, I mean, I definitely didn't expect 5 out of 5. That's definitely a big achievement. But I mean, just by how I felt like the kart was in the first few heats, it was just amazing. Big thanks to the team for what they've done, for making the car suitable for my driving, and it's worked really well on the circuit, like I said before in our previous interview, and yeah, it's worked really well, and we've managed to take all the heats.
Well, William, we'll see you, of course, at pole in that first Super Heats tomorrow, and we're going to switch you over very quickly with Henry Domain, who will take the 2nd senior Super Heat pole position. Henry, great day for you, Super Heat pole, good feeling?
Oh yeah, obviously it's good, but wanted to be on Super Heat A pole overall, but no, Super Heat B is still okay.
Yeah, absolutely is. Thank you very much, and Henry, because karts back out on track. 2 more races left to go, but this time it's back to our Academy seniors.
It certainly is. They are very swift onto the track. This is Groups A versus C making their way onto the circuit. We'll really fire you through that full starting lineup for this one, which will see a front row of 2 drivers who have so far this weekend taken 2 qualifying heat wins each. Both of these drivers are joint on 100 points. This will be the deciding race to determine who will start on pole position for the final tomorrow and who will take the 25 championship points. Michael Zion and Alexis Genelay, both of them on 2 race wins here, will fight it out in the last race of the day for them, alongside Tudor Yerkin and Jonathan Landstrom on that 2nd row of the grid. Jose Bautista de Ligt joins Simo Matoda of Japan on that 3rd row of the grid. Konstantin Sipola will join Sebastian Grondel-Eels on row number 4. Then we'll see Buzz Maximov join Derek Wago on row number 5, and they'll lock out the top 10. Leopold Junch will join Oliver Hudrup. They will go from row number 6. There we'll see Saab Kale and Proctor Scholar on row number 7. Jesse Swart and Daniel Schreier go from row number 8. There we'll see Alex Cesario and Titiano Antola on row number 9. Petro Milosavljevic and the rest of the field as we go racing in the Academy Trophy. Tutonji at the back of the grid for this one. This field, good start for them as they head down in towards the sunshine for the first time here. Good getaway for the front runners. Michael Zion will be happy with the start of this race, but of course he has to remember that he's going to be fighting with Alexis Genelay, who I can imagine will pile on all sorts of pressure. Is immediately down the inside is Genelay after he gets past Tudor Yerkin. That is an important overtake in the early stage of this race. He is not going to allow Zion to break away too much in this race. Of course, both of them fighting for that top spot in that final later on in the weekend. Round into the 3rd sector at the start of this race. Everyone with a good getaway. Now Jose Bautista de Ligt under pressure for the drivers behind as they push forward. There you can see the likes of Konstantin Sipola pushing forward in this race. Over the line they go. Zahn leads the way from Genelay, Yerkin from Sipola, de Ligt from Landstrom, Matoda down to 7th from Maximov, Grondel-Eels and Junch, who rounds out the top 10.
So Zion's has had 2 out of 2, but Genelay has been just as strong out there. The gap currently 9/10 of a second between the driver of Poland and P2. Tudor Yerkin then still sat where he started from. So for your top 3, nothing going on just yet. Sends in the background for Delic, for Sipula again. Sipula is one of those drivers that you see light up halfway through a race. To see how that one unfolds for the last driver inside of your top 5. We're keeping an eye on this battle for the time being for P2. Genelay under increasing pressure despite that pace and despite actually being in the minds of many drivers out there this weekend with the speed that he has had. He's actually under some increasing threat by Julie Jurken. Jurken in towards turn number 5. Does the gap try and open up? Not just yet, as the rest of the field is still trying to decide some positions. Jesse Swart has been a big mover throughout this weekend, and for the time being he's on 3 places. Matches Saab KL, matches Alex Desario as well, the driver of Italy, on a charge. Nobody doing anything too major just yet, but Desario is at stages where he's made up 5 or 6 positions within these qualifying heats. Last stage of the day for these drivers. They've had a long wait, of course, when the anticipation has been building to go into this late stage and into their 3rd qualifying heat of the day, which actually, for these drivers, is a challenge to stay zoned in, to stay locked in, and to have the concentration this late in the day. Oh, that's an elbows out moment in the background. That's wheel to wheel. Sebastian Grondel-Eelsberg, Maximov going for some big things.
It was Landstrom and Matoda. Actually, Matoda into the back of Landstrom, and that sent him up skywards. But the driver from Japan has now got that move done and has stepped up into P6 now. Sipula still just ahead, who got that overtake done earlier on in the race, is now having to think about holding on to it again, because they all started to fight in. A lot of squirreling under braking there down in towards turn number 7. Everyone just trying to keep that kart in a relatively straight line, and now we're starting to see the fighting going on in the background here as Solokotsev gaining those positions. This time only 1 place gain, up into 13th place past Derek Wargo, as Grondel Kale Maximov still fighting for position as well. Back over the start-finish line. Here we go. Michael Zion and Alexis Genelay. 1 second between them. 0.3 of a second between those, Genelay and Jurken, who are still closed in to a very close little fight. That is that battle on your screen.
Well, it was just Solokotsev then that was fighting with the kart, but this is not the stage in the weekend that you want to be arguing with the machinery that you're sat in, because for these drivers, of course, they do not get those new tyres for the final. They've got to preserve as much as they possibly can. And for Solokotsev, if he keeps doing that in towards that 7th corner, he's just going to chew through the tread on the tyre. He's not going to be able to preserve anything when we go into tomorrow's run. In towards that 2nd sector, Genelay and Tudor Jurken, there's still nothing in between those 2 drivers. Zions can be helped and probably can be given that mindset where he knows if these 2 go for it, he's got this one in the bag. They're heading closer in towards that halfway race distance. Michael Zions can, for the time being, confirm that he has swept up on points and could be looking for some big stuff in towards tomorrow. Like he said earlier on in his post-qualifying interview, potentially a championship P3.
Yes, very close indeed in the Academy Trophy. Of course, so many drivers with so little, well, not little points, but so close in the points. There's only like 3 or 4 between like the top 8.
Absolutely, and you see so much parity within these drivers because they are on completely equal machinery, which they can't majorly change when it comes to the setups throughout the weekend. That's why you see it so close. That's why this year you're seeing it probably run to the very last race to conclude the championship, just like what we saw in 2025 at the last event, the Academy Senior Trophy, the Yuzuki Sato, when we were out at Rugby.
Yes, indeed. Very, very quick indeed was Yuzuki Sato last year, and the first, the inaugural Senior Academy Trophy. This, of course, the 2nd season of it. Japan could be handing over that trophy to Great Britain at the end of this weekend.
Well, it could be Great Britain, it could be other countries involved as well, because it's absolutely not over just yet. The points are on a very, very fine margin down the inside. This time, Boaz Maximov is chased and overtaken by Jesse Swartz. So Jesse Swartz now up by 5 positions to break inside of the top 10.
Now then, midway point of this race, and we continue to see this fight here of Jose Bautista Delic currently under pressure from Konstantin Sipula, and actually Sipula finds the gap there into the final corner, but outbreaks themselves, and now back down the inside goes Delic, retakes P4, and now Matoda, Landstrom are here to fight on but Matoda had to go defensive there. Landstrom does try to find a move down the inside on the entry, but can't find it on the exit and stays behind. And Sippola can have another attempt at that one, knowing he's got a little bit of breathing space.
Genelay now has
Landstrom.
Landstrom down the inside. So for Landstrom, good moves made. The driver on, of course, home soil, who knows exactly how to deploy and use the track out there to make an overtake and to make it stick. Not seen those moments from Landstrom where he goes in on somebody and then has the favourite return the corner after. He goes in, he makes it stick, and he drives away. That is exactly what we've just seen from him, as he's now sat in P6. The gap between Alexis Genelay and Julia then has split up, has spread out. Genelay, this stage, now faster, and is looking to push away. He's given himself that gap. Still looking and focusing on Zion's, but do you know what? With the pace that Zion's has got, quite clearly, because that's the new notification to say he's gone purple once more, I don't think Genelay's got it in him today just yet to try and catch up and to make it a final P1 as nice send down in the background. Final couple of laps, of course, for these drivers, and that's Sippola getting past Lynch.
Oh, about a little bit of fighting again between the two of them. They try to go through, make contact between the two of them. Here's Jonathan Landstrom down the inside. Sebastian Grondaleos gets through as well. Now behind is Sebastian Kale and Justin Swart also gaining these positions. Sam Kale there in a spot of honour. They're now down the inside of Simba Matoda. Simba Matoda gets through into now 8th place. And that is a good fight for them in this latter stage of the race. Zion's, though, at the front, as you were mentioning there, Nicole, is pushing forward. Another fastest lap of the race. And Alexis Genelay, despite the incredible racing we saw earlier on today with his 2 qualifying heat wins, that determination to push forward, that determination here is simmered down to Michael Zion, who will take the honours of starting on pole position tomorrow, as it stands with still a few laps to go.
Of course, these Academy seniors have less qualifying heats compared to our other groups of drivers out here in the weekend, as this is a fight further back drivers. Petra Milošević almost getting caught out there with Derek Vargo and Ori Goldberg as more sends going on at turn number 14. But of course, with these drivers, 3 qualifying heats, different setup compared to what we saw for our OK juniors and for our groups of OKs where they had 5. But Michael Zion's actually doing a similar thing to the likes of William Kalesia that we've just seen, which is bring a broom, sweep up and max out on those points, as well as take a qualifying pole position. For Zion's 150 to his name as it stands, with that top spot that he's got on the road as second time this weekend. That's not a good notification with Saab KL. He's going to be seeing the stewards once more.
Yeah, that's been a tough day for many of the drivers here. That trip to the stewards, they've been very busy. I'd be curious to actually ask them the question at the end of the day. How many reports did we have come through?
Every time I go down the stairs to go and do that post-race interview, I've got to sort of push my way through a bit of a crowd and say, excuse me, coming through. There's a queue outside that steward's door.
Yeah, indeed. Very busy day for them. This one here, Sippola and Landstrom fighting away for position. Sweden versus Finland. Norway just behind them with Sebastian Grondaleos. The Nordics here fighting away in position as they continue their trend through this one. Sippola under pressure now. Landstrom down the inside will be happy to get up into 4th place. Looking at a really strong result here for Landstrom, and a really strong, I think, a finishing order in this one. He is going to be piling through the field. He's currently 8th in the points right now.
Of course, we've still got one more Academy Senior qualifying heat left to go, so potentially Landstrom looks to be demoted points-wise. We will have to confirm that when we see the group set off by Audi Lapper and Philip Planetta in a moment's time. But for now, what we can confirm to you is that on the final lap, Michael Zions for the 3rd weekend leads the way.
He certainly does indeed. Michael Zion right now, the entrant from Poland, has been one to watch today. He came into this weekend 6th in the points, 63 points to his name. He's going to add 25 of them to his name. It's a nice jump in the points, but still nowhere near the amount that what Lapper has got at this moment. But Lapper himself finds himself 9th in the points right now. So this will be a benefit to Michael Zion and others over the line he goes. It's Zion confirming pole position tomorrow, and 25 championship points for Zion. His best points scoring position in the intermediate classification so far this season. He had 11 in Germany, 11 in Spain, but here now in Sweden, 25 at this point of the weekend. His most successful qualifying heats day of the 2026 season. Genelay as well, great result there. He's going to come away with 22 championship points and being second in the points. That really closes the gap up for Alexis Genelay. The entrant from Sweden came into this weekend with 99 points. Now sees him only a couple of points behind Albi Lapper going into tomorrow's final. And with Genelay at the front of that, certainly could be a very interesting final going into tomorrow. Great Britain versus Switzerland versus Czechia with Planeta, Italy's Alex Desario, maybe even Estonia's Oliver Kerg, and of course Poland's Michael Zion, and maybe even Lithuania's Vanessa Shilkinator. But we have to see the points going into tomorrow. But right now, it's Zion who has got the best results of the weekend. Pole position secured tomorrow for that final. And Alexis Genelay will be joining, of course, in that position. At this moment, no one able to do any with that on that front row. Lapper, of course, in this next race could still put a spanner in the works for this drivers who are trying to close that championship gap. He starts on pole position, and he will be one to watch in that next race. So certainly stay tuned for that one with his 2 second places he's seen over the course of today. There is Michael Zion. A great result at the end, and can relax now going into tomorrow. Those tyres heading into Parc Ferme, and of course there will be greeted by the Vortex team at the end of that one, and the OTK team as well. Here's your highlights from the end of that race in the Academy Trophy. Brilliant finale round we are going to see here for the class, as the early lead there for Michael Zion, and Alexis Genelay immediately able to attack up into second place. Would get to P2, would stay in P2. The top four, no real action for them in the top three. Jonathan Landstrom able to fight back to fourth place, so he had quite the exciting run as Genelay would finish P2, Tudi Jurkin P3, Landstrom to finish in P4. Sippola having a very good, strong start to his racing as other overtakes happened in the background here. Simbatoda trying to gain those positions in the ladder stage, and as well Jesse Swartz gaining those positions. 4 places gained. Solokotsev finishing with 4 places gained in P10. Sup Kale with 4 places gained, finishing in P9 as well. Desario 14th with 3 places gained. Some good positions gained all the way up and down the order. This moment here, though, Jose Bautista de Lis, that last attempt at that overtake on Konstantin Sippola, managed to put them in a little bit of a tricky situation, as Sebastian Grondeliels would find his way through and would later fight for those positions. This was Landstrom. That last overtake on Sippola would put him up into 4th place, as over the line, Michael Zion, no reaction to the checker flag, no reaction to 3 qualifying heat wins, 25 championship points and pole position tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, 3 drivers, of course, could have been in contention for something so far in your Academy Senior, but it's Michael Zions who sweeps up in your heats and takes that pole position for tomorrow. Michael, really good day for you. Really strong 3 qualifying heat wins, and looking to tomorrow, nobody can outdo you points-wise. Is that a good feeling when I say that to you?
Yeah, for sure, that's a really good feeling. Yeah, for sure, it's very good to be starting on pole position here, because the second position would be really bad here. The chicane is really hard from the outside, so I hope I can get an early lead tomorrow, early gap, and yeah, let's see how it is tomorrow.
Well, Michael, of course, like we say, pole for tomorrow, great job, and of course a sweep up on points, 150 to his name. But one more heat left to go, the second group of Academy trophies. But Zions has got the job done. Before we go into that, though, let's take a short break.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship. It's the last race of the day. Current time is 6:55, and believe it or not, this is on time, this last race of the day. That's how late on into the day we were going. And there you can see the Academy Seniors out for qualifying heat B versus D for this last race of the day. Albi Lapper back on pole position for this one alongside Planeta, joining him on that front row of the grid. Liam Carr and Oliver Kerr go from row number 2 from Konstantin Paps and Isa El Hamadi, who will be joining on that third row of the grid. Zhao Yunji will join Jan Rodriguez on row number 4 with Louis Sifri and Vanessa Schilkaneta on row number 5. Rafael Volante and Fabio Caro will go from row number 6. Row 7 will see Marcelo Asumsao and Nicholas Malero. And we'll see the likes of Warapongi and Vichan and Danish Chen on row number 8. Row 9 and 10, the last positions on the grid. Leonier from Maximiliano Gobbi, Alvaro Parra and Adam Rybitz on the top 20 position on track. All drivers out on circuit. Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. Nicole, last race of the day.
Last heat then for our drivers. Long run of heats throughout today and yesterday as well. Of course, lots of action, but it doesn't stop there, and it doesn't stop after this last heat of the day, because we go into super heats tomorrow, and then those 3 all-important finals, the 3 last finals of the European year, is over.
I know. However, I've discovered that my seat in the commentary box reclines. This is bad news. It is.
You look very relaxed.
No, I'm tense. I'm hyped up for this last race of the day, actually, because it will be an exciting one, because Albi Lapper, of course, in a really good position here to shake up that championship results. He is coming into this weekend leading. His last chance to put some points on the board here before they go into that final. Let's see what happens. It is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Great start for the inside row. Liam Carr immediately getting into second place behind Lapper and utilising that as well. One driver off onto the grass, rejoins out of the field. There will be dusty tyres. It will have a lot of not a lot of traction as he heads in towards turn number 4. And Lapper immediately defensive from Carr here. This is going to bring in third place. Is this Planeta, who is going to try and get involved? It's Liam Carr to the inside at turn number 7. And that was so close to contact there between the two of them. And now it's put Carr under pressure, because down the inside goes the entrant from Czechia. Planeta takes P2 away.
So for Albi Lapper, he just scrapes out of that 7th corner, untouched by Liam Carr, who loses some time. And of course, like you called it there, Anthony, loses position, but he's not maybe going to lose out on the top 3, because he is still there and he is still glued to the back of the driver who has just made that move stick, Philip Planeta. Every driver actually inside of your top 5 sat where they started from: Lapper, Planeta, Carr, Kerg and Pabst. We then get to the mover of Jan Rodriguez, who's made up 2 positions, but it's Leonie Air who's made up 9 already to be sat in P8.
Indeed, great run there in that middle part of the race, as drama has happened though. In the background, 2 karts have gone off the road in the form of Maximiliano Gobbi and Flavio Cara. They have not gone through. In fact, there's the 110. That is Flavio Cara out of the kart. Good to see that they are okay. There is another driver out of the kart, and on the floor there is that's Isa Al Hamadi out of this race as well, who's tumbled down. So maybe 3 karts involved in that incident, and slow procedures are out. Slow procedures are out, and there we have just seen a change for the positions there. I think they were. I think the positions had changed as the yellows had come out, so they've just put them back into position there. But race neutralised in the last race of the day.
Yeah, I don't think Liam Carr maybe clocked onto that as fast as Albi Lapper did. That's a problem. That's a kart on fire.
And
one of the drivers. Red flags are out immediately. Marshalling team is on the scene and the fire is out. But for an upside-down kart and one of the drivers off, that could maybe be Nicholas Malero out there. It's not good stuff. There is one of the drivers finds himself in a bit of discomfort, but it is back up on their feet. It's Gobbi that has had that problem. Maximiliano Gobbi there The driver who was still on the road is out and is with our team out there on the track. But that was some big stuff in the case of that lap.
Indeed, and a red flag here, and, well, a lot of now, fire retardant on the circuit, on the racing line at turn 1, which is, of course, a very fast corner, has brought a stop to this, and, red flag out on the opening laps. Now, it was after lap 1, but before lap 2, they're on lap 2. I think that's a full restart at this point. And if that is the case, that means a complete regrid, a repair of any carts that may need it, quite an interesting one. So that other driver, so I think that was Niklas Molero's kart there at turn number 1, because that kart was out of the race. Maximiliano Gobbi was in the incident down the other end of the circuit. So I think a lot of these drivers caught out in that one. 2 very different incidents at 2 very different parts of the track, but both quite a high level of severity on those ones. So hopefully all the drivers are okay from those incidents. And that, of course, does bring a stoppage to the racing for the moment and the last race of the day. And, of course, I believe, if I am right in saying, with that rule, if we are not on the end of the opening 2 laps, I think that is a full race restart, which means a repair window comes out, which means we've got at least a minimum of 15 or so minutes before this race will get restarted. I will, of course, confirm this as it goes on, but a very dramatic one to this race.
Yeah, drama for these drivers, but thinking that some of those are okay. The team is still assisting one of the drivers that is parked out towards the fence in between turns 5 and 6. There's, of course, the team of OTK who are just with the kart that was upside down. So that is the 446 kart of Maximiliano Gobbi's chassis. That was, of course, the kart that's flipped back up onto the 4 wheels that it should have previously been on, with, of course, some fire damage being experienced for that kart. Drummond there just with the FIA team as well, having a look, as you can see, that clean-up process of the fire that had been taken away from the circuit being cleaned up. But, of course, that will still exist for our drivers on towards the entrance of that first corner. But instantly, the marshalling team, what a fantastic effort for them to grab all of those drivers, get them back to safety, and already start on the clean-up operation of this track. Clean-up of the carts as well could be in deployment very soon. Everybody lined up on the circuit, as of course our team of technical will be out there giving their thoughts, as well as your race director for the Academy, Gonzalo Planta.
Benefits of being in the commentary box, it is right next to timekeeping. I just dipped in to chat to FIA delegate for timekeeping, Ian Rogers from the UK, just to ask what is this going to be? Is it going to be a full race restart? Just to jog my memory, it is going to be a full race restart. As in terms of a repair window, that is yet to be decided. Obviously, there are carts that got caught out in that incident. There was the moment on the start-finish straight, and I think as the field went slow, one driver not going slow, thankfully up and out, and there the 446 machine of, no, it was Maximiliano Gobbi, as you called it there, Nicole. Sorry about that, but that at turn number 1, I think completely not seeing that they'd gone slow and the field had slowed down.
Yeah, absolutely so, but up on his feet after taking a number of pirouettes there for Maximiliano Gobbi, so up on his feet and hopefully all okay, and hopefully okay for the other drivers out there that had those moments. The rest of the field just having those conversations with each other, as I can see Awi Lap are getting the kart back into that grid spot. Some drivers' helmets still on, still zoned in, some drivers' helmets off to just relieve some of that tension. As you can see now, drivers attempting to get themselves re-gridded.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a long old wait then before this one gets underway. We are still under red flag, so no sign of a repair window just as of yet that has been officiated. And, of course, there is a lot of karts that were caught out in 2 separate incidents there. And there you can see that kart will be covered up. Of course, at high speed, those incidents, those karts, of course, they grind on the road, and of course the sparks that are kicked up, the fuel lines are there, the fuel tank of course is there as well. If that gets ruptured or anything from those incidents, that can happen. Thankfully though, of course, the driver in that situation, as scary as it looks, ejected from the kart, and that is one of those things that is a talking point actually in the world of karting. To add roll bars and to add seat belts to karts, I think it's the wrong direction. It's the safest thing to happen, like it is on a motorbike. If you crash, you get ejected.
Yeah,
it's much safer.
Sometimes it's actually the case, well, I would say most of the time, when a driver comes out of the kart is better than being in it and then it ends up on top of you. You know, you get thrown out of it and then you're just dealing with a roll on the surface. That's what you've seen for Maximiliano Gobbi, who's instantly got back up onto his feet and walked away.
Yeah, and that is, of course, what the rib protectors, the helmets, and the abrasion race suits are for, of course. Karting race suits are slightly different to car race suits. They are abrasion resistant, which means you can slide along the road. Yes, okay, you might get a little hurt still, but it won't tear you apart. The suit will get teared apart. That's what it's designed to do. Compare that to a car racing suit where it is 100% fire retardant. That is to deal with fire as an internal cockpit fire versus a kart where you are ejected and you slide across tarmac. That is the difference between the suits there, and that's why you can't run a car racing suit in kart racing.
Well, there you go then. Good insights from Anthony Jordan. Of course, sport is always being evolved as well. FIA and every ASN are assisting to get these drivers to get to an even safer level. As right now, before we go into the repair window and the final race of the day, we'll take a short break.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. If you are only just joining us, you have joined us at some moment. The red flag has come out in this last race of the day, and we have been given a start time for this race, a restart time of a red flag over into the second lap of 7:25 local time here, which is in about 15 minutes time from now. A repair window is open. A multiple amount of karts are being repaired, and some violent uses of hammers I've seen so far in this one. So official notice then at 7:25 we're going to go racing again, which is in a 15 minutes time. Lots of karts being repaired as it stands, with two separate incidents happening out at the same time in that race, and involving many a driver. The red flag did come out. Thankfully, can report, believe all drivers are okay. Obviously, some may be a bit dazed, battered and bruised, but thankfully, I think all are okay majorly from those incidents. So we will get a race restart, and hopefully with all drivers on that grid. But it will be in about 15 minutes' time. We will take another short break. We'll leave you with the live shots here, but we will see you at 7:25. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. As you can see, the timer has struck 0. That is the repair window closed. And unfortunately, looks like 2 karts, well, possibly 3 karts, are not going to be making it to the grid for this one. It looks like the 410 out of this race. Isa Al-Hamadi out of this race, and of course the fire-damaged kart of the 446, Maximiliano Gobbi, also out of this race. 2 other karts also were in the repair phase. That was Niklas Malero's 450 machine. That is back on the grid. And Adam Paul Rybitz also at the 439 machine back on the grid at the end of that one, meaning we are missing 3 karts from it. In the form of Gobbi, Carter, and Al-Hamadi. Al-Mahadi caught out in that incident, coming out of turn number 5, coming back up the hill. Unfortunate contact with the fence, the barrier, has put terminal damage to the kart, which will be, I believe, out of the rest of this weekend. That kart, there's no chance of getting that one repaired. It borderline looks like it has somewhat folded in half, quite a significant amount of damage. Thankfully, I can confirm that Isa Al-Mahdi is in the medical centre. He is talking, he is with the medical crews out there, and only reports of an ankle injury for him. So hopefully is fully okay after that one. But it does show racing is a risky sport, even in karting. You may always say that speeds are so low, covered in plastic, they're as safe as houses. At the end of the day, they're really not. And the drivers, of course, do put themselves on the line here, even in the world of karting, and so do the marshals as well, as the green flag waves at the front of the grid. This last race of the day is about to get back underway, but with 3 missing drivers from the rest of the field. All of these drivers, of course, in Groups D caught out, as one of the mechanics there just on that restart, nearly getting done over a little bit there. Field make their way back out. In terms of the intermediate classification here, well, Albi Lapper has another chance of trying to close that gap up. Of course, they cannot beat Michael Zions. He, at this moment, is leading the way and is absolutely fine for the rest of the field. No one can catch him. So let's quickly run down a new grid in this race. Albi Lapper and Filip Planeta will be on the front row of the grid. Liam Carr and Oliver Kerg will be going from row 2. Konstantin Paps will now be all on his own on that third row of the grid. No Isa El-Hamadi on that grid anymore. Zhao Yunji will be with Jan Rodriguez on row number 4. Louis Sifri and Vanessa Schulkaneta will be on row number 5.
Row number 6 is Rafael Volante and a missing Fabio Cara, and then from row number 7, Marcela Sumsau alongside Nicholas Malero, one of those drivers, of course, involved in that incident. Your 8th row is Rudapong Wishan alongside Danish Chen, and then from your 9th row, Leonie Air will be starting, but Maximiliano Gobbi will not. Your 10th and final, Alvo Pereira, will start alongside Adam Rybitz, who did manage to get that 439 kart repaired in the 15-minute window. Final race of the day left to go then for these drivers. Nobody will be able to outdo what Michael Zions has achieved today with those 3 qualifying heats wins, but Verlapper will be able to maybe chase down on points. 4 other drivers like Filip Planeta can also set himself up very well indeed, going into the 3rd and final day of competitive action on Sunday, the last day of the year for our Academy Trophy drivers in your senior field, where we will, of course, crown a brand new champion, the driver to follow on from last year's winner of Yuzuki Sato.
Indeed. Well, the field here getting ready to go for this restart now, and for all these drivers, they'll have to push forward. If I am Nicholas Malero from Venezuela in the 450, I would be keeping an eye on that left rear wheel. Took a hammer to it multiple times in that repair window, but we are racing once again towards turn 1. Lapper immediately holding on to that lead. Liam Carr this time around again back into 2nd place near a carbon copy of what we saw in that first attempt earlier on today, but now he's back in that P2. He had an attempt at the race lead earlier on as well. Can he do the same this time around as they head up in towards that turn number 6? Down the hill again in towards turn 7. Lapper is wise to it this time and stays in the lead.
A quick clean-up operation was, of course, deployed by our marshalling team when that cart, of course, set on fire. Then we had some debris out there on the track from the clean-up operation that has been pushed off the circuit, but it could slightly affect the approach in towards turn number 1. And for Albi Lapper, he's going to be the guinea pig in towards that. Let's see if anything does change for Lapper. Let's see if his mindset change is if he does approach that first corner any differently, if he does decide to back off in towards things, tightens up. But nothing untoward for our field. Everybody settled, everybody sat very nicely indeed. For Lapper in towards turn number 5, does hold on to things from Carr, from Pabst, from Planeta. For Konstantin Pabst, he's up by 2 positions to be sat in that 3rd spot so far. And your intermediate classification has now updated. Zion's, of course, at the lead of things. Genele P2, Lapper now into 3rd, with Liam Carr following on from Lapper and is sat in that 4th spot as drivers in the background. Whoa, kick up some dust there. Air getting involved, as is Vanessa Schilkenator, as is Jan Rodriguez.
Very wide in the background there, certainly get involved. Valente and Vitchan in that fight as well, but you can see they're tumbling down to the back of the grid now is Wadaponi and Vitchan, who tries to rejoin this race and does successfully do so, but at the back of this field. Over the line they go. Lapper from Carr, only 1/10 of a second between those two as they head through turns 1, and they push through again. The confidence still there. Despite that debris that is still on the track at turn number 1 that has been brilliantly cleaned up by the marshalling crew, as mentioned already. Marcelo Asumsal, the quickest driver on that last lap, currently on a 5-place gain in P8 and is pushing through in this field pretty nicely. Albi Lapper then, as this race goes on, is looking at 3rd in the points. It's the best he can manage. Be looking at a first race win if he can take this P1 away from Carr. But we'll have to wait and see. Still a long way to go in this race.
After your qualification, of course, Liam Carr and Albi Lapper ended up in the same group. That means throughout all of their qualifying heats so far, they have gone head-to-head. Now they maybe look to go head-to-head one final time today. Out in the front is Lapper. Then we've got Carr just closely behind, the duo breaking away. They've not had any major spills, but maybe you could say there's a bit of a rivalry starting to unfold between the top 2. Just behind Konstantin Pabst is not too far away from Philip Planeta as Lapper looks to light things up and looks to drive away from Liam Carr for the time being. Down the inside, turn number 7, these overtakes, of course, will continue to go on for the drivers who are trying to fix themselves and get some points for that last final tomorrow. Kurg being one of those drivers as this battle does continue to rage on. Philip Planeta, the lead of things. Zhao Zhangji involved in things. Louis Sifri, as well as Marcelo Asumsal, the fastest driver on the track and currently up by 5 positions. Good gain for Asumsal so far, but she's not your biggest charger. As Alvaro Parra, is that driver 7 places so far.
Yeah, good drives through the field on this one. Make it now 8 places as he's stepped past Leonier for 11th place. Starting to see maybe Konstantin Pabst here put a bit of pressure on the likes of Liam Carr. That is for 2nd place, if he can make that happen, as Lapper sets the fastest lap of the race. Now opens up the gap to 7/10 of a second at 53.1. Was 3/10 faster than Liam Carr on that last lap, so a real increase in the points. There is a driver certainly not afraid of that machine, the 450 of Nicolas Malero. That cart had a missing bumper, complete axle change, everything like this, had a hammer taken to it about 26,000 times during that repair window, but it is back and rolling on this road and is currently pushing through the field nicely, but still holding in 14th place.
Yeah, so no performance loss actually being made for that driver, despite the heavy use of some some of the mechanics' favourite repair tools out there. Always good to see these drivers bouncing back instantly. Bouncing back also is Leonie up by some positions. She was one of those drivers who looked to be caught out at the start of the previous attempt at the race, but now the driver of France on a charge and is actually using Alvaro Parra to her advantage out there down the inside. Moves going on for drivers. This time it's Philip Planeta and this time it's on Zhao Zhangji.
Yeah, indeed. So pressure on now for the mid-pack battles here as we continue to watch here. Louis Sifri piling on that pressure to the drivers up ahead. Marcella Asumsau, who is trying to still continue that trend through the field here. At 6 places gained. You see, Lorente is just ahead, so we'll keep a close eye on that one, as correctly pointed out by Niklas. A little wide there. That's someone going very slowly. At the front, that's Liam Carr, has just let everyone through, and I think it's the rear bumper that has come off. It's dragging on the floor. Out of the right-hand side, he has already spotted that, of course, and he is letting the field pass. He'll retire that card. I'm already seeing a technical flag has been issued for him, but that is his race. Done and dusted for the Australian who started this one on that second row of the grid, was looking at a race win here, and he's going to lose out massively in the points. Now tumbles down to 10th in the points.
Yeah, for Carr, that's going to be massively detrimental in his position starts for tomorrow. For Carr, of course, it's one of those things as a driver, you are completely out of control when that back decides to sometimes dislodge. Sometimes it's because of a bit of contact to the rear end, especially at a race start when you get those Constantina effects where you get, of course, these drivers going to the accordion effect where you can't help but sometimes go into the back of someone. Maybe that's been the case for Liam Carr. Just those back bumper bolts coming dislodged. Now finds himself in the pit lane to round out his day here on Saturday. But for Albi Lapper, he'll be out there, and I'm sure he'll be out there with a bit of a grin, because I'm sure that Liam, or his mechanic, will be on the sidelines giving him that signal to now say, you have a gap. It's 1.8 seconds that separate your race leader from Konstantin Pabst, who's still on a charge and is still doing some good stuff when it comes to the pace. I'm not sure within the halfway race distance that still remains if it's going to be quite enough for Pabst. Zhao Yongji there, P3 for the time being. Planeta P4, Oliver Kerg in P5. Marcella Asumsau still using the time left within this race to outdo herself compared to her previous qualifying heats. 7 positions gained, matched Alvo Para, but of course it is Alvo that is currently your biggest mover. Vanessa Schilkenator not doing anything major within this race, despite having some good moments earlier on in the day. Of course, a driver that did end up on the podium out at Mülsen, could be inside of the top 5 championship-wise, but a bit of an average day of results so far. Just ahead of Schilkenator, we've got Jan Rodriguez, who in purple in sector number 1 looks to try and close in on Sifri, but nobody really doing anything too major for the time being.
At this moment, a nice calm race then after that very dramatic start earlier on, and all these drivers now just getting these machines to the end of this race, knowing that tomorrow is the important day, the finals day, which will decide the trophy senior champion at the end of the weekend. But all the meanwhile, action still rages on as Marcella Asumsau is she tumbling down the order? She's tumbling down on my screen here.
She's grinded to a halt at turn number 5.
Mechanical failures for Marcella Asumsau, who was on a really good charge through this race. Unfortunately, the 416 machine goes no further. The entrant from Brazil, absolutely furious. And you can understand, with the progress she'd made in that race, that is an understandable reaction.
Absolutely is. For Marcella, this was one of her best qualifying heats of the year so far, and by far her best qualifying heat of the weekend. Asumsau will now go back to the tents, back, of course, to end her day in despair. But it's not over for a driver who has been strong, and we could be seeing, of course, tomorrow we will say goodbye to some of our names, because not everybody will make it in. Oliver Kerg now goes fastest in your final moments. P5 for Kerg for the time being, as down the inside. Nice change there for Philip Planeta. Gets past Zhao Yongji for that 3rd spot. Trio forming. Trio actually could light up the rest of this race in what will be 2 laps left for our field. Intermediate classification, 150 for Michael Zions. He could not have possibly done any more that he has done so far. It was a pole in time qualifying, 3 qualifying heat wins. He's ahead of Genele, who will be starting alongside, as we've then got Lapper and Judy Yerkin on that 2nd row as it currently stands. These 3 drivers could actually have something else to say in towards turn number 5. Are we going to see a switch? Not just yet. Oliver Kerg doesn't quite feel like he's got the legs just at the moment.
No, not yet, but like you say, still a little bit of time left in this race and a fair few corners to try and negotiate it. And when you see look over the shoulder like that from Planeta, surely for Zhao Yunji and for Oliver Kerg, it is a green light to go for the attack. But who will pounce first out of these three? The fight for third place very much alive here, but Oliver Kerg looking like he tries to go for a look down the inside at multiple corners, but seemingly not committing to the overtake. Over the line, there is Lapper, clear now by 2.1 seconds from Paps. Planeta still there from this trio of drivers battling away. Sifri comfortably sitting there in P6, ready to pick up any pieces that may happen from these drivers battling.
Final lap then for our drivers, final moments for them to try and pick off some extra positions to add to their points and look further ahead. Tomorrow, turn number 7, it was an attempt there for Zhao Zhangji, but it's not going to be just enough. Philip Planeta still holding on to that third spot. Yangji looks like he's going to have to settle for that P4. Oliver Kerg, though, maybe the time, maybe the clock has not just run out for this race. But Rodriguez, in the final moments, does manage to switch some positions there with Sifri. Out of the final corner, though, Albi Lapper is going to have it. Albi Lapper has done just enough to start tomorrow in that race from that inside row. Not a bad place to be, I would say, after all of the races we have watched unfold. That pole side may potentially look to benefit Lapper, who will chase down on potential championship title tomorrow. It's Lapper from Konstantin Pabst. From Philip Planeta, Oliver Kerg did in the final moments then manage to make that switch with Zhao Zhangji, who finishes in P5. Lapper will pull it in, will pull it back onto the trolley, and I'm sure will have a smile on his face.
Well, what a drive that is for Lapper. Really strong race there. Third in the points, will add more championship points to his name going into tomorrow. Opens the gap up a little bit more despite the efforts from Alexis Genelay, despite the efforts from Michael Zion in those points. Still, Lapper third will extend that lead just that little bit more going into tomorrow. It means it's all down to the final. There are your top three at the end of that race. Albi Lapper, Konstantin Pabst and Philip Planeta, who will round out the top three at the end of that race. From Oliver Kerg, who did get to fourth place in that last lap. Zhao Yunji's attempt on Philip Planeta did result in that change of position. Vanessa Schilkereta finishing ahead of Jan Rodriguez, Louis Sifri from Leonia, Rafael Volante from Nicholas Malero, Warapong Ian Britchan from Danish Chen, Adam Rybitz finishing that race in 14th place from Alvaro Parra, who round out the top 15. The retirements, Asum Ring, Carr, and then the retirements from the first incident, Isa Al-Madidi, FIA Karting and Maximiliano Gobbi, those machines not taking to the start of that race. That's a big shame for them. There is Lapper, though, starting third on the grid, and this is the highlights. The first race, of course, as it went through, only lasted a short amount of time before the slow procedure, and then the red flag did come out. So the action up the hill did rage on, with already some drivers getting caught out in that incident. Then later, that red flag did come out with that moment at turn number 1. On that restart, though, action came all the way throughout, and it was a rinse and repeat for the drivers on this one, as Albi Lapper would go on to take the win at the very end of this one, with Konstantin Pabst, a very strong result in that one, able to push forward and up into second place. And then, of course, Planeta rounding out the top 3 at the very end of that one. This moment here, Zhao Yunji going for that move, but would lose out in 4th place, as through would go the rest. Over the line would be Albi Lapper to round out the day's racing here in Kristianstad in Sweden. The MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship. Finals day is tomorrow, and it starts pretty early on, 10 to 10 in the morning for the Superheats, the junior and the seniors, before we go into the finals a little later on into the day. It's been an action-packed day. It's been a long old day, so a big thank you to everyone for joining us here. A big thanks to all the marshals and the camera crews out there, and a big thank you to Nicole Sutherland joining me in the commentary box, as always, over the racing. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for those finals. Make sure you don't miss it. Bye for now.